Pioneers, join us. Now is the moment. Now is the time to amplify the most unique tech of all, the humankind. A tale of the future, the world ahead. A story for the ages that needs to be read. Let's look with new eyes as we fulfill the dream. Future readiness supreme. Beyond the now, toward the next, we can unlock potential to create new legacies and transform not just industries or nations, but a generation across borders, across continents, and the boundaries of self and systems. Clear, empowered, strong, with capabilities, policy, and collaboration on our side, we can face uncertainty, the new norm, to create a symphony of minds and propel ourselves forward, to work differently, learn differently, skill differently, and be different. Ask yourselves, what future do we want? Over-digitization or an inclusive digital landscape? Relentless technology or a tech toolbox leveraged for the collective good? Industry shifts, faded skills, or new and developed talents, greater skills and work transformed? A planet at risk, or one Earth we are the best custodians for? This is not just any journey. It is yours and mine to claim. Transcending names and age, let's spark our resilience. Join together with new insights, foresight, and action. And most of all, confidence on the path ahead. The future is human. The future is ours. We can be future ready.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chairman of the Executive Committee of the Human Capability Development Programme, His Excellency Youssef Abdallah Al-Benyan.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly honored to welcome you to the inaugurations of the Human Capability Initiatives. The initiative is held under the patronage of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince, Prime Minister, and also the chairman of the Human Capability Development Program, the entities responsible for organizing the initiatives. The Human Capability Initiatives demonstrates the country's commitment to enrich the global dialogue on human capability developments and foster actionable strategies and solutions that inspire progress. During the next 2 days, over 250 global leaders and experts will join us to share their knowledge and insight on how to unleash potential for humankind capability and catalyzing international cooperations to maximize resilience in times of uncertainties. This is crucial because today the employment landscape is more dynamic than ever. Global estimates suggest that 40% of workers' skills will be disrupted in the next 4 or 5 years, while technology adoptions and expansions to set to transform 70% of business practices globally. As economies continue to navigate these dynamic labor market landscape, it is more critical than ever to work inclusively to promote positive human capability outcomes. After all, the success of industry advancement in sectors such as green tech, healthcare, and at the same time artificial intelligence is dependent on future-ready workforce with the right skill set. In a rapidly evolving global landscape, the significance of returning human potential cannot be overstated. Today, we convene to navigate the current of changes shaping both local and international labor markets. The Human Capability Initiative is a part of the Kingdom Vision 2030 and support the goal of advancement of the skills, knowledge, and competencies. In other words, the human capability will enable people to become resilient to shift in the employment landscape. It is within this context that Human Capability Initiatives emerges as a beacon of hope and progress, a global collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the human capability agenda. HICI aims to empower individuals and foster resilient economics for the future. I invite you all to use this platform to consider how can we collectively work towards the 3 conferences that it's going to have our theme today. First, unleash our potential for human capabilities developments, covering the lifelong term cycle and start early childhood developments continues through an adult's career. Second, catalyzing international cooperations on priority educational and labor market alignment challenges. And finally, maximizing resilience to uncertainties related to the skills, educations, and job market flex. Through the Human Capability Development Program, Saudi Arabia has created a dynamic strategies that span every stage of learning, from early childhood educations to lifelong learning, paving the way for individuals to unlock their full potential. This strategy emphasizes inclusivity, foreseeing collaborations between government entities, the private sector, and more importantly, the non-profit organization to ensure the success and prosperity for all. To make these efforts as a reality, Saudi Arabia welcomes working with all partners to explore opportunities and promote innovative policy design and solutions advancing human capability. Over the next 2 days, over 40 announcements will be made reflecting the Kingdom's commitment to working collaboratively with all partners. Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, once again, allow me to welcome you to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and also to the inaugurating of Human Capability Initiatives Program. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, the Crown Prince, Prime Minister, and the Chairman of Human Capability Development Program Committee for his visionary and leadership and unwavering support in making the Human Capital Initiatives reality today. As we embark on this journey together, let's remain steadfast in our commitment to unleashing a human potential and building a higher and a brighter future for our generations to come. I am deeply honored to witness the remarkable unity and collaborations on display through the Human Capability Initiatives. As I look around the room today, I'm truly seeing across sections of individuals, industry, and sectors coming from more than 70 countries, together in a shared mission to advance human potential. The Human Capability Initiatives has brought us together across boundaries, borders, and sectors, drawing up to our diverse strength and perspective, people united by possibility, driven by collective determinations to unleash the full potential of every individual and shape future of endless opportunities. I extend an invitation to all. Let's work together to ensure everyone has the skills, the knowledge, and resilience to thrive in the future. Thank you for contributing to your time and, more importantly, your insight and expertise to make HSCI a success, and for being a part of the journey. And thank you very much.
Behold, pay careful attention. Do you notice the details? We perceive the complete view with all its aspects. We don't overlook the gaps. We recognize them. We construct bridges of knowledge, values, and skills. We realize different civilizations, and we realize different.
Our world is changing. We must change with it. Technological advancements, job market fluctuations, demographic shifts, and a climate emergency all add up to a whirlwind transformation across the globe. As the theme of this event reminds us, future readiness is critical. We must ensure that every child and young person is equipped to flourish and thrive in our ever-changing world. We must invest in the education and skills they need. We must make lifelong learning a reality. And we must help workers to reskill and retool for the economies of tomorrow. That includes massively boosting investment in education, ensuring inclusive and quality schooling for all, and helping countries take action to create the jobs of the future. Humanity is its own greatest resource. Working together, we can unleash our shared potential and ensure that all of us flourish in a world in flux. I welcome this first Human Capability Initiative to explore the challenges and opportunities for people to thrive in the 21st century. I wish you the very best for your discussions and for a successful event.
So much. Thank you so much, Jenna Ukeli.
What an incredible start to what promises to be an absolutely incredible event.
Absolutely. Jenna was fantastic there, reading that very special message sent to us by the UN Secretary General. So, welcome to all of you to this, the very first Human Capability Initiative. My name is Edie Lush.
And I'm Ben Thompson. Welcome to this, the Future Readiness Arena. On this stage, over the next 2 days, we will assess the scale of the challenge that lies ahead for all of us. We'll look at how best to prepare workers, businesses, governments, teachers, and civil society for the disruption and the revolution that is to come. But we will also, of course, look at the opportunities that they present.
We will look at the new ways of working, the new technologies reshaping our industries. We'll examine the social revolution and the environmental challenge to look at what we can do, why we need to act now, and how to make the jobs of the future accessible to all.
So, as I said, over the next 2 days, we will hear from more than 250 speakers from more than 30 countries represented in this room. We will bring together expertise and insight from right across the globe. And we are streaming live right around the world. So we will bring the world to Riyadh and send Riyadh to the world.
So let's get started. Welcome to the Human Capability Initiative 2024.
And so, let us begin our first discussion of the day, in which we will establish what those challenges are that lie ahead right now. We will assess what needs to be done right now to tackle those problems head on. As 1.1 billion jobs undergo radical transformation, largely driven by technology, I want us to look at the risks that that presents, but also look at how we might seize the opportunities that do lie ahead. So, in this first session, I want us to ask how we can work together to be fit for the future. And so, please, to do that, welcome our first panel of the day. Wonderful to have you all here, and I'll introduce each of you as we just settle down for this first session. Delighted to say that with me on the stage for this session, Kai Rommelt, who's the Chief Executive of Udacity, Fadia Sada, who is the Regional Director of Human Development for the Middle East and North Africa at the World Bank, Sadia Zahidi, Managing Director at the World Economic Forum, Sumitra Dutta, Dean of the Said Business School at the University of Oxford, and also Ambassador Haifa Al-Jadea, Permanent Representative of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the European Union. Welcome to you all. Delighted to have you here. And Fadia, if I may start with you, since this is the first session of the day, lay out for me, if you will, the scale of the challenge ahead. Because as I said there, the transformation, it is already underway, isn't it, in our global labour markets. 1.1 billion jobs undergoing radical change. Why is human capital acceleration so important?
Fadia. Did you call on Dr. Fadia or Sadia?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Fadia, if we can start with you, please.
Okay. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today and to see this big initiative on human capital. Because at the end of the day, human capital is core, really, for the development. At the World Bank, we have really made this a big focus for us in terms of our mission for reducing poverty and enhancing prosperity. And we've introduced a human capital initiative ourselves as well, linking really human capital with productivity to encourage countries to see it not only as a long-term, but also its impact on short-term. A recent report on the wealth of nations also showed that about 80% of the wealth of countries that are developed is from human capital. And whereas we find in the poorer countries, it is about 40%. So if we really want to advance development, we cannot do it without human capital. It's also very important to see it as a way of building inclusive development, as well as looking at resilience. We've seen the poly-crisis the world is going through. And without human capital, it's hard to build resilient institutions and resilient systems. So that's really important. And we have a competitive world and a changing world. So how best to prepare our youth and our future except through human capital. Thank you.
Sadia, then let me bring you in if I can. I'm looking at some of the statistics from the World Economic Forum, expecting a quarter of all jobs to change in the next 5 years. And I wonder what that change will look like, because, and there's a crucial element here, isn't it? There is a net loss in jobs. And with a growing population, that causes problems, doesn't it?
Sure. So a little bit of the thinking behind the 23% structural churn number. You're absolutely right. There is a small net loss, but it's only about 2%. There's almost equal amounts of growth as there is decline in jobs. And that's because of multiple trends, of course, occurring at the same time. There's a positive outlook when it comes to the green transition. That is likely to be a net job creator. There's a mixed outlook when it comes to technology, and I can say a bit more about that. The fourth industrial revolution and what it's likely to do to jobs, mixed picture. And then when it comes to the current sort of geoeconomic outlook, that is really what's causing most of the negative forecasts at the moment because of what that's going to do in terms of job displacement and slowing down growth as a whole. So taking those three trends together is how we get this picture. And maybe just double-clicking a bit on the technology piece, that's where we find that it is possible to take a nuanced, objective approach to this. It's not that technology is going to wipe out all jobs. It's not that there's going to be massive growth. I think it's going to be a mix of both. We did specifically a study trying to look at artificial intelligence, specifically at large language models, and what that's likely to do to jobs. And we find that there's a very clear case for some amount of automation to jobs that involve a lot of language tasks. But there's also a case for augmentation. There are a number of roles, particularly research in medicine and engineering, where people's roles will be augmented. There's a large set of jobs that are highly manual and are likely to be completely unaffected. And then there's a fourth category, which is the wholly new jobs, which we can just about begin to predict that are likely to be created by artificial intelligence. So I think prediction is only as useful as the actions we take around it, and that's really the key next.
And it really will be a theme of so many of the discussions today. Ambassador Haifa, welcome to you. I wonder as well, given the scale of that change, is it fanciful that we could expect there to be good jobs for all people in future? Because I wonder where job creation will come from, given, as we said, there will be a small net loss. Are economies growing quickly enough to create the jobs that we need?
I think absolutely. I think you see a good mix between investment from the government sector as well as the multinational. But I think what we need to also look at is what are we doing in terms of government and multinational entities or the multilateral system to address the issues that are facing us in the future. Are we investing enough in the human capital in those multilateral entities? Are we using the same priorities that are being applied in the private sector to the UN organizations, to our peace efforts? Are we investing in the same way that we are in our war efforts towards peace? That includes human capability development, but also the application of different kinds of tech that was mentioned earlier today.
Again, that's such an interesting point, and I know there are specific sessions looking at some of these issues throughout the day. Kai, let me bring you in at this point as well, because it is technology that is bringing about this revolution, isn't it? There's no doubt about that. And I wonder where skills comes into this and retraining, and I know there are big sessions looking at education as well, but this is where firms like yours come in, isn't it? Because you're looking at skills and training. I was having a look at what you offer: data science, programming, AI, autonomous systems, cloud computing. Those are the jobs of the future, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's a lot of great comments that have been made here today already. And as Sadia said, what we're seeing is it's not a matter of there not being jobs or there being jobs. What we're seeing is we're seeing record employment in many markets of the world. And at the same time, we know that there's about 600 million people between 15 and 24 today that don't have a job. There's about 75 million people in the world that are trained and don't have a job. So it's about matching and making sure we give people those skills that they need. And we see that technology is growing, and there's also an incredible demand, and that demand will only grow. So it's really important that individuals, but also governments, think about how do I strategically address that, and how do I strategically make sure that even from a young age, we, for example, work with the government of Egypt to train high school kids in those technology skills. So you create that mindset very early, and then you can take that all the way to all ages. And we're very excited that we've been here in the Kingdom since 2016, and that the Kingdom is taking such a progressive approach of really making sure that the society here has those skills. Because ultimately, that's what's needed, is that you can build an ecosystem around those skills, because that's what allows you to attract employers and then start this whole wave of a technology-friendly ecosystem and environment.
Sumitra, let me bring you in at this point. Hello. We know universities are growing, and what strikes me is quite how big their handprint is in everything that they do. But if we look at the number of students being produced by those universities, that's stagnated, hasn't it? Why is that? Why are we not producing more and better students?
Well, thank you very much for the question. And before I answer your question, let me congratulate the Kingdom and this initiative on really focusing on human capability. I think it's wonderful that this is happening. I think that universities have an important responsibility. They've always had the responsibility, but I think responsibility has become even more acute and more sort of timely right now of playing a stronger and a more wider role in being more inclusive in terms of how they actually bring the population ready for the future. Looking at most of the top universities, I've had the privilege of being at Cornell in the US, an Ivy League school, now at Oxford, a top university in the world, globally in the UK. And what I see is that the top universities in the world are extremely good at building elite knowledge, at educating a certain class of students, both from different backgrounds too, developed backgrounds and also emerging backgrounds. But I think we haven't done our duty in terms of expanding the footprint, or let's say the handprint of education. So we can do more. And I think that's something where we have to become much more inclusive in how we provide access. The University of Oxford has done excellently well in terms of increasing access to students from less, let's say, privileged backgrounds. But there are so many thousands and millions of students around the world who could benefit from the programs of elite universities around the world. So I think we have to play a role in making more inclusive educational models. We have to play a role in helping other universities improve, because we also have an important role in helping other universities around the world improve. And that's an important mission for us in the future at the University of Oxford.
And let's pick up on that theme, and Fadia, I'll bring you back in here because we want to talk about collaboration. This is not the responsibility of one organisation or government. This has got to be cross-border and it's got to be cross-organisation. Talk to me about how some of what you do, how do you bring different parties together to reach some of these aims? Because it absolutely will be a team effort, won't it?
That's at the core of building human capital, but that's always, there's more we can do in every level. Let me start with the local level. Whenever we talk about human capital, you really have to work with local institutions, with local capacity. I sometimes think there is, I prefer to say unleashing the capacity rather than building it, because I think there's a lot of capacity that sometimes we just need to direct it and invest in it. So working and joining hands with local institutions is critical for any initiative that's looking at human capacity. But then that sometimes needs also more support, and many of us also work at the same themes from different angles. Within government, I think there's also a lot of all-of-government approaches, what we call. There's important need to bring not only education and health, but also the economic sector, the IT sector, the industry. All of us have to have a lens through which we see the human capacity. But as international organizations or regional ones, I think it's also our responsibility to join forces, to work together, because each one brings a different capacity or a different advantage point. There are many examples where we do that. For example, we are working in many fragile states where sometimes the implementation is harder, and there's a lot of work that we do jointly with UN agencies, like UNICEF, like World Food Programme, like UNESCO, like many others, depending. And the key is that we all work towards better results, and that we all have a common goal in mind so that we can maximize the efficiency of our work, and we do that together. I also want to stress that it is important to do that, especially in lower capacity environment, because we want to be together building rather than overwhelming the institutions. And that we have many examples of those as well in Jordan, in the region, in Yemen. In previous role, I worked in Europe. We did that also in many countries there. So the examples are there, and the opportunity is there, and it's on us to really work together to achieve that.
And Sadia, the problem is competition between countries. Is it naive to think that we will all be in this together and that we will tackle this collectively and we will work cross-border to come up with, cooperative solutions? Or is this just a big global race to upskill, to reskill, and to be the country that is best with the new skills for the new jobs as they emerge?
So the way we approach this is, how do you take the best examples from that competition, as you call it, and let's try to make that very public, very visible, and make it easier for the best examples to be emulated, to be scaled around the world. We started in 2020 an initiative called the Reskilling Revolution, with a target that over 10 years we will aim to help reskill and upskill and better educate 1 billion people around the world. So we've set ourselves a target of 2030. And the way we're trying to do it is, one, global frameworks, solutions, lighthouses, best examples. We've created a global skills taxonomy. We've created an education 4.0 taxonomy. We've created lighthouses on skilling. We're about to create lighthouses on AI augmentation. How do you actually make that work well? And then combining that with country-level activities. So in 20 countries, we've helped set up education, skills, and jobs accelerators. And together, this set of work has already reached 600 million people, so well ahead of the target that we had set ourselves. So I believe, at least, that it's very possible from the experiments that we've done so far that we can actually surface the best-in-class knowledge and get countries to put some of this in place. In my view, this is not a competition. I think there is going to be a global race for talent, which is not about competition between countries, but about ensuring that everybody is prepared for this fourth industrial revolution. So there's a lot of opportunity to learn from each other, and that's something that we're very keen to take forward with more countries than the 20 we've been working with.
And that idea of learning, Sumitra, let me bring you in again at this point, because we hear a lot, don't we? And we will hear a lot today about lifelong learning. And it's that idea that you can't just get a degree and that's it. This is a new way of thinking about how we educate ourselves over our entire lifespan. Have we got our head around that concept yet, do you think?
I think, I want to support Sadia's efforts and the World Economic Forum's efforts because they're in the right direction completely. It's not really a competition, it's a collaboration, and we have to learn from each other. Now, it's very important also, as Fadia mentioned, this partnership across institutions, and universities play a very important role in the partnership. Now, what is critical is that universities also have to change, and I'm very acutely aware of that myself, is that we have to evolve with the times. Yeah. And we have to be able to reconceptualize our business model, our products, our services. Today, most universities conceptualize, or at least think of the products as a 4-year product or a 2-year product or a 1-year product, largely, by and large. And I think learning doesn't happen in 4-year or 2-year blocks. Learning happens on a lifelong basis. We've talked about how new skills have to be acquired on a continuous basis, and we have to play a role in that. And I think the most important challenge for us is to rethink our university structure, governance, products, and services such that they're more compatible for what is required for the customers in the longer run. Lifelong learning is a necessity, and we have to play a role in that.
And Ambassador Haifa, how do we make sure that this transformation is equitable? Because it's very easy for us to see, and we've touched on it already, that maybe universities are targeting certain students. How do we make sure that everybody is part of this transformation?
I think it's important when we are looking at policy, we need to ensure that we're thinking about everybody involved. We can't forget one group or the other. This is something that we see this across the board when we see, I focus a lot on conflicts because my days are spent talking about the conflict in Ukraine and Gaza, and we rarely do we see people discussing all elements of society. One of the key things that I'll give you a concrete example when we talk about peace prevention or mediation, we need to ensure that we have women around the table, for example. That is one of the key elements that has proven, according to studies, will reach to sustainable peace. And these are the things. This is how we ensure that whatever policies that we have are equitable. We need, and just to add, if I may, to what some of the panelists have said. I echo the necessity of adapting the international organizations or multilateral world to the future skills. The system that is created today was created in a post-World War II environment. Are we ready, as the UN, as European Union, as any other international organization, together with governments, are we ready to tackle future issues? Do we have the human capability in the organizations, in our governments, to be able to tackle these future challenges? I would also like to add that we do need to work together. Future challenges like climate change, climate disasters. We see the wars today. It's not an issue that countries can tackle alone, but it's a global and collaborative effort, and we need to work together. I don't think we have a choice in that.
Yes, and I wonder too, and we've got a session this afternoon looking at whether we can learn lessons from other industries, be it healthcare because of the pandemic or climate change and the effects of that. Kai, just on that issue of reskilling, I'm just looking at some of the numbers here. 60% of jobs today did not exist in 1940. That still blows my mind. Yeah. That is 60% of jobs today did not exist in 1940. That revolution is happening again right now, isn't it? How do we prepare for it?
You're spot on, Ben. So, and we know from our parents or grandparents, they set off for a career and they did this career for their whole life often. And this is just not how the world works anymore. We've seen that with AI now, and this is the scale that we're talking about. I always compare it to the agricultural revolution. So back in the days, 95% of human capability was focused on agriculture, meaning people were in the fields to make sure that everyone had something to eat. Today, this number has gone down to about 1.5%. So that has freed up 93.5% of human capability that can now be applied to new topics. And all the things that we see around us, this conference, kind of the planes that we took to be here, all these industries it was only possible to create them because we freed up that capability. Yep. This is what makes me really excited about the future, because it means we will again free up this amount of capability that we can then apply to the topics that the ambassador has just highlighted, climate change, the mental health epidemic that we're seeing in the world. What is important is making sure that we need to manage that transition. And I have a very strong belief that it's very important that people feel like they're participating in economic opportunities in the world. I think a lot of terrorism, extremism that we see in the world is based on the fact that people do not have opportunities. So we need to make sure that we give people access to opportunity. And I think AI, online learning are ways to do that. There's a lot of programs we have a program that we do together with Google for Palestine. We have programs for underprivileged youth in many parts of the world that we do. And I believe that allowing people equal access to these opportunities, regardless of where they are, regardless of whether they are in a city, in a rural area, whether they are men, whether they're women. And we see this, another example, we see women have for a very long time been cut off by education because they do a lot of care work. They might have to be closer to home. They can't relocate necessarily in a big city for different reasons. Yes. And now online education allows us to bridge that gap and open these opportunities up. And I think this is an absolute key.
Yeah, and that's the point. And Sadia, I want to bring you in at this point because I know a lot of your work has looked at women's empowerment, hasn't it? And I wonder whether technology makes this revolution more gender equitable.
I think it's possible. I do think it still requires some efforts on the part of platforms, on the part of governments to ensure that there is that equal digital access. But to Kai's point, there's such a huge opportunity within these technologies themselves, not to create the disruption, but to create the personalization that allows everybody to be able to do the kind of reskilling and upskilling that gears them towards their future job based according to their choices, and supporting them exactly where they are in their skills journey. So there's a huge amount of personalization possible, and I think that can only help make things more inclusive and gender equitable.
And we also touched on conflict, and this is something you've looked at as well, isn't it, Fadia? That conflicts, especially what we see right now, eroding human capital. So I wonder why collaboration across different organizations can help, particularly in those settings too. Just explain what you mean by that.
it's critical when we are dealing with crisis, and unfortunately we've seen many of it, whether it's health, whether it's conflict, whether it's other natural disasters, that we don't just think about the hard side and the buildings and the roads. It is about building human capital again, because that's really the best way to build a nation. And in the past, we used to be in the old system, we used to think more of the infrastructure part. And now I think they have to be integral part of human capital. But to do that, it has to be one inclusive. We have to put all the voices around the table, and we have to work all of us together. Because in a small conflict, the last thing you need is competition, and the usual thing you need is a lot more effort to go together. The good thing is that we're seeing a lot of good examples of that in Yemen, where even now in Gaza, we're seeing some examples. We are seeing some example in Ukraine and other parts of the world. So we have examples to build on, and we have more collaboration. But it all goes back to thinking of the right voices around the table as we start planning and building. And for that, I think whether it's gender or youth or elderly or everybody involved should be heard and should contribute to that.
And Sumitra, a final word to you. Just as we lay out some of the challenges that we'll talk about today, I wonder who was responsible for this upskilling. And I think I know what you will tell me. But is it the candidates? Is it the students? Or is it industry itself? Who is responsible for making sure the workforce of tomorrow has the skills that it needs?
Well, the easy answer is all of them. And I think we all have to play our role in that. Industry has to play its role, university has to play the role. But I really also think that faculty, and I think we haven't spoken about faculty as much, professors who are the leaders and administrators in the classroom and the universities, they also have to change. I think often the biggest bottleneck to change is faculty themselves. And being a faculty member myself, I realize fully well that we have to change in order to be able to allow the system to change and to serve our students better.
Perfect. And that is a very neat way for us to end, laying out some of the challenges, certainly for the issues we will discuss today. Ladies and gents, please thank my panel. Thank you. And so, as the panel make their way off stage, you may have seen the video that we showed you just a little earlier. It is a very special video looking at the launch of the National Curriculum Centre. So before we get on to our next session, let me show you that video once again.
Behold, pay careful attention. Do you notice the details? We perceive the complete view with all its aspects. We don't overlook the gaps. We recognize them. We construct bridges of knowledge, values, and skills. We realize different civilizations, and we realize different.
It really is incredible to see the launch there of the National Curriculum Centre. Now, our next speaker argues that throughout history, our time has been defined and controlled by the powerful. Today, he says, that is still true, but he says we can regain control. I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Guy Standing.
Thank you very much, and good morning. There's nobody more boring than an economist who's just written a new book on the subject on which I'm going to be speaking in the next few minutes. We are living in the middle of a global transformation, the painful construction of a global market system. It started with a revolution in economics, and I'm an economist, back in the 1970s and 1980s that we called neoliberalism, about free markets, deregulation, financial liberalization, and so on. And this has changed. We no longer have that system, but we have a system of rentier capitalism in which more and more of the income is flowing to the owners of property, physical property, financial property, and intellectual property. And less income is flowing to those who perform labor in labor markets. And this is creating a new pattern of inequality and insecurity in which GDP growth does not actually result in less inequality or less insecurity. This is a fundamental contextual challenge that all of us should be thinking about. And I want to highlight 4 trends in the next few minutes. The first is that we have seen in the process of globalization and this technological revolution that's taking place, a new globalized class structure. A class structure in which we have a plutocracy and an elite gaining rentier income, but a new mass class in the world. I called this class the precariat. I wrote a book in 2011, which has been translated into 25 languages and resulted in me being asked to make presentations in over 40 countries, because it's a global phenomenon. It consists of millions and millions of people who are facing multiple forms of insecurity, insecure, unstable labor, in which they have no occupational narrative to give to their lives, no occupational identity. They have to do a lot of work for labor that isn't remunerated. They have low and volatile incomes and are exploited by various forms of debt. This is their reality. Worst of all, they are millions and millions of people who are losing the rights of citizenship even in their own countries. They feel like supplicants, dependent on benevolent landlords, employers, bureaucrats, or whoever. And this precariat is a new dangerous class in the sense that it is subdivided into some what I call atavists, people who do not have a lot of education, and they look to a lost past, and they want that past back. And these people tend to vote for neo-fascist populists. We are seeing more young people around the world turning to far-right political agendas. We should be scared. Second, there are what I call the nostalgics, the people who've lost a sense of the present. Migrants, minorities in various places, millions of people who feel disenfranchised and disillusioned. And then we have a third group in the precariat called the progressives. Those who went to university or college and they were promised by their parents and their teachers that if they did that, they would have a future. And they come out knowing that they bought a lottery ticket with a very low probability of success. They won't vote for neo-fascist populists, but they're looking for a new ecological politics, a politics of paradise, and they're not seeing it. The question I pose to all of us here today is, are our deliberations in a conference like that relating to the precariat of the world? I leave that as an open question. The second theme I want to highlight, which is in the new book, is that we are faced with a new politics of time. All the boundaries of our activities are breaking down. A person is in a job, but actually is doing a lot of stuff outside a job that they have to do that isn't counted in our statistics. Work for labor, work for the state, work for reproduction, work for retraining, learning a new box of tricks, a sort of anti-aging pill. This is the reality for many people in the precariat. We need to free time. We need a politics to give people control of their time. The third theme I want to emphasize is a painful one for many of us. I'm a professor in universities. I've been an international civil servant in the United Nations. And I feel very uncomfortable when we think about education. Because in my lifetime, we've seen an educational commodification. A commodification in which education's traditional great purpose as an emancipatory process, as teaching us, as Thomas Jefferson said, how to be a good citizen, about the search for truth, paideia, as the ancient Greeks referred to it. How this great emancipatory ideal of education has been lost in the pursuit of human capital. Ladies and gentlemen, human capital sounds worrying. It suggests that education's primary purpose is to make us better than the others, to succeed where others become losers. Of course, every educationalist worth his or her salt will say, no, that's not what it is. But if everything is privatized and commodified in the education system, that tendency will tend to prevail. We need an education that liberates the human spirit, that regards moral values, moral integrity as fundamental. Why is it today that more and more people are politically disengaged? They go with emotions. They are not prepared to withstand the mal-developed information systems coming through AI and electronic gadgetry. So more and more people are living a life of political superficiality. We need to think about that, because education must be balanced to provide us with moral values. And the last theme of my talk is that we are living in an age of uncertainty. Uncertainty to an economist is different from insecurity. It's about unknown unknowns. The fact that we cannot predict the probability of being hit by a shock. And yet we are living at a time of polycrisis, of multiple forms of threat. Pandemics, we've already had 6 pandemics this century. Financial crises anytime. Natural disasters. And millions of people are living in this uncertainty. And this is why we are seeing insecurities leading to mental health crises, deaths of despair. Never would I have thought I would be standing in Riyadh and saying that in the United States and in my own country and a number of other countries, life expectancy is declining. This is an existential crisis, friends. And we are seeing more shocks, more hazards, and less robustness, less immunity to shocks, and less resilience. People feel they lack resilience. And this lack of resilience needs to be confronted if we are to turn education and human capabilities into something sustainable and oriented to the ecological future that the young want for tomorrow. We need ex-ante protection, not ex-post compensation for the realization of a shock. That is why I've promoted basic income as a right, and why last week in Ramallah, I was asked to present a paper promoting an emergency basic income for the occupied West Bank if this wretched war could be ended. We need a new approach, an approach that enables everybody to develop their human capabilities. Thank you very much.
Dr. Guy standing there, thank you very much. Dr. Guy standing, speaking there, a number of themes we'll be picking up in our next panel. He did speak about education, and I want to remind you of that first announcement that we had today, first of quite a few, I'll tell you. Today, the National Curriculum Center launched here in the Kingdom. It pioneers curriculum development not just in Saudi Arabia, but in the wider region. So, absolutely delighted now that you'll be joining, Dr. Guy will be joining our next session as we assess how some of the labor market trends are transforming the world of work. We'll be looking at emerging economies as well as the more developed economies. And we'll take a special look at those people that Dr. Guy spoke about just a moment ago. He called them the precariat, those who are at the sharp end of the stick. Let's welcome our panel. Absolutely delighted to welcome you, as along with Dr. Guy Standing, we're delighted to have with us the CEO of the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development, Peter Cheese. There's no man who knows more about human resources than you. We also have the Executive Vice President, Human Resources at SABIC, Faisal Al-Swalem. And next to me, delighted to have Cabinet Secretary from the Kenyan Ministry of Labour and Social Protection, Honourable Florence Bohr. Welcome to you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Guy, I'm not going to let you let up yet. I want to have a word from you. You spoke about a number of themes that we'll touch on in this panel. Let's start, first of all, with some of the data from the international labor markets. You mentioned the insecure folks, the precarious, the precariat. What do you think is the most important data as we look out at labor markets post-pandemic? What is the implication it has for human development?
I think with reference to this conference, one of the phenomena that I would like to give special emphasis is that for the first time in history, we have a mass class in the world whose level of schooling is greater than the level of the labor they are expected to perform. This is a unique historical phenomenon. And this leads to what I've called a status frustration effect. People feel, and I used to work in the International Labour Organization, and we had a concept called visible underemployment, in which person is supposedly fully employed, but is actually only using part of their skills. But we don't have good statistics on the skill distribution of our population in any country of the world. We do not have knowledge of the skills that people possess. And this, I think, is a major phenomenon of frustration, of anomie, of hopelessness, and alienation. Many people are in what's called bullshit jobs. And sorry if I offend somebody, but this is a reality of millions of people. Okay. So I think that's a particular problem.
All right. Thank you. Honourable Minister, I'd love to come to you. Kenya, one of the most thriving economies. Tell us what some of the most important labour market developments are there. What should we be looking at?
Thank you very much. Kenya has been undergoing a lot of changes in the workplace. We have both the informal and the formal jobs. The informal sector is really growing at a faster rate than the formal jobs. And because of that, you'll find most of our Kenyan are now venturing out for jobs in the international markets. They're going for foreign jobs, and that is where we have our focus as a government, that we want to ensure that the demand from the global market for jobs, we are able to train our youth to be able to fit or adapt to the various jobs that are available out there. So our focus currently is on labor migration, and even as we focus on labor migration, it is one of where we get the highest foreign remittances from through labor migration. And it's even overtaking other...
labor migration from where?
From Kenya to the rest of the world. Currently, we have about 4 million Kenyans out there looking for those jobs. And even already in the jobs in the foreign markets. And going forward, the numbers will increase drastically.
Let's come back to that issue around labor migration in a moment. Let's touch on some of the other big themes. Now, Faisal, I'd love to speak to you about part of Vision 2030 in the Kingdom includes increasing the number of women in the workforce. So great to see so many women here today. As a national champion, SABIC is part of this drive. So tell us more about that.
Yeah, thank you. So let's first look at the Kingdom Vision 2030. And under the thriving economy for female participation in the labor market, the baseline target was set at 22.8%. Now we are at 34.5%. And if you look at the industrial sector, the hiring of females has increased 93% over the last 3 years. And we have right now over 63,000 females working in plants around the Kingdom. Now, SABIC is a national champion for sure for petrochemicals, but it also has a proven record to be a national champion for development, for job creation, for learning, and contribution to the GDP. And let me take a couple of examples to highlight here. Early 2023, more than 14 companies worked together with the Ministry of Human Resource and Social Development in an initiative called WAID. And the intention was to partner between the public sector and the private sector to develop and train over 1.1 million Saudi men and women over the next 2 years. SABIC, among others, had specific target among these 2 years. And within 2023, SABIC was able to achieve more than 480% of the set record that was supposed to be achieved in 2025. Therefore, topping all the 14 plus companies that has participated in such a great initiative to develop Saudi men and women. In addition to this, through the SABIC local content program, which we called Musanid, SABIC was able to create job opportunities for female for more than 10,000 job opportunities for female in the last 5 years. Now, in addition to this, SABIC scholarship program, which is meant for Saudi bright young talent of male and female, is right now almost equally split between men and women. In addition to this, and it's since the launch of the Kingdom Vision 2030, SABIC has launched a targeted program for leadership development for the government agencies and sectors to support in leadership capabilities, skills, learning, and knowledge that help leaders within the government sectors thrive and develop more and focus on how they could bring the right effectiveness in their relevant organization. This program is right now is in its 7th year, and it keeps continue to evolve with great participation of both leaders of the private sector and public sector from men and women. Now, my last comment is, if we take a look at the petrochemical industry, in the last 20 years, I have seen a great increase in the participation of females in the petrochemical industry, which is a great thing. But however, if you look at the number of women in the petrochemical industry, it is still about approximately 25%.
Right.
So I believe we still have room to grow.
Peter Cheese, tell me that inclusion is a theme all over the world. Can you give us a sense of how HR directors are approaching this idea of inclusion more broadly?
Yeah, thank you, Edie. It is absolutely, as you said, I think a global question that's being asked and has been asked increasingly over recent years. I think part of it plays to the points that Guy made. But certainly what I've seen as the professional body for HR, we have 160,000 members, is very much promoting the idea of diversity and inclusion. I certainly want to echo what you said, Faisal. Having come to the Kingdom over many years, it's great to see the progress for particularly more women into the workplace. I think for our profession and for business, I mean, I always think, all right, why would this be important to business? And it's pretty clear why it's important, because we need to be able to open up all of our supply chains in terms of talent. The more diverse our talent and workforce is, the more innovation that comes. You have workforces that represent societies and the communities that we serve. So there's a very, very clear business reason for it. At the same time, and particularly I think now through North America and Europe and the EU, you're seeing a lot more legislation, which is requiring organizations to look at different characteristics of diversity. So if I take the UK, the Equalities Act there talks about 9 protected characteristics. And in addition to that, requiring organizations to report more on things like gender pay gap. And I think we will see, therefore, regulation also encouraging businesses to do more of this. But there is some pushback too, if I'm honest. I think what we've seen emerging, particularly in North America and Europe, is more of this debate about, has this gone too far? Are we over-emphasizing certain aspects of difference? And that's where I come back to the key point of inclusion. Inclusion's for everybody. And the practices that drive inclusion begin with things like culture and leadership, begin with an understanding that what we should be creating in organizations is organizations that are good for everybody, where everybody has a voice, where we respect difference and we value difference, and that we are not, through our channels of recruitment, for example, precluding people, but rather more including people, and then helping them to progress and develop through our organizations. And if we can do that more, we help to create the organizations we need for the future. And there are other things which are, I think, also important. I know in the Kingdom, for example, not just gender, but we're talking about things like disability, making sure people with disability have opportunities to work. And the exciting thing now is with technology and more flexible ways of working, we can also allow people to work from perhaps different work environments or from home. And that is helping us also to become more inclusive.
We certainly don't need to make the world any more diverse, do we? It is about making the world more inclusive.
Yeah.
So, Honorable Minister, I want to come back to that issue that you mentioned around migration, because I think it is so important. The world is absolutely on the move. But one of the themes that we'll explore a little bit later today as well is how to increase this labor mobility, recognizing that skills can be moved from one place to another if those qualifications are recognized across borders. So, how is Kenya working on this?
Thank you, Eddie. Kenya is working around labor mobility by ensuring that the graduates that we have, already that have the skills, are either reskilled and upskilled to ensure that they fit to the world market. And we have done that as a country by ensuring that the policies and the legal framework is advanced to ensure that we move the migrant workers in an orderly, in a safe way, and ensure that they are productive when they go out there. And we have done that as a ministry. We are focused on it. We want to ensure that we give the best to the world or to the global market. As a country also, we have ensured that, for instance, the first thing that we have as a country, the resource that we have as a country is a human resource. We have graduated very many of our youth from various colleges, the middle-level colleges that we call the TVET. That is the training that you do in the middle level to ensure that they have a skill, a lifelong skill, and which they can be able to adapt to any working environment along their lives and anywhere in this world. So our greatest resource as a country is the human resource that we have, which is well trained, which is also we can vouch for them for any market out there. Thank you.
Interesting. Dr. Guy Standing, despite the best efforts of the excellent ministers of labor like Honorable Florence here, despite what we're hearing about including women, inclusion more generally, technology helping some of us who may not have been able to work before work, there's still people who are out on the edge. And you mentioned in your speech universal basic income that could provide a basic safety net for people. Now, you've actually done a lot of work around this, and I'd love to hear where you have seen it work and what are some of the things about it that might surprise people in the audience.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, I've been advocating a basic income for over 30 years, and I've always believed that we should have basic income as an economic right of everybody in a good society, because it's a matter of common justice. Justice, if we allow private inheritance of private wealth, in a sense, a basic income is a dividend on public wealth created by the many generations before us. I also believe a basic income enhances freedom, particularly for a woman to say no to an oppressive relationship, exploitation, or whatever, and a freedom to be moral. One cannot be moral unless one has material security in which to be able to make decisions on moral grounds. And it's also a matter of basic security, because we lack basic security, and that's a human need. And if we don't have basic security, our mental bandwidth shrinks. Our mental capacity to be rational shrinks. Let's be honest. And in a globalized, disruptive economy as we have today, our traditional forms of social security do not reach the people I'm talking about, the precariat, the people in the informal economy in Kenya and so on. And I've been very privileged in having done pilots around the world where we've provided thousands of men, women, and children with a basic income. In India, in Namibia, in Kenya, in Brazil, in Canada, in Finland, in Wales. I'm just advising the government in Wales. And consistently, and there are now over 100 pilots around the world, consistently the findings are these. It results in an improvement in mental health, an improvement in physical health, an improvement in the capacity to learn, an improvement in schooling, an improvement in school performance, an improvement in women's status, an improvement in work and productivity in work.
That's what's, I think, what's extraordinary.
The challenge is political today.
Yeah.
We can afford it. We can afford it. There are various ways I've explained in my books. The question is political. Do we want people to have basic security? Do we want people to feel free?
And I think what's extraordinary is people do work more, and that is what is so extraordinary. We're at limited time. We're covering some big themes. Thank you for that, Dr. Guy Standing. One of the other big themes, of course, since COVID has been localizing supply chains. Faisal, I'd love to hear how SABIC has done this.
Yes. So basically, COVID was a difficult time for, I think, global industries and businesses around the globe. And it has been, the same within SABIC and the petrochemical industry. But let me start by highlighting a few of the areas that we try to focus on, which enabled at least part of the mitigations that has started way earlier. So SABIC has created a local content program called Nusanit back in 2018. And the idea was to support the local industry to thrive, develop, and sustain certain businesses that could be least, or at least mitigate the impact of economical, geopolitical, and things like the COVID that might happen. And in that local content program, we have supported over 200 businesses, from startup, small and medium enterprises, whether they are developing or develop further, and also been able to thrive as commercially entities that contribute to the local GDP and contribute to the economy. Now, part of that as well, we have created more than 40 collaborative agreements throughout the globe and strategic supplier alliances that's supposed to at least help us push more through our local spend within the kingdom and also support our local sales and create over 30,000 jobs throughout the kingdom in the last 5 years. Now, through that as well, we were able to contribute more than 15 billion Saudi riyal into the GDP. That is part of the effort that has been spent to stabilize some of the industry levers that's supposed to grow the economy and help at least leverage fluctuations that might happen, whether it's the COVID likes or others. In addition to this, early in 2023, SABIC has signed with the Sharik program, which is the public-private partnership, the first agreements to establish a catalyst plant in Saudi Arabia. That is going to be a crucial step to localize one of the critical material that is very important for almost all chemical industry processes. And that's going to mark another area to stabilize and localize critical productions and critical material that's supposed to thrive and develop the industry, specifically on the energy side, but more toward the chemical side as well.
So this is like a veritable tour of labor market trends. One that we haven't mentioned artificial intelligence yet. Peter Cheese, you remind us in your book that in 1930, the British economist John Maynard Keynes thought that by 2030, people would only be working 15 hours a week. In fact, many people seem to be working 15 hours a day. What is your thought on whether technology, artificial intelligence will change this?
Well, it's an opportunity, isn't it? I mean, actually echoing some of what Guy has already said, that there is an inequality of distribution of work. And so there are many people working crazy hours. And what we see is things like workplace stress and work stress has been rising, which is ironic when we've been developing all this technology, hopefully to make us more, more productive. To Keynes's point, the thing he did not estimate or understand was that we've created more work. He was just looking at a finite amount of work and saying we could be more productive so we could work less time. We seem to have just been creating more and more work, and it's partly driven by consumerism and other things. But I think looking ahead, we have a huge opportunity, don't we? I think if we can harness in the right ways things like artificial intelligence, we can become more productive. We can create jobs that are better using human skills. We can eliminate a lot of the, hopefully, drudgery that exists in many jobs. And through that, perhaps have a more even distribution of work, reduce stress, which is also being echoed in things like mental health, which is clearly a growing issue. So I'm optimistic, but we have to plan for this. We can't just let it happen to us. You know, the themes of the conference about putting the human at the heart of all of our thinking is absolutely central. So we have to use technology responsibly. We have to use AI to design the jobs that allow people to work in better ways and more productively, perhaps with less stress and fewer hours. But also that making sure that in that process we are creating, therefore, good jobs that are using people's skills better and that are at the same time inclusive. Now, those are not easy things to do. So it is very, very important. And I certainly challenge my own profession, the human resources profession, to engage at the heart of that debate about how we bring technology together with jobs, building on ethical principles and responsible principles to say, let's make sure we create jobs that are good for people. Let's make sure we create jobs that use their skills effectively, that are also producing positive business outcomes, that are inclusive and not exclusive. So that's our goal.
Honourable Minister, I wonder if you want to come in on that, on technology, how you're seeing it as Minister of Labour, and also how, tell us a little bit more about the skilling and reskilling going on in Kenya.
Thank you, Eddie. With the changing world of work, we ought to train our people, and that is what we are focusing on, to ensure they change in times of technological advancements that are happening in the world. And we would want to train everyone and ensure no one is left behind. Ensure you train the women, especially the disadvantaged, the youth, the persons with disability, the refugees, the migrant workers, just to ensure that everyone is moved along to have a decent work environment and also to have a decent work to do for everyone to benefit from the workspace.
Guy, very briefly, you mentioned education. What do you think needs to change the most in education to keep up with the demands of a changing world of work?
I think we need education to be rescued from the trends to becoming just an industry. I think I'm very worried about the penetration of the education, universities, training systems by finance, private equity, going for short-term profit maximization rather than geared to developing us as human beings and developing social solidarity. I'm very worried about political lack of education.
Interesting.
And that many graduates come, I lecture at universities all around the world, and many graduates don't know the capital of Kenya or the capital of Saudi Arabia.
Right.
I mean, the degree of ignorance that is coming through by an excessive focus on human capital. Of course, we know that people's skills have to be developed.
Yeah.
But their culture, their history, their philosophy, their values are being neglected in this over-commercialized system. So for me, this is a crisis.
Absolutely.
And we need to rescue education from becoming just an industry.
Interesting. Faisal, last word for you. I wonder if you could tell us briefly about the importance of training within SABIC as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's fundamental for any industrial sector to have a structured training and development programs that support different levels, of youth who are coming into the workforce. I think I spoke briefly about some of the key programs that SABIC start to enable when people join the workforce. And I think this is a very crucial step to develop young talent at a very early stage, understanding various elements, not only the operational dimension, but also the technology dimension, the interaction and the well-being of people. And I think most importantly, you want to bring people to understand how they could work together. And fundamentally, this is the key factor that would help them all not only thrive, but also support the organization, develop their knowledge and skills through collaboration and engagement. And you need in companies a structured value system that put all of this together. SABIC has put together a very structured, matured value system that puts learning and developments in the heart of it. And I think that is factoring all leadership levels to look at how the talent, since the start of them joining into the workforce, how they might evolve and how they could thrive and how they could contribute. And wherever is needed, there are the right interventions that are set in place. This is not the responsibility of a manager, but it's the responsibility of a corporation with an integrated value system that looks after this regularly and evaluates not only financial performance, but performance against the people development, which is core and fundamental to SABIC, and I believe in most industries, especially in the energy sector, which is in Saudi Arabia, I believe, has a higher maturity than other industries, let's say, across the globe, probably.
Peter, it's fascinating, isn't it? Because Dr. Standing is talking about how the education system is failing many people. We're hearing how companies are developing their own training systems to retrain, continue to upskill people. It's quite extraordinary. Tell us about how how you see this more broadly around the world. Are we seeing more companies reskilling their own people, depending less on the traditional education system and doing it themselves? And is that worrying?
Well, I think there are a lot of reasons for this. Not least, it was talked about in the opening video, that the nature of jobs and skills is changing very rapidly. People talk about a half-life of job skills of 4 years or less. That says in the workplace, we have got to invest in skills. And in many companies, in many countries, we have not invested enough in the workplace for the skills of our people. We've depended perhaps too much on education producing what I used to describe as oven-ready employees.
Right.
And I didn't think that was ever possible. Education needs to provide the basic skills that we all need. And interestingly, more and more companies are saying, I want people with the right attitude and aptitude for learning and development. I want them to be able to collaborate and to communicate. I want them to think critically. Now, those skills should come out of education. Then in the workplace, we've got to invest more. And the final point on all of this is so much of what we're talking about in this conference, which is true, is the world is changing at a faster and faster pace. And the core to our ability to adapt as organizations is to properly invest in the training and upskilling of our people and to use technology more and more to enable that.
All right, thank you so much to all of my panel, to Faisal Al-Swaylan, to Dr. Guy Standing, to Peter Cheese, and to Honorable Florence Bohr. Let's give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. So we were speaking there. Thank you very much. We'll let you exit. We were focusing there on international labor markets. We heard not only from the developing economies, from Kenya, from Dr. Florence, or Honorable Florence Bohr, about developments there, about their focus on migration, on making sure that the skills that Kenyans have can be taken elsewhere in the world. We heard about the many thousands of Kenyans who are working elsewhere. We heard there from Peter Cheese about the really interesting developments within companies who are working with education systems to bring people in and then continuing to upskill them. And we heard a very specific example from SABIC, national champion of Saudi Arabia, about how they continue to bring their people along, reskilling. Really interesting focus on gender and inclusion. We heard about some statistics about Saudi Arabia, increasing the number of women in the workforce, already surpassing some of the targets set, of course. And we also heard about how that inclusion continues to be a focus for companies all over the world. Peter Cheese there speaking about how companies are looking at, in the United Kingdom, for example, 9 or 10 different measures of protected statuses, and how it's a really important collaboration between governments and companies in terms of what needs to be done to include more people. Right. We're ready for our next session. A very special guest is joining us today. Absolutely delighted and honored to welcome, please help me welcome him, Minister of Energy for Saudi Arabia, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud.
Wow, that's a big audience. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very proud to be with you here, and I'm very much grateful for His Excellency Yusuf Banyan and his colleagues for inviting me to this event. I guess before I start, I was sneaking in the back stage, hearing the conversation that was just taking place a while ago. And I heard one of the participants in a commotion type of statement about education and how education is lacking in even making sure that people do know what is the capital of Saudi Arabia. Well, I have to assure him that not only the capital of Saudi Arabia, but also Mecca, Medina, and Riyadh, they're glowing and shining in every map in planet Earth. Now, in our ecosystem, that's what I call it, the energy ecosystem, we, amongst other sectors in Saudi Arabia, we are fortunate this time around that we are being KPI'd. We have the strategies, we have the KPIs, and we have the follow-ups in trying to see how much we're faring in achieving our strategies and how much we are enabled to achieve them. And if we are enabled, we shall achieve them, because it serves the very subjects, which I would call it the subject of all subjects, the topic of all topics, which is human resource development. Eventually, and primarily, I cannot conceive any development program that does not focus primarily on human resource development. I guess the measure, and probably the most relevant measure in measuring up how a society is developed, it would have to be how much human resources have been developed, how much they've been given the opportunity to be educated, to be trained, to be able to fend for themselves. Now, our sector suffers from a sort of double whammy. I'm talking about the energy sector globally, because it has been conceived for so long, so many years, that the energy sector has its own hardships, which disallow female from participating. So actually, by global statistics, on averages, basically every other sector has roughly around the 40%, 39 to 49% of female participation, while unfortunately, with regard to the energy sector, I think the global number is around 15%. That actually gives us, even in our case in Saudi Arabia, the number is way much lower than even the 15%. So the task that we have is mammoth, is difficult, but it's doable. And that's why I want to take some time just to explain to you what we are doing to achieve that holistically, looking at the sector comprehensively. And if you don't mind, I'll move with my presentation, if the clicker can work. This is usually the kind of issues that the world goes through when looking at human resource development. You still have an issue of youth attraction, working environment, working retention, and search for subject matter experts, knowledge transfer, and female integration into the workforce. This is what we conceive ourselves as a sector, not only our sector, but also the additional pillars of how can we achieve that. You could see that our business lines are described at the top of this. And then we talk about the government agencies, ministries and agencies that are involved with us. You will see that we don't identify ourselves as a silo, but we incorporate others that are working with us. Because I honestly believe that there is no chance and no relevance to the idea of working in silo. You will have to bring every other party being involved with you that can lend support and help. And certainly, when it comes to human resource development, I honestly believe that there is no chance, there is a fat chance that you do things without the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Labor. But also, we incorporate also educating institution or training entities in, again, ensuring that we achieve our strategic focus, which is the workforce planning and orchestration, capability building, attraction and retention, and again, female empowerment. I have to confess that this is a subject that I take special interest in, not only myself, but our leadership. And you just have to look around into this stage and the back stages, and you would see how effective over the last 5 or 6 years women empowerment has been. And I am sure that if you visit us again every year, attending to this event, you will see how much women empowerment has been taken seriously. Now, the way we will achieve it, we have an oversight committee. It is chaired by myself, and it encompasses every government agency that we have anything to do with it, including the ecosystem government agencies. We certainly have technical advisory committee and it is bundled into oil and gas and petrochemical, clean hydrogen, carbon management, and power, renewable, of course, and nuclear. And each team will be working across the below tracks, which is higher education and research and development, technical, what they call them, the TVET programs, and the professional and professional training. I don't want to get into the very details because of the time limitation. Again, you could see that we are in this chart, we try to make sure that people understand and comprehend that we are much more focused on the, as I said, the holistic workforce planning, the capability building, and the awareness of attraction, that is to go even to schools. We have a program called Mishkat at K-Care. We go to schools, we go to universities, we reach out to every corner in this country, trying to advocate and attract youth at the early stage of intriguing them to have some ambition with regard to the energy sector. This is what we are going to try to achieve. We're using this approach just to give you an idea of how we are thinking and how much it is being collaborated. We see somewhere around 150,000 jobs being created, including not only working in chemical plants and what have you, or renewable facilities, but also we see a lot of jobs are coming through the localization program. We also are committed to a localization program, which is a 75% localization program. So we want to make sure that in human resource, Saudization target is achieved by 2030. And in doing so, working with these two numbers, we have identified that there are education, training gaps. And primarily, you would find them not in the conventional part of the industry, oil, chemical, and what have you, but you find it more to do with renewable, with hydrogen, with nuclear, and with the specific industries that we are trying to incubate as part of our localization program, which is, in my view, it is totally disheartening. The localization program, if it wasn't for the fact that Aramco had Ektifa, SABIC had their own program and SEC, we will be still tailing back, way back into June. However, these three programs had created a bigger base or a pillar upon us to launch our program from. So probably I would say that the energy sector has the biggest chance to achieve the 75% localization than probably any other sector. Now, when it comes to women empowerment, I have to say to our friends from visiting us from abroad, which is something that I'm very proud of, not only myself, but everybody in the government from top to the last employee. In fact, as a society, we have transcended, I don't know, 100, 150 years of fighting for that cause, actually 200 years. Back in Britain, when they had that movement on women empowerment, I forget the name of it, but you can look it up. Back in the US, when the New Deal was announced, and President Roosevelt announced the bigger changer where you have allocations and percentage and quota under the title of affirmative action, which tells a lot that the perception of women and minorities, to be candid about it, had its own condescending anomaly, which it says that female, having got the talent, having got the equipment, having got the capacity or the stamina to be given a chance to work, with the exception of few things. But it turned out, and if we avoid the 3 to 4 decades that we had to endure, which I would have to call it, as I have always been saying it for a few times now, I call it the black box or the black period. People called it the days of al-Sahwa. I used to call it the days of Ghafwa. And I'm not shy of saying it again. They were the days of Ghafwa, because only now, with our current leadership, we went to a self-discovery of what is truly the bigger machine for our economy. And you will find it in two, no more than the two that I'm going to mention: youth and women empowerment. And they are delivering. I belong to an institution. I belong to an ecosystem. It really gives me the pleasure, standing in front of you here, to say I'm probably one of the most proudest ministers in this cabinet, whereby I could easily and proudly and honorably say I am proud to be working with this ecosystem that has so many young men and young women that are delivering the vision of 2030. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. for that. Absolutely fascinating. Your Royal Highness, I'm going to ask you to come join us here on center stage, and may I also invite the Minister of Education as well, His Excellency Yusuf Al-Benyan, to join me here up on stage. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. We have two very, very special announcements for you today. The first is the launch of the CAPSARC School of Public Policy, dedicated to developing the next generation of executives, leaders, and policy thought leaders. I'd also like to welcome the founding dean of CAPSARC School for Public Policy, Dr. Ghada Al-Arifi, to give some remarks.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today at the Human Capability Initiative under the patronage of the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, we are reminded of Vision 2030, the Kingdom's ambitious roadmap for transformation, which comes with huge aspirations to create a positive impact through the way we live, think, and tackle the global challenges of today for a better future. Today represents a significant milestone, the launch of the CAPSARC School of Public Policy. Our vision is rooted in the commitment made by His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud only a year ago, in February 2023. His Royal Highness announced that CAPSARC will be establishing a graduate school for public policy, and with his visionary leadership, we are thrilled to be announcing this with you all today. Over the past 12 months, our committed team at CAPSARC has worked tirelessly to transform his vision into reality. We have worked with distinguished experts on developing a cutting-edge graduate programs. Not only have we laid the foundation for the public policy school, but we have also provided executive education to over 600 employees working in 17 organizations in the public and private sector in over 130 days of training, with the aim of developing the capabilities of our nation's future leaders. At CAPSARC, we have established a culture of excellence, knowledge transfer, and thought leadership that inform policymakers locally and internationally. We are leveraging this competitive advantage into our school, and we are dedicated to maintain the highest standards of quality at the CAPSARC School of Public Policy. This event marks a noteworthy moment of pride for all CAPSARC and all of our partners, to whom I extend my heartfelt appreciation in making this dream a reality. Most importantly, this accomplishment would not have been possible without the encouragement and support of His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, whose passion for education, human capital development has inspired us every step of the way and provided the foundation upon which this school stands. We would like also to extend our gratitude to His Excellency, the Minister of Education, Yusuf Al-Benyan, the University Affairs Council, and the Human Capability Initiative for their invaluable support during the process for their invaluable support during the process of the school establishment. Without any further ado, it is our honor to present His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman and His Excellency, the Minister of Education, Yusuf Al-Banyan, with our first CAPSARC School of Public Policy ID badges as a token of our gratitude.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ghada Al-Arifi. Please do come join us on stage. And I will also ask to join us the President of CAPSARC, Fahad Al-Ajyan, as well as the Secretary General of the University Affairs Council, Dr. Bassem Al-Bassem, joining us on stage for the granting of the college license. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Let's gather everybody for a group photo as well. Thank you so much. Absolute congratulations on this great occasion. So, on the occasion of the CAPSARC School of Public Policy, congratulations. All right, we've got one more thing to do here. On the occasion of the CAPSARC School of Public Policy launch, Your Royal Highness, Your Excellency, may I ask for your permission to launch the new visual identity as well?
Yeah, but I want to add one word.
Of course.
Trust me, meritocracy work. This is an example of it.
All right, let's launch the new visual identity of the CAPSARC School of Public Policy. Okay, and we're now going to see a short video about the new CAPSARC School.
We would like to share a dream, one of shaping the future of public policy leaders within the kingdom and beyond.
I would claim that CAPSARC is the most enabled think tank in planet Earth. And now I want to also share with you the good news that we are going to build a college, a graduate college in public policy.
Our journey began with this vision. Collaborating with top-tier educational institutions, we launched executive training programs in public policy, leadership, and management. At the core of our mission was the creation of a cutting-edge curriculum, tailored to equip students with the knowledge, skills, and tools essential for navigating complex policy challenges. Our building symbolizes our dedication to environmental stewardship, setting ambitious sustainability standards, including a net zero energy designation and meeting energy needs with 100% renewable resources.
We owe it not to ourselves, but we owe it to the generations, coming generation, to ensure that we have a better future for the generations to come.
Today marks a significant milestone as we introduce the CAPSARC School of Public Policy.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Your Royal Highness, Your Excellency, if you could come join us back in the center of the stage, and thank you for joining us. President Al-Ajyan, Dr. Al-Bassem, Dr. Al-Arifi will allow you to take your seats as well. So our next announcement is about the transformation of SPSP into energy tech. May I please ask the CEO of SPSP, Mr. Bassem Al-Bukhari, to join the stage to say a few words.
Your Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to you. Today marks an unforgettable moment in the history of Saudi Petroleum Services Polytechnic. During the last 3 years, we have been through a major transformation process to move from petroleum to the energy status. We have reached 90% capacity utilization, increased the number of graduates to reach 13,000 Saudi youth graduates with employment opportunity, and obtain 15 international accreditation, putting SPSP among the top-tier vocational institute worldwide. Your Royal Highness, we are striving to meet your expectations, and we will be very proud to achieve it. We have enrolled women in the technical training in the 2 specialties. Electrical and safety, opening equal job opportunities for female in the energy sector. We are graduating the first batch on March 6. Moreover, 200, as we speak today, 200 new female trainees has joined the program who will graduate soon. As a part of our transformation to the energy, we have established our training center to be the regional certification hub. We have over 30,000 certifications that is being provided. Furthermore, we have trained and certified for over 470 engineers in the refining and the petrochemicals with specialties. When also we establish an energy leadership program to provide the sector with a competent leaders. As you can see here, and this is the first Saudi institute across the board and providing certification, and it is in South Korea. We have achieved major milestone, recognized as the best training program in the Arab world for operation and maintenance, and we reached the finalist for the Learning Excellence Award in 2024 in UK. And we are representing the kingdom in the world competition for the last 3 terms. Our new transformation strategy from petroleum to the energy has become bigger, and we expand to have the new vocational in the Western region soon. With a successful start in our transformation to support all the energy sector, which include petrochemicals, renewable energy, and clean hydrogen, it comes the moment to have a new chapter and unveiling a new brand that reflects our commitment to excellence, marking a new era for our institute in equipping Saudi youth with the skills and innovative mindset aligned with the energy vision and strategy. Our new identity concept comes from the kingdom values, history, and people, where the impossible becomes possible with our talent. It is inspired by the Vision 2030, which is sustainability and growth. Moreover, it represents the originality and reflecting the confidence and the power of our people. Your Royal Highness, we thank you for the inspiration to move to the new era and shift to globalization with the local values, ensuring the Saudization stamp in every program we have. Your Royal Highness, on behalf of our Board of Trustees and the founders and all the Institute employees, we kindly thank you for all what you give us inspiration, and thank you for allowing us to be here to inaugurate our new era and in the energy tech. Thank you.
Well, now, on the occasion of the transformation of SPSP into energy tech, Your Royal Highness, Your Excellency, may I ask for your permissions to launch the new visual identity? All right, let's have it. Fantastic. Let's find out now a little bit more about energy tech in this short video.
At the heart of the global energy market, Saudi Arabia stands as a beacon of potential, powering the world with its vast resources. Yet, the future demands more than just resources. It requires a skilled and trained workforce, ready to lead the transition into a new energy era. Established in 2008, SPSP was created through a strategic partnership led by the Ministry of Energy to foster Saudization and develop a pool of skilled experts for Saudi Arabia's expanding energy sector. Since its inception, SPSP has been a leader in vocational training, equipping thousands with the skills to drive the future of the energy sector. From its state-of-the-art facilities in Dammam and Al-Khafji. In line with the kingdom's impressive transformation, SPSP is embarking on a bold path of evolution and expansion, broadening its focus to encompass all aspects of the energy and industrial sectors worldwide.
Our new strategy signifies a transformative leap forward in sync with the latest energy strategies. Our growth is built on 6 transformative pillars, expanding our training institutes with a significant new facility in the Western region, focusing on HR solutions, specialized programs for refining and petrochemical expertise, a pioneering energy leadership development program, establishing the region's leading certification hub for energy disciplines, and adopting digital transformation with AI-enhanced learning methods.
These pillars reinforce our dedication to global standards in energy sector training and development. This strategy reflects our commitment to sustainable growth and aligns with Saudi Vision 2030's national development goals. The transformation brought us a new identity, a new name, but the same commitment to excellence. SPSP becomes Energy Tech. We are shaping the future, arming the global energy sector with a skilled, innovative workforce, ready for the challenges of tomorrow. Energy Tech, empowering the future of energy.
So, on the transformation of SPSP into energy tech, please come to the stage Deputy General Manager for Business Human Resources Development Fund, Firas Abba Al-Khail, to join the stage for the agreement between Energy Tech and Human Resources Development Fund.
graduates.
Thank you. We'll have a photo to commemorate the moment. Thank you very much. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, Your Excellency, and thank you to everybody involved.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we've had a number of announcements today. Stay tuned to where we are now, because we'll continue to have announcements throughout the next 2 days. So we're going to return to our program now. We've already heard about a growing skills gap. The estimate is that 44% of everyone's skills will be disrupted in the next 5 years. Mining and industry is no different. We're going to be hearing now on how Saudi Arabia is enabling its people to adopt frontier technologies. We're going to be welcoming now His Excellency Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Khoyaf, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources. Please give him a very warm welcome.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests from around the world, it's great to be here. It's an honor to join this prestigious gathering, welcoming you all to Riyadh and Saudi Arabia. I started my career in the private sector in 1993, selling capital goods, mainly machinery and equipment for the industrial sector. During those times, the biggest challenge for us is hiring the right technicians and engineers to do installations and training to our customers, and most importantly, do the after-sales service. With time, I have seen the development of different technologies, allowing us to depend more on the technology rather than on people. More on gadgets, handheld devices, laptops, to replace the bulky tools and toolboxes that we used to have as part of our assets in delivering our service to our customers, including the ability to diagnose equipment, but furthermore, actually, to do intervention and maintenance. The shift in technology I have seen inspires me today of the future. And I have learned 3 things. One is the ability of technology to actually do a lot of the technical jobs. Secondly, I have realized that it is those who actually embrace technology, be brave enough to adopt, are normally the winners. And the third thing I have learned is that all of this is in our favor in Saudi Arabia because it fits very well with our demographics and our speed. But let's talk about the global context. Globalization in the 21st century have led economies around the world, have led installations, different capabilities. Fueled with technology, such as automation, connectivity, Industry 4.0, 3D printing, additive manufacturing, and so on and so forth. Shifting economic competitiveness from manual work to think jobs, which impact jobs globally, where knowledge and skills have become more critical as a primary source of competitiveness. Transforming global economies into a skilled-based economy, this explains why we can find countries' economies growing, whereas doing it with less jobs. Why the World Economic Forum projects the share of jobs such as AI and robotics, etc., would contribute 20% of employment by 2030. This means a disruption of, as we have heard, 44% of the existing jobs. So what does this mean to us here in Saudi Arabia, and what are we doing about it? Well, it means that it's a great opportunity to embark in these new technologies, to allow our workforce access to the future. It means it's an opportunity for us that fits with our young generation who are tech savvy. It means that we can actually depend less on low-cost labor. And it also shows us the opportunity that governments can actually do to ensure its nation capitalize on the trends and changes in the global job market. So I'm proud to say, as a country, we have taken this seriously. We are mindful of these changes, and we are doing something about it. Three things I would like to focus on. One is fundamental, creating the right policies, regulations that are inviting to technologies, cybersecurity, investing in digital infrastructure, allowing for smart cities to be enabled, where we can see the future of Saudi Arabia becoming a plug and play. The other element of what we are doing is on the Human Capital Development Program, which aims to focus on a lifetime learning, skilling, training, educating, skilling, reskilling, and so on, with an ambition to have Saudis become a global competitive citizen. And the third angle of what we are doing here in Saudi Arabia on a national level is the creation of the RDI ecosystem, where we see research, development, and innovation becoming a great contributor to our economic growth. While we import technologies today, we aim to be exporting technologies. We have what it takes to be an innovative country. And this is the role of the RDI ecosystem, which is governed by a committee that is actually headed by His Royal Highness himself, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and Prime Minister. The RDI priorities have laid out multiple sectors such as health and wellness, sustainable environment and supply, energy and industrial leadership, and so on. In industry and mining, we have also designed our strategy, both mining and industry, to be looking at how we can incorporate new business models, technologies, and therefore shaping the future of jobs to meet our own citizens. We are doing a serious job in training. Only in 2023, we have been able, with the collaboration of our private sector, to train over 50,000 employees. In the last 5 years, I'm proud to say that we have been able to create 54% growth in our total workforce in the sector. And finally, we also were working with PIF, launched lately the National Automotive and Vehicles Academy. But we are not going to stop there. Today, as part of our continuous effort to build and nurture human capital, we are delighted to announce several announcements. The first is launching our human capital development strategy for industry and mining. This strategy entails 4 key objectives. The first is to cultivate, grow, and attract the right talent to achieve sector ambitions and fulfill emerging jobs. And the second is to empower the talent and leadership, create and complement the culture and environment for competitive human capital. And third, boost innovation, productivity, and future readiness of the human capital. And finally, drive a collaborative ecosystem where the ministry will orchestrate and build the regulatory foundation and the private sector will lead. The strategy also ranked different skills to be more important than others, such as cognitive skills, which showed to be the most important to be focusing on. And therefore, several initiatives have been laid out in our roadmap, more than 40 initiatives, focusing on upskilling, reskilling, training, and so on, where we aspire to train more than 370,000 people by 2035. Our second announcement is the National Academy for Industry. In support of our sector's goals, the Academy will be world-class leader, enabling regional capabilities, becoming a regional hub. It will act as the ecosystem enabler, being an overarching ability for different capabilities, capturing value of existing players and filling the gaps in the training ecosystem. We believe that the success could not be achieved without strategic partnership and collaboration with private sector. Today, in partnership with Porsche, we are delighted to announce the Porsche Academy by PAVE. This academy will be the first of its kind in the MENA region to nurture and boost to nurture and boost talents in technical and vocational training. Moreover, we are partnering with global recognized partners to shape the future of Saudi Arabia's workforce training and learning path, with Seoul Hyundai and Al Suwaidi Technical Academy to support the development of vast skills across Saudi's vast growing industries. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today we took a step forward. We learned, we shared, we grew. But let's not think this is the end of it. The chances are in our hand to grow the sector, to grow the skills of our workforce for the future. And I'm sure it will be an exciting journey. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for the detail there about that new initiative. We've been talking, haven't we, today about how to achieve lifelong learning and how to make sure that education today meets the needs of the jobs of tomorrow. How do we attract the best talent from all over the world? And how do we find the right people for the right jobs? And so with that in mind, as we've just heard there from the Minister, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the Human Capital Development Strategy for the industry and mining sectors.
In a world where standing still isn't an option, capabilities become the fuel that ignites our next industrial leap. The spark that propels us into a transformed future. This journey of progress wouldn't be possible without the dedication and expertise of our human workforce, the backbone of our industrial might. Here and now, the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources announces its Human Capabilities Development Strategy to tackle the ambition and enable the sector to cultivate and empower the right talent and leadership, boost innovation, and drive a collaborative ecosystem where MIM orchestrates and enhances private sector leads. With immense pride, we mark the inauguration of the National Academy for Industry, offering a wide range of impactful training programs in fabrication technology, the pharmaceutical and food industries, and much more. Alongside this landmark development, we unveil the Middle East's first of its kind Porsche Academy, fostering innovation and entrepreneurship. Additionally, we are excited to announce the launch of the Automotive and Vehicle Academic Programs, NAVA. These initiatives serve as cornerstones in our commitment to unlocking the boundless potential of our nation's human capital. Embrace the ever-changing landscape, seize the boundless possibilities offered by these academies, and let your true capabilities take flight.
It really is incredible to see so much detail about what is coming next, that the Human Capital Development Strategy for the mining and industry sectors. Now, we will look at resilience. It is a word that we're going to hear a lot about today. But what does it mean in this context? And how does resilience help prepare us for long-term success? To help answer some of those questions, I'm really pleased to welcome Sulaima Gourani, who's the co-founder and chief executive of Hapio Software, and her panel.
Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Sulaima Gourani, and I'm the moderator of this panel. Salam alaikum, thank you for having me. I'm deeply honored. Resilience has always been important, but maybe it is more important than ever. It's 2024, global challenges, social changes, and technical disruption. I flew in this morning from Silicon Valley, California. At 3 a.m., I arrived in this beautiful city, and I saw and I witnessed firsthand all the changes that have happened since I was here 3 years ago. This panel today, with me, I have two experts that will help us understand what is resilience. This is really a matter that is very close to my heart. I'm a former foster care child, a street child. I'm a 7th grade school dropout, and now I'm a tech entrepreneur in Silicon Valley. Help me, thank you so much. With me today, I have two very special guests that I'm very delighted and honored to moderate. First, we have Gregory Case, CEO from Aon. You've been there for 20 years, 2 decades, a global career, giving you responsibility for employees in more than 120 countries. Well done, well done. And I also have a very impressive woman, Professor Naoki Ishii from the University of Tokyo. Not only is she a global business person, former politician, or have a global career in politics, but she's also spent 20 years outside Japan and 20 years inside Japan, which will bring some global perspectives of resilience. Welcome you both. How do you feel?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. And Naoki, you were out running this morning, right? Because you qualified for Boston Marathon. Well done, so impressive. Okay, Greg, given your expertise and the core essence of Aon, what you do in your company, can you take us through resilience? Because you told me there is actually a definition that is really nailed down what resilience is. Can you explain to us, everyone here, what that means?
Well, Sulaima, first of all, I'm happy to offer a perspective. I do have to start, though, and just say this is incredible. Truly an honor to be here in what is an extraordinary gathering of leaders from around the world on a topic that we all know is absolutely fundamental to not just success, but sustained success in a meaningful way. So absolutely critical. But on your topic of resilience, the challenge with resilience is it can mean so many different things to so many people. You can have a conversation with resilience that can last a long time and not come out with an outcome that's specific and meaningful, and you can progress. And I will reflect a view. It's not my view. It's the view really of thousands of clients we work with from around the world in which there is a definition, a specific definition you can decompose. You may tailor it a bit for you in your situations, whether you're a community or a company or a country. But if you think about it, resilience comes back to some attributes. And the attributes are more than just engagement, which we've always talked about over the years. It's things like mental wellness, how you think about the world, financial wellness, how your employees or your constituents think about where they are in life financially. It's also physical wellness and professional wellness. And so these things come together, and you can really, we create something we call a Human Sustainability Index for our clients, but you can literally define what resilience means, the components of resilience. And Sulaiman, why that's important is because definition means measurement. Measurement's data and analytics, and measurement means management action that can create an outcome. And Sulaiman, if we can accomplish that, we can understand what it means to be resilient, we can understand how to measure it, look at it, and drive it. Leaders like this room come together and do things that can truly progress human capability over time. And that's what's really exciting and compelling. Because in the end, we all know, just as we just heard on the wonderful video, and we heard throughout this morning, the opportunity ahead is really driven by human capability. And to be here in a region with so much opportunity and see the development of human capability is incredibly inspiring. But yes, there is a definition, it's measurable, and most important, it's actionable.
Okay, I'll get back to you because since you are a CEO that works globally, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on the region and what is happening. Naoku, you have been in Japan for the last 20 years, right? Mainly focusing there, and you've been 3 years at the University of Tokyo. We hear Greg talk about human resilience and the recipe for that. But what about planetary resilience? Can you say a few words and build upon what Greg just said?
Thank you so much, and so happy to be here.
I was so happy to hear this morning that the panel talk not only about human resilience, but also there are a lot of mentioning and the recognition that the planet, that the climate, environment also needs a resilience. In fact, we were at a very special time of the human development, that our prosperity, our civilization, 100% depends on the planetary Earth, the stable and resilient planetary Earth. However, throughout this development, particularly last 2 centuries, we have put so much of the pressure on the planetary Earth, and so far the planet has been quite resilient to absorb those punches, but they are now saying, no more, we have reached the capacity, its limit, so please stop it. That's why we have witnessed so much of the natural disaster, that the climate change, that the nature loss and the floods and the drought everywhere in this world. So it's time for us to reset our relationship with nature, and in order to so that the planetary Earth can regain its stability and resilience. But to do that, to reset our relationship with the planetary Earth, human also needs to acquire the resilience so that we can do this transformation in a very smooth and the orderly way. So that's why I think resilience is needed, both human but also the planet.
Okay, wow, beautiful. That's, I think this will play well together, human and planetary resilience. Well, Greg, back to your impressive career, and given you're responsible for so many people all over the world, you've been coming to this region for many years. Resilience, what have you seen changed over the years, and how have you seen this region develop? And have in mind also that Naoko is from Japan. You've also traveled quite a bit in that part of the world. Well, we can stop and reflect and care more about nature, but we also see these regions need and wish for rapid growth, economic development. So how can we co-develop and still maintain the relationship with nature and well-being, even though there's rapid growth? I think about social change. Things are happening very fast, maybe faster than we can observe. I don't know. I don't want to put my words in your mouth, but any reflection?
A few reflections, but I'd love to hear from you and Professor Ishii as well. And I love the way you describe, literally, it's a human resilience, but also it connects to the planetary resilience. That makes absolutely logical sense, and they must come together. But listen, the opportunity to travel the world and support my colleagues has been a real privilege, and you do see patterns. And I would say, if you step back and think about our topic today in human capability, the patterns are the same around the world. Understanding, defining, and really laying a game plan out to progress is essential. And you see it everywhere, in every geography around the world. And if you think about grand plans, you'd only spend this morning at this conference to see grand plans and great opportunity. And it really does highlight one point I'd like to make on this topic of resilience, because you often get in a position where you start to define resilience in a defensive posture. We have to defend, we have to defend, we have to defend the house. And it's true. Resilience is persistence. When I think about your story, it's amazing. You've got to tell more about it. It's an amazing story. And it's about persistence and really in drive. And this sustainability idea is about that. But to me and to colleagues that I get a chance to spend time with, it's much more about opportunity. The reason these conversations become so inspiring is not just defend the house, it's how we build the house and how we think about human capability as the vehicle to build the house. That's exciting. And that, Sulaima, is a theme that you see around the world. And think about the opportunity in regions, so incredible. It really is human capability. The opportunity in Japan over the centuries, massive opportunity, human capability. So where you go, where you put, plant your flag, you have the same set of themes that apply around the world. And then the beauty of it is there's more connectivity than ever before. And that also creates opportunity. So I just want to frame the entire idea around resilience as one of opportunity as much as it is about a defensive posture or defend the house.
Greg, I have a question for Naoko about her career. And after that, I would like to ask you about some of the things that you have seen throughout the last 3, 4, 5 years, because the world really have been changing as a CEO of a global workforce. Naoko, you have a very impressive career, very impressive. As a business person, as a professional practitioner in Japan, resilience. Tell us about how you've handled it, because it's no secret, to be honest. A successful career as a woman in Japan is a challenge. It's not impossible, but it's a challenge. So can you say a few words about how you managed? I love the fact that we were prepping backstage. You said, pick your battles. And you said really impressive things that I hope you will share with the audience today. So how has it been for you?
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to this question. Well, I'm almost revealing my age, but when I entered the Ministry of Finance, which is very much macho-dominating Japanese, very conservative institution, and it was before the Gender Equality Act is enacted. So my first job at the Ministry of Finance, that does include tea serving. So that then, and there are a lot of discrimination against women. But when I saw it in my early days, and then there are a lot of, for instance, these days, Me Too movement, but I was one of 100, so I don't have another me, so it's not really a good strategy to pick up that fight 40 years ago. So I use my own kind of emotional IQ to choose which battle we want to pick. And in my case, it's not really talk too much about the discrimination or the gender. I just wanted to prove myself to my male colleague that, yes, I do. I should be able to carry out my job. So that is more like a strategy. So that then, so maybe for my younger generation, let's use your emotional IQ. Let's pick up the right battle to capture the right moment, capture the right maybe intervention. That is maybe my strategy in Japan to overcome that challenge and also acquire the resilience. But my another 20 years is more like an international institution. The cultural setting was totally different. In Japan, being quiet is a strategy, or don't really show up is a strategy for success. At the international institution, particularly last 10 years, I was a CEO of the GEF Global Environment Facility, and my job is to communicate my strategy, my vision, my passion, and ensure that it just trickles down to everybody, to the entire institution and outside the institution. That was not the talent I acquired during my 20 years of Ministry of Finance. So every time in the new setting, the new international institution particularly, we have to adapt ourselves, that gain those kind of new skills. That is more like a challenge, but I think it's a quite a good investment in ourselves. And throughout that process, I also gain my resilience and not to give up in the middle, just to aim at a longer term goal. That's to stay engaged. So that was my strategy. But I really want to now ask Sulaiman, because you have such a beautiful story, personal story, that you could share your story with this audience.
Thank you so much. I'll make it very short, but thank you. I'm Danish Moroccan, and I think I eat resilience for breakfast, right? I've always been the only one or the first one, but hopefully I'll not be the last one. I grew up in Denmark, a very white-dominated community. Today, even though I don't live in Denmark anymore, I live in California. When I return to Denmark once in a while, I'm still the only one. But what I'm very proud of, actually, I'm not so proud of it, but I'm proud of it, in a way. I have a startup, and we raised $7.5 million in our pre-seed. Apparently, the best funded tech startup in Silicon Valley last year. And as an Arab woman, I'm very proud. But I would wish to see more Arab women, just Arabs in general, come to California and build tech startups. Because still, in Silicon Valley, that's really where I would say the leading tech companies still are being built. So don't hesitate to come and ask me questions if you're curious about how to build a career in California. But thank you. Greg, over to you. I know we're wrapping up. We have another 1.5 minutes. Greg, you've been a CEO for almost 20 years, 120 countries. We have had a war, a pandemic, another war, the economy situation right now. There's so much going on. Resilience. I mean, you are a resilient person. But how are you motivating your employees to show up every day and be resilient? Because it's no secret tomorrow that jobs can be gone. Now you can just ChatGPT everything, no?
Yeah, I probably should check. It may be gone. I may be done after 20 years for sure. Salam, I would offer, again, a perspective. I do my level best to support my colleagues around the world. It's a massive privilege to support my colleagues, my 50,000 colleagues at Aon. But truth be told, they're the greatness. They're the capability. They inspire me. I see them. My role is to try to capture what I see them do every day and communicate it around the world. If I do a reasonable job at that, we can potentially be a little better every day. And so I'm facilitating what's there as opposed to creating. In many respects, it's less the lead from the front. It's more understand the opportunity, back to the definition, nurture the opportunity, and your colleagues do amazing things. Already this morning, so many colleagues on stage doing amazing things. The two of you doing amazing things. So in my role over the last bit of time, you do see a lot of things happening. The Great Recession was a challenge. Pandemic was a challenge. Geopolitical, a challenge. Technology and the evolution of technology and AI, a challenge. But also a massive, massive opportunity. And so to me, it's just how we facilitate and support and let what is great capability come through and nurture wherever we can to support it.
One last question for both of you. Any good advice for the next generation? I see a lot of younger people among the audience here, the next generation who's supposed to take over. Any good advice for staying hungry, being resilient, and pick the right battles?
Well, a time has come that any one of you individually plays such an important role. During this morning, that there is a lot of the talks, and also Sulaima, you also mentioned, we are in 2024, a lot of poly crisis, and the huge needs for transformation of the current economic system. And we used to live in this world that the nations were intergovernmental systems so important. Now it becomes so obsolete. And each one of you, the global citizens, should play an incredibly important role to be a part of this and the system change. So it's you who can really dictate your future together with all of us. That is my encouragement to each one of you.
Thank you so much. Good advice. Greg?
Well, listen, I love the idea of system change and how you can drive system change and how it plays out over time. I would humbly offer a thought, which is, listen, again, you see this morning, you see it in this incredible conference. How do we become individually better, individually resilient, for sure? What is if you're out there thinking about sort of what to do with your career, where are you going to be truly distinctive? And that's going to drive a lot. That's going to be incredibly powerful. And you being excellent is incredibly powerful. But it's nowhere near the opportunity when you can be collectively better. And you see it in region. It isn't just the individuals. It's individual excellence, collective greatness. Much better as a team. And you see it, again, what's happening as you come back and be here in region and see the opportunity, it's only capturable together. And so those who get really good at actually creating opportunity, not just for themselves, but for others, find a level of resilience which is truly, truly lasting. So a thought.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me today on this extraordinary great panel. You will be around for today and tomorrow. If there's any questions, we can come and talk to you one-on-one about resilience. Thank you so much. Thank you again. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
And thank you so much to Sulaima Gourani as well, co-founder and chief executive of Hapio Software, together with her panel. As I heard just there, you cannot change what you don't measure. And thanks to technology, we are seeing the opportunity to measure resilience as a human capability. The social change that Sulaima and her panel talked about as well highlights that need to address a skills gap. We'll be looking at that later this afternoon. But now it is time for you guys to have a well-deserved break. We've prepared some excellent lunch for you. It'll be delicious. It may be a little brief. We're going to be seeing you back here in the Future Readiness Arena in 40 minutes. But for now, please do enjoy some lunch.
Hello and welcome back to this, the Future Readiness Arena. So much more to come in the afternoon sessions. We'll look at everything from tourism, the arts, education, once again, inclusion and accessibility. But first, a story a little closer to home. Riyadh, a city home to 7 million people, but one that is growing all the time. It has transformed into a hub that attracts innovation and entrepreneurship. And so, what next? For this next conversation, please welcome CNN's Becky Anderson in conversation with the Mayor of Riyadh.
Thank you very much indeed. I am so looking forward to what will be about a 15-minute fireside chat today with my guest. Every generation needs inspiring leaders. A leader like my guest today, His Highness Prince Dr. Faisal bin Abdulaziz bin Ayef. As the mayor of the Riyadh region, Prince Faisal leads the transformative urban development of the kingdom's capital city as it prepares, of course, not just for Vision 2030 and everything that brings with it, but being Saudi, that means there's more ambition, not less. So gatherings like Expo 2030 and the 2034 FIFA World Cup in the coming years are these extra layers of ambition that this city and this kingdom is preparing for. In addition to his mayoral duties, Prince Faisal chairs an array of what are influential organizations that are integral to this region's development. These include the Riyadh Holding Company, the Riyadh Infrastructure Project Center, Remat Al Riyadh Company, and Riyadh Development Company. And the reason why I list those today is that I want to get a real sense from His Highness about what is going on here in this city, but also what is going on at the organizational level, at the C-suite level, as we discuss talent development, about retaining talent, encouraging talent, and encouraging what is this new knowledge-based economy. I do not know how His Highness manages to get any rest, given his portfolio of duties. His academic credentials, of course, are equally as impressive. We were just discussing that he holds a PhD from the University of California, Berkeley, a master's degree from Harvard in urban planning and management, and a master's in architecture and urban design from Columbia University in New York. The foundation, though, of His Highness's academic excellence was laid here in Saudi Arabia at the King Saud University, where he earned a BA in architecture and building science. Your Highness, would you please join me on the stage? Hello. Well, it's wonderful to have you, and for those who are local, I hope this will be, or I know this will be, an extremely inspiring 15 minutes. For those who are new to Riyadh or returning to Riyadh as international friends and partners, I know what you are doing here is incredibly important. As we consider where we are at in 2024, halfway through Vision 2030, I was talking to your team earlier on, and I was reminded that in 2016, when I was here and at a press conference with the launch of Vision 2030, I asked His Highness the Crown Prince how the vision would ensure that both local and international talent was encouraged, attracted, and retained. And that's so much part of what you are doing here, just in listing out what you have upcoming to Riyadh as a city. Talk to me about what's going on here, how that fits in to the wider sort of global story, and what you're doing very specifically to ensure Riyadh is fit for purpose, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Becky. Thank you for hosting me. And I'm glad to host you in Riyadh for the 100th time, hopefully. And thank you for the conference, the team who organized it, and everybody for having me. Let me zoom out a little bit before talking about what we're doing specifically in Riyadh to explain a bit the context that we operate within. I think if you look at successful cities around the world, and historically as well, a common thread and a critical factor in almost all of them is that they depend on human capabilities. They depend on a very competent and capable workforce. They have a very good mix of talent that serve that purpose. Historically, that has been a common trend between cities. What has changed in recent years is that the line to achieve that was a straight line. It was very simple. To have that workforce, to have that competent workforce, to have that talent that you need to invest a lot in developing them through education, through training, through multiple programs. And in a generation or 2 generations, that talent pool will enter the workforce and they will become the engine towards your success as a city. However, in the past couple of decades, the dilemma just got way more complex. It has changed significantly. What has happened is that it's not a straight line anymore. You can invest a lot in developing talent and building that talent, but you'll not end up with them because of technological advancements, globalization, ease of movement, and there are many other factors that change that. I'll give you an example. X person who lives in X city, if they spend their whole life and education and training career in that city, once they are ready to enter the workforce, previously, they had unlimited opportunities within that geographical context. They would get 10 offers from different companies and institutions within that city. But the risk of them moving outside that city to work in another city was minimal because of how far it was, how costly it was. There was a cultural barrier, language, being far from friends. Now, with everything, that has become way more easier. People work in one city, train in one city, and then work in another city. And that movement has become much, much easier. So what this led to is that successful cities no longer only focus on developing talent and developing workforce, but they need and they focus on attracting and retaining that workforce. How do they attract talent and capable workforce from everywhere globally? And how do they retain the workforce that they attract and the workforce that they developed? So it's a change of narrative. Today, workforce that we have in Riyadh is not only developed in Riyadh. We compete with New York, we compete with Tokyo, we compete with cities globally for that workforce. This is the context that we, as a city, operate in. What we're doing in Riyadh, as you rightly mentioned, Becky, we're going through massive transformations. Timelines are very aggressive. Ambitions are very high. Projects are monumental at scale and speed and all of that. And we do realize that a capable workforce and capable human capabilities is a necessary ingredient to achieve those. It's crucial. It's not a luxury. It's crucial. It's at the center of every project that we work on. So in Riyadh specifically, within Riyadh strategy, there's a designated program for human capabilities, a designated team, a designated funding, designated projects, initiatives, all designed to attract the right talent mix and develop the right talent mix for us to achieve our goals. It's a necessary enabler. To do that, I think we realize that usually around the world, the trigger for the talented workforce is job opportunities. This is the key trigger. And we have, alhamdulillah, abundance of that here in the kingdom with what we're doing. But that's not enough. Again, you're competing on a global scale, and that sort of characteristics is clear everywhere else. So there are 2 layers that you need to add to that basic layer of sort of job opportunity. One, the first layer is the necessities. We talk about safety, housing, education, and health. Those are the 4 that are necessary and everybody looks for when deciding where to relocate and where to base and where to build a family.
And I can see why Riyadh might be increasingly interesting for those 4 reasons when you are comparing it or competing with the New Yorks, the Londons, and the Parises of this world. But there is a very regional competition going on as well. And you always call it a competition. And I know friends of mine in Abu Dhabi and Dubai will call it healthy competition. But there is an importance for, ensuring that, not when you're competing, you're able to compete effectively with these other regional hubs, and that this is a sustainable model going forward. Let's talk about what you are looking for example, across those organizations that I described as part of your portfolio in the introduction. What are you very specifically looking for? And what is it that you can offer at that C-suite, for example, both locally and internationally, which will allow for a sustainable model going forward here?
Definitely. I think sustainability first, before diving into what I look for. I think sustainability is key in everything that we're trying to do. How do we make a lasting impact rather than a short-lived impact? And I think sustainability is created through creating a process rather than creating an end game or an end goal. Once you create a process, that process will, in its own, lead you to that goal and to that destination that you aim to get to. But it will also continue and endure the test of time. And it will keep producing the same outcomes over and over. And I think that's very critical, and a change in mindset when sort of talking about development and creating sort of projects and programs. Zooming into more on your question on what do I look for and how do I sort of operate in my ecosystem, I think, first of all, let's agree, Becky, that at a certain level, every candidate and person and CV that you look at passes the filter of competency, or else you wouldn't even see the CV. Once you see and you meet that person, they're competent. There is no question about that. So you look for added layers. And what I personally look for are two things. One, I look very clearly at culture. I think culture is very important in organizations. I think it's what makes or breaks successful organizations. And I look for a person and how will they fit within the culture that I'm trying to create? How will they add to that culture? Are they embracing the same values? Are they embracing the same work ethics? Because culture is created of the combination of individuals. Once you have enough individuals who believe in that culture and who embody that culture, you will create the culture that you want. So number one is culture. Number two that I really look for are soft skills. We agreed that every person that you meet is competent, but what distinguishes an executive from a leader are soft skills. They take you from being an executor into an actual leader who takes people with them. So when I look at the institutions and the companies that I oversee, or even within the municipality, the different mayors of the smaller cities, or the different leaders within the institution, I look for soft skills, such as communication, such as people management, such as that sort of skills that I think are very necessary in a leader.
Can I ask you for some lived experience? What it is, I mean, you've lived in California, you've lived in Boston, you've lived in New York. I mean, the list goes on. And obviously, you've got a keen eye on urban development. That's where you've really sort of focused your academic excellence and now your professional practice. So, two questions. What do you take from those lived experiences that you want to bring here and you can see implementing here? Give me some good examples of what you want to see happen in Riyadh that you've experienced elsewhere. And if you were talking to your 18-year-old self, I just want our audience here to get a sense from you of what you would be doing, where you would be focusing your attention if you were starting out at this point.
I think what I would tell my 18-year-old self, I think it's very important to love what you do. I think it's very critical to operate in a space where you enjoy, because you spend a lot of time during your day and during your week in your work. You spend a lot of nights, you spend a lot of weekends. It's very demanding. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of competition. There's so many pressures on you. Imagine spending all of that and during all that pressure in a context which you don't enjoy or a thing that you don't love. You're not gonna, your life will be unmeaningful. But if you spend all of that time in a place where you're actually loving, where you're actually enjoying, it's not gonna feel as work. You're gonna actually enjoy the time. It's gonna make the tough times easier. you're gonna excel, you're gonna shine, because you will put that 120% rather than the 100%. But I think number one, what I tell myself is love what you do, and make sure that you come to it with passion. Two, which I think is also very important, is having a North Star. I think of a person's career once they're starting, just like a ship. You need to have a North Star, or else you'll be drifting along without a clear destination to go to.
What was your North Star?
I think my North Star is to serve my country and Riyadh as a city. I've done all my studies, all of my education, all of my experience was on Riyadh. And I think it's very important to have that North Star, not very specific, very clearly defined, but a general direction. Because life surprises you. Life has a lot of changing circumstances. And if you're very rigid, you'll find a lot of trouble. And also, if you don't have any North Star, you'll be just weaving around. So having that sort of, I want to serve my country, I want to work on Riyadh, I want to help my city, I want to work on its development as a North Star, and build your career as building blocks to reach that goal.
So give me some examples of lived experience then, as you were considering Riyadh and the development of Riyadh as your North Star, very briefly, because I'm being told that we've run out of time, but I'm just going to take a few more minutes, so I'm sure you'll indulge us in that.
Sorry, the question.
Yeah, your lived experience, what have you brought back from anywhere specific, and what is that?
I think when I was in my different stations around my career, I really realized the value of what we have back home. It made me appreciate it more. I think in the kingdom, we have very rich culture, very rich traditions. At the same time, we're a very global city where you compete again with global cities. Having that sort of juxtaposition at the same time is very rare. You always see global cities that are sort of trying to compete and that are very global, but there is no clear sense of place, there's no clear sense of culture. At the same time, you find very traditional places that are very traditional, cultural, historic, but you don't have sort of that global cutting edge in it. We have both. We are very lucky to have both. And I think that's something that I've brought back with me, that I'm trying to build on, that I'm trying to emphasize, that I'm trying to highlight, and hopefully not lose in our sort of movement and speed.
Just very finally and briefly, are you finding the story of Riyadh, and indeed the kingdom, but yours is very specifically a story of Riyadh and its development, an easier story to sell and tell these days? And perhaps I'm answering my own question here. It's less a sell and it's more a tell these days. Does that make your job easier?
It does make my job significantly easier. I think when we started, it was an ambition story. We were selling what we're gonna do. Today, we're saying we've done this. We've done X, Y, and Z. And we see a lot of belief from everywhere else in that vision. We see people buy in. We see people's belief. We see people wanting to be part of that vision, of that success, of that story. And going back to your first question, I think this is our wild card. When we try to attract talent, they can go everywhere. But being part of this very exciting story, being part of history, being part of change, I think is very exciting. And you can see it, yeah, alhamdulillah, with your eyes in the city. And I'm sure you'll see it in the coming days.
Absolutely, I have. Thank you very much indeed. His Highness, ladies and gentlemen, your inspiring leader. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Becky Anderson and to the Mayor of Riyadh. Absolutely fascinating to hear about that city that continues to evolve in front of our eyes. Every time I visit, it has changed. Now, every single institution in the world is adapting to the new realities created by the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Just as education was shaped by previous revolutions, so it will be by this current one. Let's hear now from the CEO of ETS. How should outmoded ways of learning be transformed? Please welcome Amit Savak.
Good afternoon. Masa Al-Khair. We are here today to celebrate humanity. But what does it mean to be human? What really makes us human? It's our values, our attributes, and our skills. And increasingly, skills are becoming the talk of the town. Skills are becoming central for business, education, and government leaders around the world because we recognize that upskilling and reskilling is the new currency of the 21st century. The big opportunity we have right now is to see how we can link education, workforce, and society around a new way of thinking about skills. The ambitious Saudi Vision 2030 is a shining example of the possibilities, a vision of a society that enables people to pursue their passions in a thriving economy that develops and attracts top talent with the foundation of 21st century skills. In today's world, nothing stands still for long. Building our future must be the work of today. We are constantly seeing the half-life of a skill shrinking, meaning if you learn something today, it might only be relevant for 2 years or 3 years. This shrinking of half-life is because technology is constantly changing what we need to know for the world of education and the world of work. This rapid disruptive innovation in technology is prompting a fundamental redefinition of what does it mean to be human? What does it mean to be a skilled human? But a key question to ask is what are the indispensable human skills for the 21st century? Because let's face it, there's so many skills out there. There's so many skills that we can work on and develop. I'd like to propose that we consider focusing on 3 primary skills. Creativity skills, to imagine solutions to the world's greatest problems. Communication skills, to foster global citizenship. And collaboration skills, to work alongside fellow humans and to collaborate with the future of technology. To nurture these human skills will, of course, require many other skills. Empathy, resilience, ability to apply learning. There are many other skills, but I'd like to propose us to consider the creativity skills, the collaboration skills, and the communication skills as the foundation for the future of education and for the future of work. Skills is the new currency to link education to work. But to make this possible, we at ETS have been thinking a lot about how do you link those two together, and we're extending our legacy in educational testing, such as TOEFL and GRE and TOEIC, to new innovative forms of workplace assessments. And in our research and in our analysis and in the reports that we've done, we started to realize that the way to think about humanity in the future is to think about the future of individual professions. Let me take teaching as an example. To be a teacher, the role of a teacher is changing dramatically. How do you develop a lesson plan in a world of ChatGPT? How do you provide an exam? How do you develop a curriculum? How do you manage a classroom with hybrid learning? So the role of a teacher is changing fundamentally. We saw that during COVID, and we continue to see that today. So as we think about what are the skills of a future teacher, we can break that down and think about how the skills of creativity, of collaboration, of communication can be relevant to all teachers, and we can think about the relevant skills of teaching math versus teaching science versus teaching other subjects. We can develop a new framework for teacher readiness skills. We can develop a new way of thinking about mobility of teachers from one country to have the requisite skills to teach in another country. This is exciting because this allows us to reimagine through a new skills framework, a new paradigm, what does it mean to be a skilled teacher? In a similar way, we can imagine so many other jobs that tie, whether it's to the Saudi Vision of 2030 or to our global vision as we usher in the new economies of the future. We are in an exciting time right now, and our future is not linear. There is going to be constant changes. But if we stay true to embracing humanity, which is what this conference is all about, we have an incredible opportunity to focus on some of the core skills, often called soft skills or durable skills or 21st century skills, as well as to start preparing the future of education, K-12 and higher ed, for that future of work. I'm very excited today to be engaging in the discussion with my fellow panelists and to hear their wisdom and their insights about this future of humanity. So it's my pleasure now to pass the baton back to our moderator, Edie Lush.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Amit. Come and join us in the middle to highlight a couple of the points that you were mentioning there. Many of our high schools and indeed graduate schools haven't been able to keep pace with the rapid change. So companies are taking now education and training in-house. What are those companies looking for in terms of the skills, that creativity, the collaboration that Amit spoke about, as well as communication? So let's have a look. Let's welcome our panel. I'll be introducing them in turn. Please do welcome them to the stage. Hello. Hello. Greetings.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. So let me take you one by one. Dr. Khan, thank you for being with us. CEO of Humanitarian Foundation. This is a global nonprofit that invests and grants money to incentivize independent research and entrepreneurship that extends human lifespan. Now, clearly, longevity has an impact on this idea of lifelong learning. Dr. Khan.
So, if we think about keeping people healthy longer, and the output of that clearly is to contribute to society, we need to keep all of our society skilled. And I think the biggest question this is raising now, and I defer to the expertise of my colleagues here, is how do you continue that lifelong journey of learning? Not just the informal on the work, but the structured part. And I think it's going to raise challenges for educational institutions of what their role is in society in educating lifelong learning to the private sector, to their employees, and to the service sector that's contributing these tools and skills. So this is going to have a profound impact. It already is, but we're going to see it dramatically increase.
Okay, so clearly education is going to have to change, Greg. So, Greg, you are the founding partner at Learn Capital, invest in education technology. Give me a sense of the changes that you think we're going to see in how people learn, and what excites you the most?
Great question. You know, I think fundamentally AI is transforming this sector, and it's going to enable us, for example, to eliminate learning poverty and move to a world of learning abundance. And, you know, longevity and a flourishing life is really dependent on, for example, those primary schooling years. And those have been a challenge systemically to root out learning poverty. It afflicts, 40% of the population in emerging economies. And there are solutions now through technology-enabled education where private school governments can partner, public governments and public schools can partner with startup companies that are now large, very large companies, and transform the entire public education sector. So, for example, in Lagos, Nigeria, leveraging the New Globe AI platform, they took the entire public school system, over 500,000 kids, and in 3 years, they went on a World Bank index from the 30s to the high 60s. They took it from basically performance that was equivalent to Niger to performance equivalent to Mexico for the entire system. So to be able to partner with a tech-enabled company to do a cloud-powered solution to transform public education is just the beginning of the kind of systemic change you can see, where finally you can match efficacy with scale. And so, over the last 50 years, you've seen huge increases in access to education globally, but it hasn't correlated to GDP gains. Other than the Asian tigers back in the day, people made an assumption that these investments would drive GDP growth. They really haven't. What the Asian tiger countries did is they had efficacious education.
Right.
And so we know if you can actually deliver a PISA score, that actually has a 0.82 R-squared correlation to GDP growth. And now, as a government, you can turn to a private company to partner with you to effectively deliver that desired PISA score and transform your economy.
Interesting. So, Your Excellency, you're president of Princess Noura bint Abdul Rahman University. You heard Amit's call there for education to keep pace. Tell me about how you are ensuring that your students absorb some of those skills and values that Amit was speaking about that they're going to need to thrive and contribute beyond the classroom.
Thank you. I wish I could say this is easy, but it's not. Truthfully, universities are more geared towards technical skills, focused on technical degrees and certifications. And reality states that by 2030, 2/3 of the jobs are going to require skills rather than certifications and degrees. And so in the university, we realized this challenge, and we leveraged on the cognitive behavioral theory that dictates that behavior is driven by beliefs and values. And we designed this digital platform that goes with the student right from the get-go, right from admission to graduation, by which we evaluate the skills and the values of the student. We develop these psychometric tools. Of course, these are international, cross-culturally validated for our own students here. But these values are universal. The 35 attributes of the World Economic Forum, the values and set of skills that are defined in the Vision 2030. And so we developed a whole journey for students to be assessed and then be advised to go through the extracurricular, the university electives, the courses, and then, for example, empathy. It's of great relevance to students in the health colleges.
Yeah.
And it doesn't come natural embedded in the curriculum. So you could assess empathy, and then you can advise students to go perhaps volunteer in certain experiences. Self-efficacy is another attribute that is of great relevance. So honestly, we are monitoring the student's journey, learning these skills, getting ahead, being evaluated and self-reflected through this platform. But the biggest inflection point that faced us we call this platform Sumuk, the biggest inflection point was AI. So we had to rearrange what we were doing, rethink of what we have been doing, and release Sumuk 2.0 that takes AI into everything we do now.
Let's come back to that one, because that's absolutely fascinating. AI already sneaking into the discussion a few minutes before I'd planned for it. Can't stop it. So, Justina, let's talk about now what companies are doing, and specifically as Chief Impact Officer at IBM, what you're doing. We see this dramatic impact of technology eliminating jobs already. So I wonder if it's possible to even keep your people ahead of the curve, or at least how do you keep them at the edge of the curve?
Yeah, so I know we're going to dive into AI a little bit more later, but anytime you have a new technology launch or where you see technologies accelerating at the pace that it is today, you're going to have some changes, right? There's usually net new jobs that are created, but you also have, a gap in making sure you're not leaving populations behind. So the corporations that are looking at this very closely, they see it as their responsibility, not only to make sure that you're constantly skilling your employees and upskilling them, but you're looking at society as a whole and saying, what can I do? How can I invest in communities to make sure that they have the opportunities, they can take advantage of training programs, and they can actually move into higher paying jobs, right? That increase their social and economic mobility.
So you're working with not just folks within IBM, but within society as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We work with organizations across the globe to make sure that they can access our free skilling programs. IBM made a commitment to skill 30 million people by 2030. And we're doing this in so many countries globally. Right. And we give free access to our resources, free access to our experts as well. But we see it as our responsibility. It supports IBM, it supports our clients, but it also supports society at large. And we work with organizations and universities like Princess Noura University, MCIT, SDA. So even right here in the kingdom, we are investing in upskilling and reskilling students and adults to make sure that they can take advantage of new job opportunities.
Interesting. I want you to pick up on a point that Her Excellency was speaking about a moment, this idea around personalized learning, so assessing every student. You wrote, in fact, in a recent LinkedIn article, talent is evenly distributed, but in our society, opportunity is not. I wonder how personalized learning can be part of that answer.
Idia, personalized learning historically in the past has been thought of as something that you have to have resources for. You have to be rich. You think about famous actors or tennis players or CEOs or leaders that have a personal coach or a mentor or one-on-one tutoring as something you have to provide additional resources for, tuition. In the future, as AI enables education, as it enables assessments, it's going to be much more affordable to deliver personalized learning. And what's exciting about that is it's going to no longer require the resources and really make it accessible much, much more broadly. That's something that's very exciting to me. However, personalized learning requires a rethinking of assessments, because if an AI offering is providing me some learning, or I'm getting that learning from another content source or from a human teacher, how do I know the efficacy, the outcomes of that? And so measuring what matters in this new digital world is key. So with personalized learning, we also need to think about personalized assessments. And as Her Excellency mentioned, the outcomes, really ensuring that we're measuring the impact of what new innovations we're trying with AI is going to be fundamental to making sure we're really putting the right education in front of students.
You cannot change what you don't measure, 100%. So, Dr. Khan, let's come back to you. What mindsets and skills do you think that the researchers and the scientists that you're investing in need, and how are those different to the ones that they needed even a quarter of a century ago?
So science has always pushed the envelope and the limit of our knowledge, right? That's the essence of scientific research. But how we do it is what's changing. And what's really dramatically changed is, given the tools that you've just heard about, is one, the ability to collaborate and therefore leverage. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples. If you go back historically, it was one scientist who would make a breakthrough. Then it took a team of scientists to really come up with the breakthroughs, leveraging your colleagues on the same campus, maybe sometimes in the same lab. Now let's imagine a future. And we take the example of physics or biology, any of these life sciences fields. The laboratory of tomorrow, if you envision, now becomes a commodity. It is something that is a lab that's run by robotics, by machines, where everything from the input of a sample to the output of data is automated, digitized, and the whole lab can be run by one technician. However, the role of the scientist hasn't gone away. The role of the scientist to ask the question. The lab is a mechanical process now, but that has a profound implication of what I just described, because now the scientist can be sitting in Asia, conducting an experiment in California 24/7, and so now you have a university whose labs aren't closed after 5 p.m. They're running 24/7. Right. But your competition for your faculty and the brain trust is now 8 billion people around the world, not just the professors you can hire. So the skills and the mindset of the scientists of the future is very profoundly different than the scientist who said, this is my lab, I'm going to run it my way, and I'm going to do my experiment in my own capital equipment. What is the role of the university? What's the role of the faculty? How do you regulate that? How do you do that? How do you train for that? All that. Now, by the way, what I just described is not a Star Trek future. That is actually operating today. There are robotics, automated, advanced labs already being built and operated, and they're going to get scaled. So the question really is going to be, at the pace at which this is evolving, can the scientific community actually even catch up? Right. What will it take for that mindset? This is going to be an enormous shift in the relationship between the scientist, the institution, and the field in which they're operating.
Fascinating. Your Excellency, talk to us about artificial intelligence and how you're equipping, I believe, every single one of your students now that graduates from this year onwards will have to be in some way associated or having done some kind of accreditation in artificial intelligence. Tell us about that.
Thank you so much. But before that, we have an automated lab now. since you last visited Princess Noura, we didn't have it. Now it's there. It's up and running. And it's one of those that is fully accredited. And we run samples like no other. So, Dr. Khan, it's time for another visit. When it comes to artificial intelligence, last year we developed a strategy, a university-wide strategy, that of course looks at the three main functions of the university, the teaching, research, and of course community service, together with institutional excellence and a cross-cutting theme with all four, which is the ethics of using AI. We have a dedication to our students. For every student, before they graduate, they need to understand what is AI, how to use it in their personal life, how it's going to affect their disciplines, and the ethics of using AI. For this year, a quick remedy for those, the graduating class, we had to have a crash course, and we leveraged on resources such as those available by IBM. There are a number of available content online for our students to access. In fact, over 600 students from Princess Noura University benefited from the free platform put out there by IBM. And coincidentally, we had a meeting with Justina yesterday prior to knowing that we are sitting on the same session, because there's so much mutual collaborations between us. We want to expand this kind of access rather than just students from the IT college, for all our students, and making a course available for even our faculty, because our faculty have to really think about what they're doing, how they're doing it. Creative thinking, critical thinking are two attributes that collides with the nature of universities, because universities are all about structure and competencies and curriculum and evaluations, and without enabling the students or allowing them to think critically and go beyond and above the content that is available for them, we're not really going to help them. So
interesting. Justina, tell us a little bit more about your artificial intelligence training. You're clearly working with a number of different institutions. What are people learning?
So there are certain areas of focus of ours around AI. If you think about it, AI is going to be integrated in every job role. So we have a focus on understanding what AI means for you. How do you bring it into your current job? How do you make sure you can be productive and effective leveraging AI? We're also looking at people who have been historically left out of the workplace. They've been underrepresented in the tech workplace. How do we make sure we bring those skills to them so that they could gain those entry-level jobs? And then we're working with universities to bring that training to their students. So again, this is across the board, our focus on AI. But even if you think about sustainability and green skills, how do we make sure that AI is a part of that training that we provide? We recently launched some sustainability learning pathways as well. Data and AI underpins this. You know, we're working with everyone from smallholder farmers across the world to make sure that they understand, how do we leverage data? How do we leverage AI to make decisions about when to plant and when to water, right? Predictive modeling is a huge part of that. So again, AI is going to be something that we all need to think about, and how we make sure that everyone understands what it means and how to use it in their everyday job, but also how to use it to be able to gain new employment.
Greg, how is AI in education already able to teach people?
Yeah, look, I think what's fascinating about education and AI is the future is already here. It's just unevenly distributed, as Buckminster Fuller said. So, there already are AI solutions, for example, in the classroom that, unlike ChatGPT, have perfect memory, right? And so can remember everything, every question a student's ever asked, every answer a teacher's ever given. Not just in education, in other realms, like Her Excellency talked about cognitive behavioral therapy. That's the gold standard for mental health now. We've backed a lab out of Stanford that's rolling out, cognitive behavioral therapy on your phone, and they've already shown in 1 week they can deliver a better solution than 2 months of, multiple tens of thousands of dollars therapy with humans. Because, for those of us who've ever gone to a therapist, what's the chance that that therapist has a perfect memory of every session you've ever done with them? Whereas when you're interacting with the AI, right, it has a perfect memory of every session you've had. And it's able to, a typical CBT therapy has 6 modalities for negative rumination, for eliminating negative rumination. These things have over 100 that they're deploying. So it's just, they really are, super therapists. Same principle applies to teacher. It was being used with companies like Merlin Mind, which can allow a teacher to immediately call up the, photosynthesis examples, on generative AI that get shown up right there on the smart board off oral command into a little device. So
Extraordinary, that device.
it is already actually here.
Yeah.
It just needs to be more broadly distributed.
Very briefly, I want to come back to something that came up earlier today, Amit. What I learn in one country isn't always recognized in another country as sufficient to allow me to get a job and fulfill my potential. So how do we fix this, Amit?
Skills passports, verified skills passports, so that a student coming from Her Excellency's University that wants to get a job at IBM, there's an opportunity in addition to the college transcript to also have a skills transcript that can be verified and transferable to another place. Let's face it, there's so much mobility on the education side and on the workforce side, and it's going to grow. And so if it's a nurse coming from the Philippines or a doctor coming from Pakistan, how can we verify the skills that that individual had in their home country, have that be codified, and have that be available for the employer or the admissions officer in another country? That's now possible. And so the opportunity right now is to really come together across countries to have a common understanding of the definition of skills. This notion of skills as the new currency, and whether it's a skill transcript for a student or a skill passport for a worker, I think we're at a stage right now where we want to usher in and enable and empower people by having that invisible skill become more visible. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make that transparency, give that chance, give that potential for human applicability to really come forward.
I believe we are out of time. I wish I could call on each one of you for another 10 minutes, but I would really like to thank all of you, Amit, to Stina, to Greg, to Dr. Khan, and to Your Excellency. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. There's still a lot more to come.
Thank you.
That was great, Tristan.
Thank you.
Edie, thank you so much. And as your panel makes its way off stage, it very neatly leads us to our next speaker. The question of how we can shape the next generation of leaders, entrepreneurs, and change makers. The question about what role can and must education and learning play in that. So, to tell us more, please welcome to the stage Ben Nelson, who is the founder and chief executive of the Minerva Project.
Welcome. Thank you for having me here. We've talked a lot about the idea of skills. The concept that rather than just measuring education by disseminating information, seeing if people can remember it, that we should actually be measuring what people are capable of doing, this idea of skills. And yet, when you look at what our educational institutions are actually doing, they talk about teaching skills, they talk about measuring skills, but if you look at a course catalog of a university, it hasn't changed at all. You look at the requirements for graduation, they haven't changed at all. If you look at the way in which universities evaluate and incentivize students, they haven't changed at all. In fact, even those institutions, be they higher education institutions, certification institutions, those places that purport to teach and measure and incentivize skills don't understand what a skill is. They think that skills are things you know. They measure and assess skills the way you would measure and assess a high school history exam. Can you demonstrate that you know the definition of this thing? Maybe can you demonstrate that you can do something in a same context in which you've learned it. But that isn't a skill. That isn't the ability to apply something that you know in a situation that is unfamiliar to you. It isn't the ability to deploy what it is that you understand intellectually when you work practically. Let's think about one skill as an example. We know that if we want to be effective communicators, we need to understand who it is that we are talking to. It's quite difficult to be able to convey a message effectively if you don't know anything about the audience that's listening to you. So at the surface, you have to have some level of understanding of who it is you're talking to, the context. Now, in this context, we know that this is an audience, this is a group of individuals, whether listening to us live or later online, that are interested about education. They think about the topic of this talk, which is supposed to be about creating a set of extraordinary leaders that can work globally to solve big problems. And it is safe to say that much like the audience that is interested in that topic, those individuals will need to deploy a number of skills in order to do them. One of them is the ability to be able to communicate effectively. If you think about the way that a traditional educational system would teach that concept, what would it look like? Well, the most traditional would be binary. Do you need to consider who your audience is when you prepare remarks to deliver to them? Yes or no? Yes, check, you've learned it. Now, a more sophisticated scenario would be to say, well, easier said than done. Obviously, you can't just know the theory that you need to understand your audience when you communicate. You have to demonstrate how well you can do it. And so therefore, go up, practice a little bit, give a talk. And then we'll say, and give you feedback, did you do it really well? Did you do it not so well? Did you do it okay? Was it terrible? Well, that's a little bit better, but it's also not satisfying. What was good about it? What was bad? How do you know that something was excellent versus not so good? What are the evaluation criteria? And so some people say, oh, that's a good point. Let's use rubrics. Let's actually think through how you give feedback substantively in a way that matters, that is replicable across people who give that feedback. And now you have a little bit more of a definition around, when you were delivering the speech, the audience didn't seem to be paying attention. Or, when you delivered it, you saw a lot of nods in the audience, and that means that you connected. There are ways of giving you feedback that is more systematic. But there's something still missing. Maybe you practiced one speech. Maybe you gave that talk to an audience with glaring lights in your face. And that format worked for you. But when you talk to somebody one-on-one, you're not as effective. Or when you're asked to present spontaneously, you freeze up, versus if you're prepared, you know how to do things. Or when you are trying to convey a certain type of message that you know a lot about, easy for you, or hard for you to explain because you know too much, versus other subjects where you don't know as much, and now you don't have those ability to deploy those skills. But there's actually something even more fundamental about teaching somebody about the idea of delivering a message, which is that when you deliver a message, you yourself have to think about what it is that people will take away. And that's because we all come to a conversation with our own set of filters, our own biases, our own contexts. And we filter what we hear through those messages. So in order to have a set of communications land with an audience, you actually have to be able to understand what filters and biases they bring to the conversation. And so you have to focus strictly on the impact of your words as opposed to how good your intentions are. But when you yourself are listening, when you yourself are an audience member, you have to think about the opposite, because you also have biases. You also have filters. And if you want to be effective as a listener, you have to be able to understand the intent of the person, not the impact that it has on you. That is an example of what is necessary to shift in our educational system if we are to be able to provide an infrastructure, a learning infrastructure, for people who can work together and cooperate with one another. Yes, those skills are vast. They comprise dozens of skills that make up critical thinking, creative problem solving, understanding interactions. But if we are not able to communicate with one another, if we're not able to understand that when we speak, we have to think about how people hear us, and when we hear, we have to understand the goal of the person that is speaking to us. If we don't learn to come together and deploy those skills together, there's no point in learning them at all. At Minerva, we've not only developed a system of how to teach skills in ways that no other university ever has, producing better outcomes than Ivy League institutions, than Oxford and Cambridge. But more importantly, we have done so with the most diverse, far-flung student body ever assembled in higher education. The ability to teach those skills in a way that students can practice them, that they can then work together to solve the problems that we all expect them to. I hope that Minerva serves as a prototype for other institutions, not just in the United States, not just in this region, but all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ben. Our next session is going to be examining how culture can enhance human capability through fostering connections with our past and enhancing our values. Absolutely delighted now to have with me the director of the Louvre in Abu Dhabi, Manuel Rabate. Nice to see you. And we also have the director of Zia Arabic Research Center at Zayed University, Professor Hanada Taha. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. So the world is shaped by two things, somebody smarter than me said: stories told and the memories that they leave behind. I think that storytelling is what links the two of you guys together. Manuel, you tell nonfiction stories, and Hanada, language underpins all stories. So we might pick up on that in a moment. But to start off, Manuel, you run a museum in sea and sand. It's such a poetic idea. Actually, let's get a show of hands. How many people here have been to the Louvre in Abu Dhabi? Okay, quite a few. Have you been?
Of course.
So tell us, you run a new model of a universal museum. Tell us what that means.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Messa el Khair. It's a pleasure to be there. Indeed, we have reinvented in Abu Dhabi the old concept of the universal museum, of the encyclopedic museum. The model is more inspired by the dictionary, by the knowledge, by the classification. And for the region, for Abu Dhabi, we have put what is at the core of the values here, which is the connectedness. So instead of classifying the artworks by typologies or by civilization, we have decided to show them connected. So it's like a time machine. You start at the Neolithic revolution and you walk through times. And in each space, in each room, you see artworks from different civilizations which have something in common. So they could be from the region, they could be from China, they could be from the Western world, but they will talk to each other. And this is a real invention. The storytelling and the thread that you follow. I have just a few images to share, just to explain the beauty of the building itself, which is contextualized. That's for those who didn't raise their hand, and we're not that far from Riyadh, and it's a sensorial and beautiful museum designed by Jean Nouvel, the French Pritzker Prize. So it's like a Medina city contextualized under a beautiful dome that you can see here on the sea, as you would just rightfully see from all sides.
And you can actually visit it by kayak, is that right?
Absolutely. We're also reinventing the experience, and some of the speakers earlier were talking about the necessity to go from the learning to the skills to the experience to the improvement. And in a museum, you receive a lot, but you can also enjoy a lot. And for us, it's very important in the process of visiting to offer other ways of doing it. So in every museum in the world, you have, of course, the architectural walk in which you discover. For us, we are on the sea. Let's do in a kayak. It started as a joke between the team, and it's actually almost a meditative approach, because this is a beautiful building from all sides. So seeing it from the sea and at your own space, at your own pace, is beautiful.
Tell us a story, Manuel. Give us an example of a story from one of your exhibitions and what it tells us about Arabic culture in particular.
We have currently a beautiful, beautiful show that we've made with the Louvre in Paris and the Musée des Arts Décoratifs on Cartier. The show is called Cartier Islamic Design, Islamic Inspiration on Modern Design. And this is exactly what I was explaining. Let's say we zoom on the Islamic identity as a source of inspiration, and we show how a very important creative house, luxury house like Cartier, was fascinated by all the diversity and all the beauty of the Islamic culture, and how they really integrated into their thought process and creative process. So it's at the same time extremely subtle, and at the same time you understand immediately. You see the beautiful artworks to the west, from the Berber, some jewels, up to the Mughal, India, of course, Arabia, Persia. So you see all these beautiful artwork that have been collected by the Maison or on the best collection of the world, and you see how the creative mind has taken the object, transposed it into an inspiration source, and then you see the jewel which has been made using these fantastic patterns. And you see how the Islamic creativity is modern, is contemporary, and makes sense. And this process, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, it's absolutely striking. It's up to 24th of March.
All right.
It's worth visiting.
Get there quick. Yeah. Professor Hanana, language underpins culture. Tell us about your work in Arabic literacy.
Lovely to be here. Assalamu alaikum, masal ward. The work we do with Arabic language has to do with the teaching and the learning of Arabic. So we do realize that with Arabic language, with 450 million native speakers of Arabic, that we need to do more work to bring the teaching and the learning in particular up to a stage where it's really utilizing best practices, 21st century skills, and to bring the beauty of the language into the 21st century as well, where it needs to be pragmatic and communicative in a better way.
What's wrong with the way it's being taught now?
Well, currently we know that we are still probably challenged with the preparation of Arabic language teachers, the proper training of Arabic language teachers, with curricula and the design of curricula that is still a little bit outdated, just because we need to have more guts and to say, yes, while the Arabic language is really poetic and flowery and incredible in that way, it also, historically, through the Islamic and Arab civilizations, it has carried science all over. So it's really a scientific language, but it's also a poetic, flowery language. And this is why maybe in very recent 2023 brain scans done in Germany on speakers of Arabic, newly immigrants to Germany, they found that unlike most other languages, speakers of Arabic, they fire on both sides of the brain, both hemispheres, left and right. They fire, the connections between them seem to be more than in other languages where, for example, in speakers of German, they found that the left hemisphere is denser, has a denser connection, but not on both sides. So it's really fascinating what we are getting to know now with the new technologies and brain scanning and all of that. And I think we need to take this and bring it to the teaching and learning of Arabic in order to know how to work with the students in
Fascinating about the neuroscience. What's different about the Arabic language than German, English, any other languages?
So with the Arabic, you have, first of all, this workings where the morphology. Let me talk about the morphology. Al-ishtiqaq. So Arabic is a derivational language par excellence, where you have a word like kataba, for example, he wrote, and from it you can come up with tens and tens of words that are linked in meaning. So semantically, they are really, really linked. And for example, for love, we have about 25 words in the dictionary for love that are not synonyms. These are different levels of love, from al-hubb, al-huyam, al-sabwa, al-wid, etc., etc., etc. But these are not just synonyms, another word for love. It's really how you level it. And the highest level of it is al-huyam, where someone really goes crazy because of the love. So it's that derivational phenomena in Arabic, where also from the same word you can get up to 70 other words. It really makes it much easier to teach, because just give them, you can give them the root word and the process of how you derive others. So I think this is a uniqueness that we really need to invest in even via technology. How can we get AI to help us with all of these derivations? Another bit of Arabic is that it's again, very flowery, but it also can be extremely succinct and to the point, and I can tell it via translation. I do a lot of, English and Arabic work. I go back and forth. And if I have something that is a whole full page of English, I can do it in Arabic, in good language. I can do quarter of that and get the meaning. So it's really succinct, but it can be flowery to where the good morning only, which is or hello or hi. Let's take good morning. I can say sabah al-khair, sabah al-ward, sabah al-ful, sabah al-yasmin, sabah al-ishta. All of that, the variations we can play around with Arabic, which makes it incredibly fun to work with.
Manuel, you work with language at the museum. Tell us how you do that. Have you had any exhibits to do with language, for example?
We see in the artworks the birth of scripture and so on. But language as an exhibition, why not? I completely agree with whatever you said and the beauty and the storytelling which also comes with Arabic. In our case, we have 3 main languages, which are Arabic, English, and French, which are really the core of the museum, and we put them always as structuring elements. But we have visitors from all over the world.
Right.
So the question is, how do you speak all the languages of the world if you want to welcome and to talk to each one in their own language? So technology helps us for that. The application is, of course, in many 8 languages, and we're adding more and more to tackle, of course, Mandarin, Russian, Hindi, and so on. So we really follow the thread of visitor, and we also have something which is not the language, but which is the beauty of visual art, which is actually beauty is universal. So the question is, maybe the object itself can talk to each other. So, so we have an app which is extremely well done, and you just scan, no QR code, no code, no, you remember, like, you put your phone in front of the artwork, and then you get in your language all the talk, all the explanation that you wanted.
Fascinating.
And this fluidity is the best way to use the power of the object, the power of the image, and to get you the knowledge.
There's nothing like being in the presence of an incredible artwork and getting that aura of the art, it can be called. But then having the explanation come through technology is very powerful. Professor, I wonder if you can tell us a story of when language is taught well. What happens to those people in those schools? What can they become?
If language is taught well, and I will talk about the Arabic language, when it's taught well, it seems even the thinking change. If language are thought, are believed to be, they go side by side or hand by hand, it's incredible what we see when schools do the teaching of Arabic really well. They become readers, they become eventually thinkers, they're able to reflect upon themselves. And I do believe, I've always said, that when you know your mother tongue really well and deeply, it is your vehicle towards well-being.
Interesting. Tell me what you think the future of technology coming through within the museum is going to be. I know that during the pandemic, you could visit the Louvre, put headphones on, and have your own individual experience. What did you learn from that?
We learn exactly what you said about the aura of the artwork. It's really Walter Benjamin study of the physical presence, which cannot be duplicated but we also explored and experienced in so many ways to go beyond. So when you have this connection with the artworks, then we can start play, discover, and tell stories. It can be sensorial, it can be music, which we did. Yeah. We did a music visit, connected for you, tailor-made. It can be telling stories. We podcast in Arabic, actually, where we tell story about the artwork, which are tailor-made for this. So the accessibility of the digital tools help going further, understanding further, and maybe experience further.
How does technology help with literacy, Arabic literacy, Professor?
I think it will help a lot, but first of all, we need to get the teachers of Arabic to be able to use it in a smart way. But one of the things, and we at Zayed University were working on now in collaboration with New York University, Abu Dhabi, we have a grant to work on a 10 million word corpus that will eventually, within the coming 2 years, hopefully, will be able to tell us what are the first main 5,000 words we need to get students up to grade 7, 8 to learn. And that will be enough for them to actually be extremely literate and expressive and able to use the Arabic language very well.
Fascinating. All right, you guys, brass tacks now. I want to hear your favorite cultural items. What's your favorite story or book, either of you? Manuel.
One. I believe in all the stories. No, I like. I will change from the museum to the cinema because I think
how about
that's
the
something
cinema?
which was missing. And I will say two because Alice Guy, one of the first women to be a fantastic, to create a French lady who went to the US and shaped the movie industry at the beginning. And she told stories, she was courageous, she changed the thing. And in Abu Dhabi, we had the chance to have welcome the Dune, the science fiction movie, which was playing on the sand. And I think telling stories where you are is also, so both examples.
Okay, Professor, how about you? Favorite story, film, book?
Favorite book is موت صغير. Muhammad Hassan Alwan, he's a Saudi author, won the Booker Award. But I need to say in English, it means small death, but it's not really death.
Okay.
In Sufi language, small death means the utmost of love because you give your soul wholeheartedly to the beloved.
Amazing, absolutely. Well, what a fantastic, poetic moment this has been. I'd like to thank both Manuel and Professor Taha for a fascinating discussion. Give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Fantastic discussion, Edie. Thank you so much. And we're going to stay with that theme of education and the international collaboration that is required for it. Before we discuss some of the detail, I'd like to share with you this special announcement, including the details of the new UNESCO Regional Centre for Quality and Excellence in Education.
In a world where there is an increasing need to build human capabilities defined by quality, creativity, innovation, and shared human values, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia steps forward. It reaffirms its unwavering commitment to fostering sustainable development across local, regional, and global stages. Guided by the forward-thinking Vision 2030, Saudi Arabia initiated the establishment of the UNESCO Regional Center for Quality and Excellence in Education as a contribution to global efforts to ensure equitable and inclusive quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. The center is distinctive in its architectural design, as the Royal Commission for Jubail and Yanbu allocated a land for the building and worked on designing the center to be in Jubail Industrial City, a recipient of the UNESCO Global Learning City Award. UNESCO Regional Center for Quality and Excellence in Education marks a significant step towards a future where quality education is a fundamental pillar for sustainable development, peace, and prosperity worldwide.
It really is incredible to see all of the work that is being done, especially in those announcements that we've had throughout the day so far today. Plenty more to come too. So the question, what role does education play as a tool to navigate so much change in building a more resilient, more equitable future? It's worth saying, of course, too, that our discussion takes place against the backdrop of significant global change. Employers now estimate that 44% of workers' skills will be disrupted in the next 5 years. 44%. So the question, what needs to be done to empower individuals to create positive economic and societal change? To discuss that, I'm delighted to welcome my next panel. I'll introduce you to them in just a moment. Table's the most important part of this. Welcome to my panel. Please take a seat. Come on through. Lovely to have you with us. Thank you so much. Come on in. There is so much for us to talk about, and the importance of education, as we already discussed this morning, not only in our younger years, but that element of lifelong learning, and we'll talk some more about that with our panelists. So let me introduce you to them as promised. Dr. Mohammed Al-Sagaf is next to me, the president of KFUPM. Also, Alan Goodman, the chief executive of the Institute of International Education. Dr. Santiago Iniguez, who's the president of IE University. Andreas Schleicher, who is the director for education and skills at the OECD. Professor Sir Steve Smith, who's the international education champion and Prime Minister's special representative to Saudi Arabia on education for the UK government. and also Dr. Sobi Tawil, who's the Director of Future of Learning and Innovation in Education at UNESCO. Delighted to have you all here with us. Thank you so much. Dr. Sobi, if I could start with you, first of all, we saw the incredible video of the work that is being done there. Just tell me a little bit more about the UNESCO Regional Centre for Quality and Excellence in Education, if I can say it. How significant is what you're building there?
I think very significant, given the challenges around quality education in the Arab region in general. We're very pleased to see the launch of the center. It is part of a family, a network of centers with specialized focus. But here, again, the focus on quality, on excellence in education is particularly welcome in this region, where a number of countries invest actually quite a bit in education. But what we see in comparative assessments of learning, whether PISA, TIMSS on science, on mathematics, reading, pearls, etc., the Arab countries generally fare very poorly. So very glad to see this focus on quality and excellence within the region.
It also looks fantastic as well. And I know that's not the main thing, but it does look at a wonderful building. So we said for this panel, we want to look at what the role education plays as a tool to navigate so much change. Andreas, let me bring you in here, because I know you've got a lot of thoughts on this. Just describe to me where we start with this challenge.
Yeah, no, for a start, we know that jobs and wealth depend on nothing more than on what people know, what they can do with what they know. Now, if you think about, a country like Saudi Arabia, if young people in Saudi Arabia would meet international baseline skills, every young person in Saudi Arabia gets to level 2 on the global PISA test, and that's not very ambitious, that's level 2. That would add about $17 trillion to the Saudi economy. You have to dig up a lot of oil to get anywhere close to this, and this pool is infinite. I think that's one of the points. Beyond the aggregate effect, think about distributions. Much of the economic polarization we see these days, much of the labor market polarization we see, much of the political polarization we see, comes down to unequal opportunity and the skills of people. People who cannot, and you can deal with the economic consequences through, tax and social policies. Mm-hmm. But you cannot deal with the kind of issues of social participation, democratic participation, through redistribution. That is something that where skills are absolutely key. And that was the easy part of your question. The harder part is, of course, how do we build the right human talent? Because what is very clear, doing more of the same education will not get us there. You have lots of university graduates who have difficulties finding a good job, and at the same time, employers telling you, we cannot find the people with the skills we need. Now, we need to become much better anticipating the evolution of labor demand. What is the future asking us? And then, match that with a broader range. Things like, vocational education needs to advance from a last resort to a first choice for young people. We need to redesign this as an attractive kind of career front. And we need to make it work for all. Think about it like this, In our PISA assessment, the 10% most disadvantaged kids in the region of Shanghai, China, did better than the 10% wealthiest in large American cities. This tells us that poverty need not be destiny. We can make actually skills work for everyone, and I think we need to do a lot better on this. And we also see, and that's where it gets challenging, that money is not the answer to everything. You can see Singapore and Qatar spending equal amounts of money on education, and Singapore is the world's top performer in education, and Qatar is a long way to go. So spending choices, looking at how do we invest money best, how do we align resources with needs is going to be key. And let me add one more point that is often forgotten. You can develop great skills, but if your economy is not good in extracting value from this, it gets you nowhere. Compare Japan and the United States. Japan has an amazing talent pool, very highly skilled population. But the economy is so silent, so rigid, that people never get a chance to use their skills. And productivity isn't particularly good in a country like Japan. The United States, I would say these days, the skills pool is very patchy, very uneven, very kind of localized. But no economy is better than the US in extracting value from the skills of people. That's why everybody goes to the United States. You earn a lot of money if you have the right skills. They can turn better skills into better jobs and better lives. And that part of the equation we should deal with much more consciously when we design human capital strategies. How do we actually, make sure that the skills people have in the Middle East, again, you see these huge mismatches.
And it does underline that theme that we've had throughout the day, doesn't it, of that collaboration is the only way that we will solve this together. Alan, I want to pick up on some of the numbers if I can. 6 in 10 workers will require training before 2027, but only half of workers are seen to have access to adequate training opportunities. Why is that still the case? We know the scale of the problem. We're not very good at tackling it yet, are we?
It's not like we have to discover a cure for cancer. We know that education at all levels and training at all levels is the way we solve the skills shortage. We're focused particularly on refugees. Everybody in every country here lives near a Gaza. And the last thing that is happening in refugee camps is higher education. 5 years ago, we started working on that problem. Since then, the number of refugees has doubled. It will double again by the middle of this century. We don't want them to be a lost generation. And the only way to solve that is to find the education that works in the camps, to find education that's adjacent to the camps, and to make sure that since the camps are more or less permanent, the education refugees get is relevant to what's going to build the life of those people in the camp. And what we've discovered by working with displaced and refugee students that have been disconnected from higher education for 2, 3, 4, 5 years is when they go back to higher education, they get relevant education. They get education that will help build a camp, help build a community, and they go back to the community. And that is the way we think, and we both get the skills we need for the rest of this century, but prevent a lost generation that will be exploited by the armies of the night.
Well, there are so many lessons that can be learned in parallel, aren't there, from that about where are the requirements and what are the skills that we need for them. Dr. Mohammed, let me bring you in, because in so many industries we do hear warnings, don't we, about the lack of talent availability in the pipeline. What is coming next? Are we still really bad at joining the dots of here are the jobs and the skills that are needed, and here are the people that we need to train, and we're still not very good at putting those two things together, are we?
Well, yes and no. I know this is a diplomatic answer, but the truth is it varies from country to country, from institution to institution. It's just a challenge for countries around the globe. And I'll give you an example. We believe at KFUBM, for example, that when talent, as far as talent is concerned, there are 3 types of output from, and I think we heard a little bit about it, is the type whose skills are not needed in today's nor in tomorrow's economies. And there are many like this in Saudi Arabia, in the US, everywhere. Many universities are churning out graduates whose skills are a mismatch to the job market. And then the second type is the economy maintaining output. Those are the graduates who are the engineers and the bankers and the doctors and physicians and so on, who maintain the current economy. They are the largest portion of any economy, and they are essential. And then the third type, which is relevant in today's conference, is the economy creating output. Those are the few who are going to create the futures, or the future of the economy, and create a new sectors. This is the niche of a small university like KFUBM, where we tell our students when they come in, you are not here to learn to get a job. If you get into KFUBM, you are guaranteed almost a job. You are here to learn to create a job. And that talent creating output is essential to really activate economies and push them forward to be participants in the future economies. You cannot do anything with the other 2 types. The other thing that is important, I think, is the whole population has to participate in the expansion of any economy. I'll give you an example. In all humility, KFUBM has been a men-only university for the past 60 years. In the last 3 years, we worked very hard, and now KFUBM has the distinction of having the highest intake of females in engineering anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world, 50%. And that is, thank you, I think we have a lot of females. But it is true, you cannot win a game with half a team.
Yeah.
Huh? And that empowerment is essential to make the economy a vibrant economy. And the last, I think, important point is the tools that you can utilize to impart on this economy, creating talent, the right mindset and skills. We say at KFUBM that AI for this generation is what mathematics was for our generation. You wouldn't be a mechanical engineer or in finance if you hadn't taken calculus and so on. And you cannot be an effective member of the workforce if you haven't fully absorbed AI and become competent in it. This is why 3 years ago we created something called AI plus X. You first learn AI at KFUBM, and then you learn X, which is mechanical, petroleum, whatever it is. Otherwise, you are not ever going to be a competent member of the workforce for the future economies and the future sectors. So I think these three things are important: defining the segment, making sure it is all encompassing. By the segment, I mean the students, and ensuring that we have the right tools to train them for the sectors of the future, not just for today.
And Dr. Santiago, that's the key thing, isn't it, here? It's one thing having our educational establishments prepared to teach the students and the workers of tomorrow. Is there the right mindset or an understanding amongst the student body that it's about creating a job, not just getting a job?
Well, I was listening to Dr. Schleiser, who made a very interesting approach from the macro perspective, no? But I guess that education can actually be approached from two different perspectives, the top-down, the macro perspective, and it's crucial, as you were saying, to identify what should be invested, what are the major ratios that should be analyzed in order to assess the quality of education. But in the end, education is a one-on-one relationship between faculty, the professor, and the student.
Yeah.
And a way, to improve innovation in higher education is actually to favor experimentation, to release educational institutions from very rigid accreditation systems, to provide more autonomy. And going back to your question about the relationship with the student, it's actually about enhancing the potential of each of our students and participants. Technology, for example, allows us to personalize education in a much more focused way. So in comparison to what happened in the past, where education was some form of standardization of knowledge, today using learning analytics and using all the tools that are provided by AI, you can actually assess what are the strengths of your students and actually potentiate all that potential of learning. So regarding the skills, I guess we can now address what are the needs of each of our students in a very singular way, and this applies to all the stages of education, from primary education to lifelong learning. And in fact, this is what we are doing at IE. What we are trying is actually to benefit from all the contributions of technology and try to enhance the learning process. So what I would encourage, and we realize that here in the kingdom, where we have been operated now for 17 years, the transformations have been amazing. We are amazed actually at how the talent has evolved, the programs, the universities, they are much more internationally oriented now. But probably we need to release universities from many different constraints that they have so that they can innovate more, be more autonomous, and be more linked to the actual needs of the market of employers.
So Steve, this very neatly gets us to you, because this is what you do. We know the UK has held a special position, hasn't it, for the quality of its education for so long, exported around the world. That's what you do. But I wonder what it is about that, and also the changing nature of what you do, given the growth of education and the skill set in so many different markets.
Well, 2 points. Firstly, I mean, the UK is a very strong education system. I was a vice-chancellor of a university for 18 years. I expected to be focusing on higher education. But all the governments we work with, the really interesting thing is the extent to which it's skills. It's not just the people that go to university. It's schools that really matter. And I've done nearly 500 meetings abroad in my government role. And it's obvious, but it's worth saying, every country we meet around the world has similar issues. And it's all about what are the skills of tomorrow? Are we teaching people what they need to be taught? Will there be jobs? What are the earnings? Where should the state subsidy go in education systems? So I think all countries are on that journey, on that conveyor belt. And in Britain, we've got this nice figure that 1 in 5 jobs will be affected just by the switch to the green economy alone. So you've got in that one, let alone AI, you've got this major change. And the simple answer is most countries cannot deal with this alone. It's learning from each other, working together in partnership, and finding ways of making sure that education isn't just relevant for the future, but most importantly, that it's inclusive, that it's available across the society and not just to those that can afford the very highest quality education.
Yes, and that's a really interesting point. Dr. Santiago, maybe I can ask you about this, because technology has that role, doesn't it? I'm especially thinking about things like personalized learning, AI tools and things. Does that democratize the whole process? Does it free up the education system to be beyond walls and boundaries and faculties and institutions, and it allows access, greater access than ever before?
Potentially it does, although we have discovered over the different cycles of the impact of technology in education over the past 2 decades that, for example, the launch of the MOOCs didn't actually reach this universal population across the world, because what is actually needed is access to technology, to internet. What I would encourage, though, is that we prepare our faculty. The key thing here, in order to make education universally accessible, is not just to provide access to knowledge, because education is not just access to knowledge. It's not just providing, content. It's actually providing that very high-quality relationship between the faculty, the professor, and the student. So the key challenge, in my opinion, for the future is how to prepare the professors in order that they orchestrate the learning process, making the best possible use of AI. AI is a formidable tool in order to access formidable knowledge and to help students learn in a different way, much more innovative, more critical. But what we need is that the faculty actually learn how to orchestrate the whole process and become, not the last authoritative voice of knowledge, which was the past, but actually the orchestrators of the whole learning process.
Yeah, and the reason I ask about some of the technology shifts is, and Alan, this is relevant for the work that you do, in that if you're doing it beyond the parameters or the boundaries of traditional institutions, what are the lessons that we can learn about how you can make sure that everybody has access to the education that they need, when there's a real danger with the students that you work with, the people that you work with, just drop out of the education system altogether, don't they?
True, but this is something very similar to how we teach our population, the people, how to make out the best of social networks.
Yeah.
Social networks provide formidable access to many different people across the globe, and it releases lots of information, but we realize that they can also become channels for populism and for lots of fake news.
Yes.
So education can become a formidable platform if technologies are used in this best possible way, which is dependent very much on how the faculty use all those tools.
Yeah, and Alan, that is the work that you do too, isn't it? Particularly with working with refugees. How do you make sure that they stay within an education system to provide for them beyond the traditional boundaries of university schools and colleges?
When we started this special project, my mantra was everyone take one.
Right.
There are 25,000 universities around the world authorized to take international students. Refugees are international students. So if everyone took one, we'd begin to make a dent in the vast numbers. I've changed my mantra. Everyone take 10, because the numbers are so large.
Is that happening?
No. But at this meeting, I've had 5 people from universities come up to me and say, we know what you're doing, we'll take some, here's how it will work. And I think it's going to take that to begin to make a dent in the large number of refugee students we forget about. When they get to school, whether it's through the social media, through distance learning, or on-campus learning, they tend to be your best students. They tend to know exactly why they're there. They tend to get the practical training that they need to bring back to their home community.
Yeah.
So it's a terrific investment. We just need to catch up in making the investment.
Yes, and sometimes it does come down to money, even though we've talked about it being so much more. Andreas, I wonder too, we talked about the importance of teachers in this, and teaching the teachers to be able to teach better. How do we attract the best people to teach?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. Money is not the answer. There's actually no correlation between the teacher salaries and the attractiveness of the teaching profession. It has a lot more to do with making teaching intellectually more attractive, giving teachers, more interesting careers, and also moving, from having teachers just being instructors, which is going to be replaced by technology, to become a great coach, a great mentor, a great facilitator, a great designer of more innovative learning environments. That's the future of teaching. That's what makes teaching attractive. I think you said a really important point, that learning is not a transactional business. It's always a social and relational experience. And teachers who are really, really good at that will be the future. And that's also what's going to make the job attractive. Why do I say this? Because we have really good evidence at the OECD. We study that question regularly. And we can see in countries where teachers, have interesting careers, where that social mission is front and center, not the kind of instructional mission, teaching is a very attractive profession. You can look at a country like Finland, which doesn't pay its teachers really well, but they get 10 applicants for every teaching post, simply because of that. So I think we can work on that.
Dr. Sobey, let me ask you this, though, because we are very focused, aren't we, around the new jobs. We're focused around the skills and the tech that is changing the way that we work. But I also wonder whether we've given enough thought to critical thinking, creative thinking. And how do you teach something like that? Because those will be necessary skills for these jobs. How do we teach someone to be a creative or critical thinker?
I think there's many ways of doing that, but perhaps first to say that, regardless of the taxonomies, we can speak of 21st century skills. What are the main, the skills we need, the competencies? But critical thinking, independent judgment, creative thinking are not new. So how we can, we certainly can promote more of the humanities, the arts. We recently had in Abu Dhabi the International Conference on Culture and Arts Education. These are areas that are generally overlooked in cross-national assessments. It's true that we can't measure everything that we value in education, but these are areas that can certainly promote creativity.
And so, Steve, let me bring you in on that issue of, the way we perceive what will happen in future. Do we also need to change our thinking about how we measure education? Do we need to get beyond just thinking about graduation rates and certificates and statistics and say, actually, this is a workforce prepared for the future, regardless of what these qualifications are?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. On the one hand, the finance ministries of governments will always be looking at what they're getting for their investment and where that investment should go.
But is that the only way we can measure a return?
No, it's not the only way. But the really interesting thing is no one group in society has the answer to that. So in the UK, lots of work going on this green skills issue. What are they like? What's needed? And the lessons we've picked up are we're not going to come to answers on that without working with employers, without working with students. And our biggest single problem is employers are excellent at telling us what they needed. They're not great at telling us what they want tomorrow.
Yeah.
And in that situation, it's most interesting that things like critical thinking are coming in. They want graduates who are adaptable to jobs that aren't yet in existence.
Yeah.
So our job is to work with them to achieve that outcome.
And that is hard to measure, I assume. And a final thought from you, Dr. Mohammed, if we can. How do you measure the success? To your point about, you're teaching your students to create jobs, you can't look at the success of the university by how many people got a job when they graduated.
we have to analyze really deeply what is it that we impart on the students. And I talked about economy creating and so on and so forth, but it doesn't help if you just give them the education of yesterday. This is not going to create the human capital of tomorrow. And if we look around and survey different academic institutions of higher learning, we see that if you want to prepare students for the future, you have to impart to them a large dosage of technology development. Are we doing that? We see 3 types of academic institutions, and I'll mention them quickly. The first one is the tech-lagging institutions. These are usually large institutions that are stable, but in other ways stagnant, and they focus on teaching the skills of today to create people who are ready for today's market, and those leave a lot of opportunity behind because they don't partake in the technology development process. And the second type is the tech-following institutions and what I call the tag-alongs. And so universities who tag along whenever any technology becomes fashionable. So nanotech was fashionable 10 years ago. Everyone was doing nanotech this, nanotech that, nanotech, graphene this, and now large language models, ChatGPT this. This is the wrong positioning for an academic institution. An academic institution, to prepare the human capital of tomorrow, has to be tech-leading or tech-leaping, has to foresee future challenges and start prescribing solutions for these challenges before the industry says. If the industry discovers something, it's too late. You have to have done that before the industry. This is what we are trying to do. We talk about hydrogen. We already graduated 3 cohorts of hydrogen mobility, 3 cohorts of quantum computing, 3 cohorts of non-metallic materials. And maybe the jobs are not immediately here. These skills, however, are the ones that are going to build the jobs of tomorrow. And I think that disparity between what you do with the students, not just what the students are, is one that we really need to think quite a bit about.
So you're saying not only has the transformation, it's not happening in future, it's not happening today, it's already happened.
Absolutely.
So, thank you so much. Time is gone. There's so much more I wanted to talk to you about. But thank you, Dr. Mohammed, to Alan, to Dr. Santiago, Andreas, to Steve Smith, and Dr. Sophie Tawil. Thank you so much for being with us. Delighted to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ben, as well, for that panel. How we support teachers, how we teach critical thinking. Should we get back to the basics? How do we look forward? So in a moment, we'll be hearing how Aramco is building the workforce of tomorrow. Before that, let's remind ourselves of some of the work this powerhouse is doing here in the Kingdom.
Every day, we have a choice. To stay the same or seek change. Awakening our potential. To become the best version of ourselves. Gaining knowledge and experience. To help create a better future. At Aramco, we've been dedicated to future readiness for more than 90 years. Empowering individuals, enabling communities, providing multiple pathways to build human capabilities, increasing access to higher education, launching our national programs, and inspiring creativity, powering a new era of growth, leveraging our unique scale, resources, and global perspective, building resilient economies of the future, more diversified, sustainable, and competitive, to unleash potential and deliver tomorrow's innovations in an ever-changing world. The future is coming, and we are ready.
So we know that people make businesses thrive, the right people with the right skills, with the right leadership and resources. Aramco has been investing in people for more than 90 years, and today is building a workforce ready for a rapidly changing future. Please do welcome, here to tell us more, the Executive Vice President of Human Resources and Corporate Services at Aramco, Nabil Al-Jama.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah, the Blessed and the Merciful.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. I would like to begin with a word of appreciation to His Royal Highness Crown Prince, Prime Minister Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz for his patronage and his vision in hosting such a significant conference. I am gratified to see so many attendees from across the kingdom, while many others have traveled much farther to be with us today. I thank each of you for enriching gathering with your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, leaders often think about their organization's most crucial success factors. Some point to buildings, infrastructure, and natural resources. But I believe the true heartbeat of any company is its people. The concept of human capability celebrates the skills and abilities needed for any organizations to innovate and adapt to changing market conditions. So in my view, focusing on human potential and investing in its development makes sense for any organization, large or small. Robust training strategies and comprehensive programs are essential for strong, sustained, and balanced growth. That's why the Kingdom's Human Capability Development Program is centered on empowering citizens and raising their global competitiveness. At the same time, we are witnessing disruptive developments in digitalization. AI and other fourth industrial revolution technologies, intelligent systems are already displacing some employees. This is leading to bold forecasts about the future of our people, to the point where some observers ask whether future conferences like this might just be robots talking to robots. I think that greatly underestimates the power of our people. People and AI bring different strengths to the table. In fact, in recent IBM survey, some 90% of business executives believe AI is more likely to augment employees rather than to replace them. So building new capabilities for our people is the top talent issue. Preparing your men and women for careers where the scale, scope, and pace of change will exceed anything our generations has witnessed. Indeed, that is one of the key challenges of training and education. Preparing today for what will be an uncertain, unsettled, and difficult to predict tomorrow. I would argue that if we prepare the workforce for the future based simply on the needs of the present, our chances for long-term success are slim. Rather, we must invest in human capability as a whole, equipping our young men and women with the skills and confidence to tackle any challenge or opportunity head-on, even if we don't know their exact nature today. That's why the Kingdom's strategy to retain and develop its workforce in the future technologies is so vital. As a vision partner of the Human Capability Development Program, Aramco is committed to playing its part in powering an era of growth in Saudi Arabia. We are working with our partners to develop skills, transfer knowledge, and target training across the kingdom to build a globally competitive workforce. To that end, we run 16 national training centers across the country, educating and empowering our people with a particular focus on young women. The centers cover more than 60 different trades, from aviation and construction to hospitality and IT. So far, some 57,000 graduates have now walked out of their doors and into the job market. By 2030, our aspiration is to see the rise to 100,000 graduations. Within Aramco, our achievements have been driven by our people. That will be true in the years to come as well. So we offer them a journey of life learning, regardless of their career path, professional discipline, or area of the business. From shop floor to trading floor, from well to cloud, technology will alter every part of our working environment. Aramco will not just keep pace with these changes, but we will help shape them too. Our approach in this area has two parts. First, digital reskilling for those who need to move into a new area of the business should technology impact their existing role. And second, digital upskilling for those who can complete their current roles more effectively with the new technology. A great example is safety. Until recently, our safety inspectors conducted in-person inspections, exposing them to a certain degree of risk. Now, digital upskilling is retraining these inspectors as drone pilots, reducing risk while improving inspection reach and reliability. Sometimes our talent development efforts begin even before employment. Our highly selective scholarship program has partnerships with 150 top-tier universities throughout the kingdom and around the world. Last year, 87% of these students attended global top 30 schools. And speaking of global competition, in Saudi Arabia, Grand Prix will take place in Jeddah in about 10 days' time. Aramco is the title sponsor for the F1 in Schools initiative, enhancing the study of STEM subjects in schools. Last year, a Saudi team consisting of 4 girls and 2 boys joined hundreds of students from around the world at the F1 in school final in Singapore. winning the Innovative Thinking Award. They made us all very proud. I hope to see some of those students at the Jeddah Grand Prix in the coming years, and a Saudi-designed and engineered F1 car on the track in due course. Ladies and gentlemen, companies or institutions cannot drive success on their own. That's why it is exciting to see philosophy of partnership and sustained focus on people power spreading like a tidal wave throughout the kingdom. Because only by embracing cooperation and collaboration can we realize the full potential of our people, and indeed the full potential of our beloved nation. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you an enjoyable and productive conference.
Thank you so much to Nabil for those words about the work that you're doing at Saudi Aramco. So our next session is entitled Unlocking Economic Growth Through Human-Centric Investment. And in particular, we're going to be looking at the skills that people need to learn from primary school all the way through to graduate school and beyond in order specifically to increase productivity. We're going to be looking at what we are getting wrong, and I can tell you that we have a very strong example from Europe about what we are getting wrong, as well as a strong example on what we are getting right, that we need to continue to amplify. We're going to be looking at issues of productivity here in the kingdom, as well as elsewhere in the world. So, as I walk to the center, I'd like you to give my panel a big round of applause as they come with me. Unlocking Economic Growth Through Human-Centric Investment. So we're going to bring up onto stage the folks who are going to talk through this session with me. Please do welcome the Dean of the Bocconi School of Management, Professor Stefano Caselli. We have the former Portuguese Minister of Education and Professor at the University of Lisbon, Professor Nuno Creto. We have the Vice President and Managing Director of Samsung Engineering, Kevin Lee, the CEO of Automation Anywhere, Mihir Shukla, and the CEO of Saudia Airport Company, the airline that brought me here, Captain Ibrahim Koshi. Welcome, how are you? Come on down. We can leave a space for Kevin at the end. You can move on in. Great, have a seat. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So I want to start with the billion-dollar question to you all. I'm going to give you, in my pocket, I have $1 billion for you each. I know, you cannot spend it on...
A restaurant?
No,
I cannot.
There's two requirements. One is that you invest in people, and the second is that you unlock economic growth. Okay? Dean Caselli, where are you going to put your money?
Well, it's a lot of money. Let me say I'm a finance professor. We have to diversify more. I believe that I'm going to put this money 50% and 50% in two pots. The first one is to sustain, let me say, startup into a very innovative area. It's fundamental to sustain startups while the incubator place, we are going to choose the right place, but it's not a problem. The world is our goal. On the other way around, in my opinion, to create a pot of money to sustain, students, they don't have the possibility to enter a university or to have higher education. So in both cases, we are going to multiply, let me say, the effect of money. It's fundamental to create multiple to generate impact around money. So I'm going to do it this way.
Okay. What about you, Professor Creto? Where would you put this $1 billion?
Oh, my answer is going to be a little bit less flashy, let's say, more modest. But there are a couple of basic things in which I think money is valuable. The first one is that it can be used to create jobs. The second is that it can be used to create jobs. The third is that it can be used to create jobs. The fourth is that it can be used to create jobs. The fifth is that it can be used to create jobs. The sixth is that it can be used to create jobs. The seventh is that it can be used to create jobs. The eighth is that it can be used to create jobs. The ninth is that it can be used to create jobs. The 10th is that it can be used to create jobs. The 11th is that it can be used to create jobs. The 12th is that it can be used to create jobs. The 13th is that it can be used to create jobs. The 14th is that it can be used to create jobs. The 15th is that it can be used to create jobs. The 16th is that it can be used to create jobs. The 17th is that it can be used to create jobs. The 18th is that it can be used to create jobs. The 19th is that it can be used to create jobs. The 20th is that it can be us one of them, and maybe that I will concentrate there, is reading, which is an old technology, very old technology.
Very
but
analog.
We sometimes don't realize that even in Europe, we have more than 20% of students, 15-year-olds, who don't read well. And worldwide, the estimates from UNESCO is that more than a half of the population of 10 years old have difficulty reading.
Wow.
So I think this is something where we should really invest. Because if we duplicate, just think like this, if we duplicate the number of kids who are good readers in the world, we will generate lots of wealth.
I'm going to push you
and
on
well-being.
that, though, because you're a professor of math and statistics. Should we not also be putting some of that money towards teaching math?
Well, there are so many things. Math is the second.
Okay.
You are completely right. Math is the second. But what people usually say is that up to a certain age, we learn how to read, and then we read to learn. And actually, learning to read is like the basic for everything. So maybe I would start with learning, although my heart goes to math.
Okay, Kevin, what about you? Where would you put this $1 billion?
I will tell you as a businessman's point of view, since I'm working in private sector. As you know, economy is changing very fast due to technology development. And if any company wants to be competitive in this situation, they must provide opportunities to their employees to learn new skill and knowledge. And this can be done by different types of education, training, and career development. When companies nurture their employee, they can increase their work productivity, and also they can create new products and services as well, which will make the business more profitable. In case of Samsung Engineering, we have been investing in reskilling of our people to innovate the project management and to minimize site work. According to this effort, we have achieved much better KPIs in project management, like productivity and project schedule and quality and safety control. Therefore, it is needless to say that I would invest in people and create environment where they can thrive. And I'm sure this will help unlocking economic growth in the long run.
Okay. Mihir, what about you? Investing in people, unlocking economic growth, $1 billion. Where's your money going to go?
Before I answer that, I just wanted to congratulate the organizers for organizing this event. I'm a CEO of a large AI company, and we live in a world where it is easier to raise money to train AI and harder to raise money to train people. So I think this discussion we are having is a very timely discussion to invest in human capabilities. Going back to your question, the $1 billion, I think I would divide them in 3 different lanes. I would put about 70% of it in transforming businesses. My logic there is that it will generate 10x returns, so I don't have $1 billion, I have $7 billion now. So there is more to go around. I would put about 20% in education, including adult education. I think reskilling is the name of the game. The last report I saw from World Economic Forum says that we might reconfigure 8 million jobs in the world. They might go away, but 10 million new jobs will be created.
Right.
There are no 10 million people available to take those jobs. So in a perfect world, those 8 million should take the 10 million jobs, right? And we need 2 million more. So education and reskilling is very important. And I think I would put 10% in digital inclusion. There is still a huge part of the population not connected to the digital world.
Yeah,
and
50% of the world, in fact.
That's right. And I think this next set of technologies will create a bigger gap between them. So trying to get everybody together on this journey together.
All right, we need a lot more than just my 1 billion.
Yeah.
What about you, Captain? Where would you put this 1 billion?
I would first have to say that to understand why the answer I'm going to give, you have to understand what's happening both in the country, in our industry, as well as the airlines, so Arabian Airlines itself. So with the Vision 2030, human capability initiatives, we understand that people are at the heart of this Vision 2030. And going into the industry, travel and tourism has a very large, let's say, target on what's required to be met by the time we do hit 2030. So when we're talking about 150 million visits to the kingdom annually, the airlines have a big role to play in that. So if you tell me $1 billion, what are you going to do with that? It could buy me 3 aircraft and a couple of spare parts, which is nothing. So it's a capital-intensive business. But when I look at what I can put in the human side of this, investing in people, this is where you really can make the bigger impact. So if I look at our airline currently the way we are, we have a young workforce below the age of 30. They're about 30%. We have 33% of the airline staff are female. We have about let me say, it's a large, we operate over to 65, we have 65 nationalities, and we operate to about 100 destinations. So it's a diverse workforce, a young workforce, and at the same time, we have a global footprint. So when I think about the talent there, my biggest fear is going forward is I know this industry is growing, and I know the talent pool is actually shrinking for this specific industry. So I need to start investing in the people to ensure that I attract and retain them. And this is by creating the right incentive programs that attract and retain them, by investing in their education or reskilling, because the skills, even in aviation, are adjusting very quickly. We would do reorganization, investing in both the tools and the skills required for the staff to contribute better.
Right.
And there's a lot of things on the human side which you can contribute. Now, if I think about this in a practical sense, I would have to partner. It's not something that I can do alone. I would have to partner with ministries of labor, Ministry of the Higher Education. So when I'm sending pilots outside to get the pilot pool, for example, I'd ensure that they're coming back. I'd have let's say a pipeline of talent coming, from the best universities outside. And this gives them, let's say they come back with master's degrees, not just pilot certificates, but they see that we're investing in them. It shows that we're taking a serious investment in future career path growth for them in the same time. And I think this is where any industry, it's a challenge, because as a business, bottom line matters a lot. But if you don't invest in the people, you don't create those incentives, you will lose them, and you're not ready to play the game with the others out there.
Well, I wonder, though, if we are just starting with the wrong thing. You mentioned there, Professor Kratos, such a profound statistic, and this is in Europe, right? The amount of people who cannot read, not to mention the rest of the world. We know that education is absolutely key to every other form of human development. Those staggering statistics that you mentioned, why are we not getting the basics right?
Well, that's not $1 million question, not $1 trillion question. It's really a very important question. I have a beginning of an answer, because it's a work that is a collective work. I work at a foundation called Iniciativa Educação, which concentrates its work on the basics. And I think that we, in Europe, don't concentrate on the basics. We let it go. We believe that things will be solved, and it's not. They are not going to be solved. These kids that are not able to read at an early stage, they will have problems for the remaining of their lives. So concentrate on the basics. We have to discuss all these marvelous things, this marvelous future that AI is bringing to us, internet has brought already. We have, of course, to be alert to this. We have to be alert of the jobs of the future, but we can't forget the foundations. That would be my first answer. My second answer is that we don't pay enough attention to the evidence. And the evidence, not only the statistics evidence, this one that we have been discussing here for these 30 seconds, this evidence, not only this, but also the scientific evidence, the evidence on how we teach, and this evidence on how we teach tells us that we have to be very systematic, very persistent. We have to accompany kids since their beginnings and persist with them. Don't let them fall behind.
Interesting. How do we create a strong learning environment that makes able humans, Professor Creto?
Me? Well, I can tell you a little bit about my experience, but it's a different level because I'm a college professor. But at college level, I'd say, and maybe this is also true for other levels, we have to be very organized. We have to be very organized. We have to follow things through step by step to impart confidence on the students. Right. Then we have to know what we are teaching. If you are teaching history of the Middle East, you have to know a lot about the history of the Middle East. If you are teaching finance or mathematics, you have to know a lot about finance. So you have to learn what you are teaching. That's the second thing. Then you have to interact a lot with students. We have to be constantly asking questions. And asking questions is not only good for them, it's also good for us because we realize how they are following us. Very frequently or too frequently, what happens with teachers and professors is that we are surprised by the results of a test. We should not be surprised.
Right.
A test should just reveal what we already thought that was happening. That's a lack of interaction in the classroom. So there are lots of things, but maybe these are important.
Okay, a few things. Maybe we'll come back. So, Professor Caselli, I'd love to know how business schools, because we've talked a little bit about primary education, college education, how are business schools helping to address some of the big challenges that the world faces? If we've got those basics right that Professor Creto was talking about, how do you incorporate some of the bigger challenges into student learning?
Yes, we do, and we have to do that because more and more business schools have a great responsibility to have an impact, so to make both individuals and organizations well equipped to face the challenges we have in the world. To do that, which is very challenging, we have probably to work into different directions, into different, let me say, playing fields. On the one hand, we have to work on applied research. That's fundamental. If you don't work on applied research, step by step, you are going to become just simply a provider of something, which is not exactly.
What does that mean, applied research?
Applied research means to be able to attract questions, corporates, and also money to support, researchers to work on concrete question marks we have today. And that's fundamental. Because applied research means to generate a sort of reverse engineering process, because applied research is great to have new content to transfer in class, but also it's fundamental to generate new inputs for theoretical research we need. So it's very positive circle. On the other hand, we have to work on topics and content. And today, let me say, the borders between business school, engineering school, and government school are not clear at all. If we talk about AI or if we talk about geopolitics, they do not belong just simply to engineering school and school of government. They stay in the business. If you enter a board today, you spend a lot of time to discuss about how do you apply AI to the processes, how do we tackle geopolitics to take our decision. So it's fundamental that business school don't keep a view by silos that are comfort zone, but they break the silos and they try to have inside, the challenges.
And do you have businesses who are bringing you problems that your students work on together with the businesses?
Yeah, it's fundamental. So the temptation we have to avoid is to stay in the comfort zone,
right,
where everything is perfect. So the silos of finance, the silos of marketing, the silos of accounting, everything is perfect there. The step by step is not useful yet. So problems are, the driver to generate solutions for a business school.
Here, you have written that because the working age is declining, the working age population is declining, we're all going to have to become more productive. Just unpack that a little bit for us and tell us how we're going to do that.
So that's a great question. So the first time in human history, at least that we all know about, we are seeing a working age population decline. And for the next decade, we are going to have negative 3% decline. And we know exactly how many children are there, so we know what it looks like for the next 20 years at least. This has never happened to us, right? So always economy has had two growth engines. One is more people working, and other is the productivity increase. That's how we had the world growth. First time, one of the engine is disappearing. There is no more, not more people working, which means we have to more than double the productivity. And that challenge is a very huge challenge because it took computers, internet, mobile devices, every software ever written, and other 100 inventions to get the productivity we have today. Does anybody have an idea how to double that productivity? So that's the challenge in front of us. And so partly this AI revolution that is coming up is very timely because it might be the solution to a problem world is facing.
Interesting. I wonder, Captain, if you can tell us how you're working on productivity within Saudia.
Yeah. Also, the airline industry, similar to others, is affected both by the shrinking talent pool. Many are not really interested in the traditional careers where everybody wanted to be a doctor, a pilot, or an engineer, and so the people that are interested in those are not the same. So finding that talent, and I think, like I said, working, partnering with the right government institutes, organizations, universities to get that talent in is part of the solution. But the productivity, it's something that you have to change the culture within the company. And having accountability, having the right incentives and rewards to ensure that people stay engaged, better employee engagement. This has been the keys to improving that productivity. And it's working quite fine, but I know as we go forward, the challenge is going to get much more. And we have to continue to give them the tools to be more productive, whether that's with AI or others. We also have to find the right incentives that keep them engaged, because there are other airlines and other industries that they may just decide to move over into. And so if we don't have that employee engagement incentives structured correctly, we will be affected in the future. So we have to get those right.
So we know that learning never stops. We've been talking about lifelong learning this entire day. Kevin, Samsung creates cutting-edge technology, but how do you keep your workforce cutting edge? How do you keep them relevant?
Well, let me start with the basic principle of our company. At Samsung Engineering, our priority is people. That is why we offer various learning programs and opportunities tailored to support our employees' skill development and professional growth. We also provide them digital transformation and ESG training so that they can adapt to changing trend in industry. When it comes to digital transformation, we have developed our own EPC automation system and data management platform that is supported by AI and robot. But that is replacing hard skills of human resources. Accordingly, now we are focusing how to enhance soft skill of human resources. That is related to creative thinking and emotional intelligence and decision making, which are very unique to human. In addition to investing in our own employee, we are also hiring new people to help creating jobs and secure young talents to foster the future generation. We have various external programs, such as R&D investment in university and internship programs with them.
Thank you. So inclusion it's a big word. We've spoken about it today. I wonder if we can have a look at inclusion within the educational space. How can a business school think about inclusion? How do you think about it? every day?
Inclusion is something, very, very concrete, because we live in a world where gaps are increasing everywhere. This is the state of the art. And you have to shift, in my opinion, from a mindset which is mind a gap to a mindset which is to fill a gap, not to fill all the gaps. We cannot save the world, but you have to do something, using our capabilities. And for a business school means to teach, something that can help individual and organization to be much more included. For example, to run programs with SMEs. They don't have any access, in many cases, of high-level education. Makes sense to be inclusive. Or to work with, for example, public administration in many countries, the level, I say with a lot of respect, is not super skilled. Makes sense to work with them to help start-uppers. So it's an element of inclusions. But on the other way around, we don't have to forget. We have also to activate the money. So it's fundamental to, let me say, attract donors. It's fundamental to stimulate them to give back and to create pool of money that help, universities and business schools to identify people using the parameter of merit they don't have in mind to run a higher education, but to give them a chance. So I do believe that attracting people and working with the tools on what you're able to do, which is education, is what business school can do, to start creating a better world.
Professor Creto, how do you think about inclusion as a professor at university? You were also Minister of Education. How do you think about inclusion within education? Obviously, everyone is supposed to be going to school, but not everybody comes out learning the same things.
It's not too late. It's never too late.
Yeah.
But let's say, but we should start earlier, because at university level, people are already educated, or people have already deficiencies in their education that are hard to bypass. So we should start early. And what I think there are three things. First thing, we need to know what we want. That's called curriculum. Curriculum has to be rigorous. Second thing, we have to evaluate how we progress. Third thing, we have to help those that are not progressing at a reasonable pace. And usually in education, we have this dilemma, and we think, oh, if we are too demanding, we are losing poor kids. And so let's not be too demanding. But what happens is the opposite, is that these poor kids, if we are not demanding, they lose it. And only the rich parents are able to solve the problem, or not only them, but mostly them, because they always have solutions. They go to private schools, they get
tutors.
They get tutors and so on. So how do we solve this contradiction? And I think we can, the only way to solve this contradiction is that our nations have to understand that we have to provide special support to these kids that are lagging behind. So we have to help them with reading, with mathematics, that makes you happy, with mathematics, with everything, with history, with everything. So we have to be able to detect where these deficiencies in their learnings happen, and then act with it, providing them with extra support. That could be tutoring, that could be small groups for special help, or whatever. But there are ways to solve it, and many countries have solved the problems. If we look at the countries that have better results, they don't have 20% of kids with difficulties reading. No, they have 2%, 3%, 4%.
Right.
So to be demanding, everybody goes up. And I think that that's what we have to do, to be demanding and at the same time help those that are not succeeding.
Okay. So Mihir, I'm tempted to ask you for a personal thought here, because I know that you're involved with the school districts in India. But I also think there's a really interesting correlation between what Professor Creto is talking about with just basic education and also what's happened when people get left behind when they lose their jobs to automation, like one that maybe your company is helping them automated out of. So when you help those people reskill, what are the skills you find are the most important that help them get another fulfilling job?
So what we discovered is we on our platform, we run about 300 million digital workers these digital workers do various kinds of jobs. So we have a unique position to see which part of the economy is going to get automated, and we have a front row seat at it. So it allowed us to help figure out which section of the society needs a faster reskilling. So we made a commitment, along with many other organizations, to retrain about 1 billion people on AI and digital skills. And as of now, just Automation Anywhere, which is my company, trained 1.2 million people. And that's all over the world. There are women in Africa, thousands of people in Saudi Arabia, and all parts of the world. We saw that within 3 months, people were able to acquire AI and digital skills to create AI assistants for different employees. And it took them just 3 months. So in 3 months, we took people who were flipping burgers at $15 an hour to 150K AI jobs. And people who normally are in this kind of situation don't have 4 years to give to studies.
Right.
So this became a very effective way to kind of transform the society for the skill gap that we spoke about earlier.
Interesting. Kevin, I'd love to know, we heard about some work that you're doing with Saudi Arabia, Mihir. You have a collaboration between Samsung Engineering and Aramco that transfers some of the knowledge sharing, building up capability here in the kingdom. What is that knowledge that's transferred? How does it work?
Let me introduce NEC programs, which stand for National EPC Champion, as a prime example of global talent collaboration between Samsung Engineering and Saudi Aramco, our long-standing partner. The basic concept of NEC program is that global EPC companies and Saudi local businesses establish new joint venture in Saudi Arabia on condition that Saudi Aramco secure exclusive project to the joint venture. In response to this benefit, during the time of project execution, joint venture will promote local hiring and transferring knowledge of innovative project management skill to local companies. This is for the purpose of enhancing the capability of Saudi local companies. This partnership represents a new model of global talent collaboration, and I wish that both countries can find more opportunity for further HR development and achieve economic growth with similar human-centric investment.
Interesting. Captain Ibrahim, you were talking about partnership and collaboration, so maybe there's a potential collaboration we can make there. Our time has unfortunately run out, so I'd like to thank very much to my panelists here for being with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Edie, thank you so much. Another fascinating panel. I learned so much from these sessions, but Edie, thank you. Now, one of the key themes, of course, today has been collaboration. That so much is possible if only we work together, if we cooperate rather than compete. And that is the focus of our next speaker. Looking at collaboration through a humanitarian lens, please welcome His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Al-Rabia, Royal Court Advisor and Supervisor General of the King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Centre.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is really a pleasure to be here to address this important initiative to improve human capabilities. Let us open our hearts and minds to this new perspective which could help us to transform struggling communities from pockets of despair to beacons of hope. In our quest to expand human capabilities, we must look beyond conventional ideas on the topic and ask ourselves some bold questions. Let me start by those questions. What if humanitarian efforts were able to transcend beyond meeting basic needs and could instead present practical steps towards building communities, capabilities, and improving livelihoods? What if humanitarian efforts through global collaboration were able to resolve or even prevent conflicts? What if humanitarian efforts were able to focus more strongly on providing real hope, stability, and a brighter future for IDPs and refugees? What if humanitarian efforts were able to focus more on children's health, protection, and education? What if cooperative humanitarian efforts were able to provide vulnerable communities with real opportunities for better future by providing training programs, capacity building, and technical support? What if humanitarian efforts included collaboration with universities, researchers, industries to offer real solutions and real hope to fragile and struggling communities? Although the goals behind these questions pose real challenges to today's humanitarian providers, they are by no means impossible to achieve. If we do not act urgently, however, global donor funding may not even be enough to cover urgent relief responses, let alone provide those in need with the chance to improve their lives and the lives of their families on the longer term. For those reasons and many others, King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center, thereby KS Relief, has worked tirelessly over the past 8 years with 175 valuable aid partners to maximize efforts to increase capabilities by implementing innovative solutions to improve community resilience. KS Relief and its partners have created opportunities and helped communities in need to move towards self-sufficiency and a brighter future. For example, and you will see in the videos the teams of KS Relief in the field, including myself. I'll give you an example of a boy in Yemen who wanted to become a doctor, lost his leg in a landmine encounter. He can still hope to achieve his career goals, and thanks to KS Relief artificial limb and prosthetic centers, which are located around the country, not only he can receive the physical and psychosocial services he needs, but also he can receive KS Relief educational programs, volunteer capacity building missions, can take him from a place of despair to a place of real hope and the ability to fulfill his dreams. Let me add 2 more stories. The story of a young girl called Asma, whose life was turned upside down by the ongoing conflict in Syria because she and her family were forced to flee their home. Asma education stopped completely, not only for a month or 2, but for 5 years. Asma loved to learn and was able to return to her education thanks to KS Relief UNESCO school in Saad Nile in Lebanon. Another example is, she was also able to make friends and was inspired by her teachers, and also was so happy to finally be able to return to the path of completing her education. Asma's guiding principle was that the desire to learn never stops, and if there is a will, there is a way. Another important story in our encounter is that of Hamza from Yemen, when she lost her husband and she was left with her children. She became the sole breadwinner and caretaker of her young children. Hamza has two options, either despair or hope. She selected the latter. Hamza enrolled in a sewing course being offered through KS Relief, My Skills, My Livelihood program, which was conducted in Tarim in Yemen. She was given a sewing machine and diligently worked to improve her skills as a seamstress. Soon after completing her training, her new hobby became her livelihood, and one that and her children rely upon till today. Hamza was one of 100 women who participated in a sewing of 2,000 school bags for Yemeni students, an initiative that not only gave the woman income, but also helped provide children with much-needed school supplies. I'm recounting on these stories not simply to highlight the importance of KS relief work, but also to showcase how humanitarian work beyond subsistence aid can foster a spirit of self-reliance in vulnerable communities. Ladies and gentlemen, the stories of Asma and Hamza remind us that the human spirit is one of hope and resilience. The impact of humanitarian support directly relates to the development of human capabilities, and this begins with education. Imagine a world in which we work together to support education and skill-building programs that create new opportunities for people who once had no hope for tomorrow. With our continued efforts, once struggling communities can move towards hope and realize a vision of a brighter future. We strive to create a new global reality in which relief aid, education, and capacity building are equally important components in a successful rebuilding and rehabilitation of people and communities in crisis. Before I close, I would like to leave you with the following thoughts. Number one, humanitarian funding gap is expanding. Number two, transformation towards building capacity, transformation towards building capabilities is very essential. Education, training, and capacity building, coupled with innovation and global collaboration, are key elements to bring hope to communities in need. And lastly, I will call upon all universities, researchers, and industry to participate, to be creative, to bring a brighter future to those in crisis. Before I leave you, I will share with you this short video. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you so much. Fabulous to see that video too. Now we're going to turn our attention to the power of tourism. It can be transformative for both the visitor and the destination. But what skills are needed to make trips special and memorable? What jobs will emerge from these new sectors? And how can we prepare the workforce to welcome the world? So to tell us more about all of that, please welcome John Pagano, the Chief Executive of the Red Sea Group.
I will tell them the greatest success story in the 21st century is Saudi Arabia.
Look around you.
We're the fastest growing country in the planet, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to speed up every day.
We're building and delivering the most ambitious regenerative tourism projects on the planet.
It starts with one action to impact the rest.
We've already seen a large number of guests booking 3 hotels, underscoring the great anticipation to visit Red Sea.
We gotta look at everything. We gotta activate the customer journey. We gotta make sure the journey is human. It's not a machine thing. It gotta have a soul.
It's a milestone.
They say seeing is different, but why?
Because each of our projects are unique and challenging and iconic.
Now, if you close your eyes, what can you see beyond that?
Now, suffice to say, there will be countless opportunities for each of you to grow professionally and to develop new skills.
Creating jobs is something very important for us.
And certain programs that would secure the pipeline for the destination in the future.
Our aim is to educate and enhance.
And we don't want to stop there.
We have some of the best talents in the kingdom at the moment, if not regionally, if not globally, honestly.
Sustainability and environmental regeneration is a pillar for Red Sea Global. It is at the core of everything that we do.
So we have the opportunity to start from where everyone else has finished and to do things differently. And
we are hands-on. We get into the business.
This is what we consider the backbone.
The reason behind the happiness.
And we've only just scratched the surface.
We embrace the plan to excel the future.
None of us succeeds as individuals. We're all evolved as a team to make it happen today.
There's really nothing normal about this structure. And if you
184 million hours of work, best practices, best standards to make sure we deliver projects.
And what kept all of us going was the persistence and the passion and the will to drive.
Here in Saudi, where we are in the sea of possibilities, where seeing is believing.
So let's look ahead with optimism. I have every reason to feel confident about our company's future.
And seeing is the Red Sea.
This is the story of this century. Do you want to miss it or not? That's your call.
I don't know about you, that video always gives me goosebumps. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome. It's truly a great honor and a privilege to stand before such an esteemed audience. What brings us together today is our shared commitment to developing Saudi Arabia's human capabilities. All of us in this room are united in our desire to see young Saudis succeed. We want our young women and men to embrace the opportunities of tomorrow, to rise to the challenge, to conquer the obstacles they encounter on their path, to become globally competitive citizens, and in time, to mentor a future generation of Saudi youth. Now, this is our mission, and it aligns perfectly with the goals of Saudi Vision 2030. Now, none of us can predict the future, but what we can say with confidence is that the global economy is changing, and changing fast. So fast that young people today must develop diverse skills and a deep knowledge base to achieve their full potential. They may need to master and move on from several different careers by the time they retire. So the route to success for young Saudis in 2024 will be a rockier path than it was for my generation back when we started out. Competition for good jobs is fierce and getting fiercer. And young Saudis cannot sit back and wait for opportunities to come to them. They must be proactive. They must put in the effort to learn marketable skills and seek their own way forward. But sometimes they need a helping hand. Red Sea Global is doing its part to give talented young Saudis a boost. As a cornerstone of Vision 2030, we're creating some of the world's most spectacular tourist destinations right here on the Saudi Red Sea coast. We're putting Saudi Arabia on the global tourism map. We're also enhancing habitats and local communities as champions of regenerative tourism. And we're providing thousands of opportunities for young Saudis to build rewarding careers. Now, we've already welcomed paying guests at our flagship destination called the Red Sea. We recently opened our first 2 resorts, the Six Senses Southern Dunes and the St. Regis Red Sea Resort. By the end of this year, we will have opened a further 4 resorts. And next year, we will add 19 more resorts across the Red Sea and Amala projects. And all this is just the beginning, just our first phase. But Red Sea Global isn't simply building and operating hotels. We're also developing human capital and cultivating Saudi talents. Not just because we want to support Vision 2030, but also because it's the human factor that makes the difference at Red Sea Global. Our luxury resorts are set in locations of outstanding natural beauty, and they'll speak for themselves when you visit them. But our guests will speak for us when they go home. The most powerful force in marketing is word of mouth. The personal recommendation is so often what makes us choose something. Go there, you'll love it. Or you have to visit the Red Sea in Saudi Arabia. It was absolutely amazing. Even when it's online, an online review, we're weighing the voice, the authenticity, the human response behind the writing. Now that's why I always say we're a people business, first and foremost. People build and maintain our resorts. People are the face of our resorts. People create the experiences, whether it's diving in our pristine coral reefs or indulging in gourmet local cuisine. They create the memories that will be taken around the world, promoting not just our destinations, but the changing face of Saudi Arabia. Now, while still celebrating its rich culture and history, and of course, its fabled hospitality. Now, that's why we invest so much in training and in skills. And we're at the forefront of the kingdom's new tourism generation, empowering young citizens to compete at a global level. Of all the Giga projects, I truly believe that Red Sea Global stands out as a leader in education. Now, let me give you some examples of what I mean. We funded scholarships for 170 students studying international hospitality management at the University of Prince Megrin. This is a 5-year degree program accredited by the world-famous École Hôtelier de Lausanne. The first batch of 120 students will graduate later this year, just in time for the opening of our resorts. We also run a 2-year elite graduate program that provides on-the-job training for some of the nation's brightest university graduates. We inducted our newest class just a few weeks ago, and now more than 250 Saudis have joined our company since we launched the program in early 2020. And then, of course, there's our highly successful vocational training program. Our first class of vocational students, 430 of them, graduated last July. Almost 40% of them came from our local communities on the West Coast. Now, that's because we aim to benefit those communities where opportunities for advancement have historically been scarce. It's part of our ethos as a responsible developer. And we believe it makes for a more authentic guest experience. One of our biggest achievements is that we guarantee jobs for all our vocational training graduates. That's right. Every single one of those 430 students found jobs upon graduation at our destinations, either directly for Red Sea Global or with one of our many partners. Some of our current students are right here at HCI today. I counted 45 of them at this amazing event, contributing to the experience of visitors just like you. And what's more, Red Sea Global is offering entirely new areas of vocational training. Our program in airport services is the first of its kind in the nation. It's a 2-year diploma-level course delivered by the Saudi Academy of Civil Aviation and King Abdulaziz University. We designed the curriculum ourselves with help from our airport operator, DAA International. We're also the first in the country to provide vocational training in tourism security. We already have 400 students enrolled, and they're on track to graduate next year, again, in time for opening of our resorts. In total, more than 1,300 talents are either studying in our programs or have already graduated from them. And these numbers will add up quickly. By 2030, we expect to have graduated 10,000 vocational students. In fact, our company's impact on employment will be much more significant than that. Together, our 2 flagship destinations alone will account for 120,000 new opportunities in one of Saudi Arabia's most dynamic and promising industries. Now that's explosive growth. That's meaningful impact. Many of the people filling those jobs will be future graduates of our vocational training programs. Numbers can be hard to relate to, so let me offer you a more human perspective. I'd like to tell you about 2 of our recent vocational graduates. One of them, Alia Salah Al-Zarani, used to be a freelance graphic designer until she discovered a passion for hospitality and cooking. Alia decided to study culinary arts with us, and her career path has changed forever. Her program required her to move all the way across the country from Al-Khobar to the King Abdullah Economic City. Now, this wasn't easy because she had to relocate away from her family and her friends. But Alia gained in confidence living on her own. And she's also secured a job as an assistant chef at our new St. Regis Red Sea Resort. Alia's ambition now is to become one of the best chefs in the world. Now, she says her main motivation is to serve her country and to contribute to the success of Vision 2030. Another graduate of our vocational training program is Fahad Al-Dosari. Fahad studied in the US to be a petroleum engineer, but he'd always been fascinated by aviation. Back here in the kingdom, he heard about our training program in airport services. So he looked into the opportunity and decided that it was for him. Now, after graduating from the program, Fahad joined our Red Sea International Airport as a terminal operations officer. His performance there was nothing short of exceptional, and his manager entrusted him to serve as acting supervisor. Now he oversees a group of entry-level airport staff. Fahad calls this his dream career, and he's proud to be making a difference for Vision 2030. Alia and Fahad are exactly the kind of talented, ambitious young people the kingdom needs to develop and expand tourism here. Vocational training is a vital part of my company's social and economic contribution to the kingdom. And seeing young people move into flourishing careers is highly rewarding. It's so important that we've decided to scale it up in a way the country has never seen before. Now, I'm grateful to be able to tell all of you here today that Red Sea Global has reached a new milestone. We're about to launch a new vocational training academy for the entire nation. This initiative breaks the mold for what a giga project can do to support young Saudis. The Red Sea National Academy, fondly known by us as TRESNA, will train young people in hospitality and tourism specialisms, helping us reach our target of 10,000 trained by 2030. And perhaps more importantly, TRESNA is located in the heart of our local communities at Al-Waj. Now, we're the first of our peers to take such an ambitious step for education of the country's sons and daughters. But we can't launch this academy by ourselves. We need like-minded partners to join us to ensure its success. This academy will empower an untold number of young people, sharpening their skills to compete and succeed in the economy of the future. The stakes for human capability development don't get much higher than that. At this time, I'd also like to express my heartfelt thanks to Red Sea Global's long-standing strategic partners in education, with whom we signed an agreement earlier today to bring TRESNA to life. I'm speaking about the Colleges of Excellence and the Technical and Vocational Training Corporation. Likewise, the ongoing support of the Human Resources Development Fund has been key to our success to date on this project. And above all, my gratitude to His Excellency, the Minister of Education, Youssef El-Benyan, for his vision and dedication to helping us realize this project. Without your steady support, our dream of improving the lives of so many young Saudis would have remained just that, a dream. We could not have come this far without you at our side. So let us all here today start pulling in one direction. Let's take decisive action so that tomorrow's leaders will look back one day and thank us. Let's seize this moment and make a difference for Saudi youth. Their future is now. Thank you so much.
John, thank you so much. Thank you. Fascinating to see the development been done there as part of a huge push into tourism. So John Pagano, thanks very much. Now, the whole theme of this conference, of course, is how we can best align resources to unleash the best of human ability. It is easy for us to all get lost now, isn't it, in things like statistics and data. But we also need to remember that this is about people. It's about personal stories of achievement and success. Now, for some, that entails navigating additional hurdles, whether physical inaccessibility or addressing challenges posed by living with non-visible conditions or impairments like mental health conditions. And so in this next discussion, we're going to explore unique perspectives, examine the challenges and the triumphs, and discover how business and all of us can embrace inclusivity to tap into a valuable pool of talent. So I'm delighted to welcome to the stage, to help shed more light on these issues, Dr. Shani Danda, Inclusion and Accessibility Specialist, and Nadia Haddad, Co-Chair, European Network on Independent Living. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Lovely to see you both. Thank you for being with us. Delighted to see you both. And Nadia, I'd love to start with you for this session because I was looking at some of the work that you've been doing recently, and you've written about how, and I'll quote you on this, how people living with disabilities put their health, their income, and even their lives on the line just to do things that non-disabled people take for granted, don't even give a second thought about. So just start by explaining maybe some of the scenarios that you've faced, just to go about day-to-day life.
Well, we still need to change the paradigm shift. People are still thinking about persons with disability being beneficiaries of care and support instead of looking at them as potential, really stakeholders and social actors for change, for economical change, social change, and political change, if they get the opportunity and the facilities to do so.
And Dr. Shani, you've talked about being or growing up as a South Asian girl with a disability in the UK.
Yeah.
Describe to us some of the issues that you've faced.
So I think it's fair to say I live at a lot of intersections, quite visible intersections. And, you know, in addition to facing sort of physical barriers, attitudinal barriers, disability also faces an even further sense of stigma in South Asian communities and other communities. So there was also some cultural barriers as well. So I feel like I've had to be an educator from a really young age and an activist from a really young age, whether it's in my home, in my community, or out in society.
Well, funny you say that. You've also been named, haven't you, as the UK's most influential disabled person, and that's by the Shaw Trust, a charity that supports people with complex needs and helping them into work.
Yeah.
And I wonder how that title makes you feel. Do you get fed up of permanently having to influence people, to change behaviour?
It's a great question, and it's a big title, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, is my answer. I wish I didn't have to, because as Nadia pointed out, we as disabled people are people with the same rights and responsibilities as non-disabled people, but we're just not treated that way. And yeah, while I'm spending a lot of time doing a lot of work around disability inclusion, I've got other dreams. There's so many other things that I want to do. But yeah, it can get a bit tiresome.
Nadia, how would you assess progress? And I'm assuming here there has been some, so correct me if I'm mistaken here, but how would you assess progress that has been made in recent years in bridging that divide, that gap between people who are living with disabilities and those who aren't?
No, for personal disabilities, there is a big matrix of parameters, in fact, to be able to be part and to be inclusive in the community. For example, we need to have access to a built environment, accessible built environment. We have also need access to assistive technologies, what we hear a lot about. We need to be able to have also technical tools to be part of the community, to communicate. Access to inclusive education, where people can develop the skills. Also access to the labor market, the regular labor market. We need to get also the real basic right to have personal assistance and family support. So we have also access to accessible houses. Peer support is also a very big role, and developing self-advocates. We have also the media that needs to change the attitude, because personal disabilities are often looked like all big heroes or like vulnerables. But there's not in the middle. We still don't see a lot of experts in the media on different topics. An expert with disability speaking about climate change, or an expert with disability coming and speak about other specific topics. And we see that recently with the social media, progress are made, but it's still on personal stories. It's still not on, it doesn't depart from human rights perspectives. And that's what's still needed. We still need legislation to change.
I just want to add that.
Sure.
I think it's really boring that we only see disabled people talking about disability.
Yeah.
We'd like to talk about, so many other things as well, and there's so many topics that, we live and breathe and want to contribute on. So I really love the point you made there.
But you're right, and it's about lived experiences, but you have so many other lived experiences, and that's the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Nadia, to pick up on your thought, because you've also said the life of disabled people is asking, and explaining, just to receive a sliver of our rights. And this is an important distinction. You say that's only for those who can do that. Yes. There is a huge challenge ahead, isn't there?
Well, personal disability represents 50% of the world population. And yet we are not visible, and yet we are not heard, and yet a lot of people are not able to defend themselves, not only because they don't have the potential, they didn't get opportunity. We still have a lack of centers of inclusion or independent living where they get training to defend themselves, or they are not even aware about their rights. They were born in a context where people always took care about them or spoken their right about themselves. So it's very hard to make of them self-advocates. And when they are self-advocates, they're overloaded. And also, we still need to do a lot of awareness raising, because people still doesn't understand what it means, for example, if you have a personal assistant. Like, even attending big meetings, they think that a personal assistant is a kind of secretary, while it's not the case. And then you still need to repeat every time that they are supporting us on a daily basis, because when you see a lot of personal disability, that's the best part that you see. You don't see all this journey before they arrive until there. So it's really raising awareness every time, and it's on different level. Look at the school books; they are still not very diverse. We don't see images or videos where you see personal disabilities in it. A lot of people tell me, oh, I have never been in contact with somebody who is disabled before. Not on the employment area, not on the education area, not on leisure. Because, there are a lot of barriers that they still need to overcome. And then we have no other opportunity or chance than to explain again what it means to be part of the community and what kind of range of options we need of services to be able to do this.
Yeah, and experience or exposure to people living with different needs is so important, isn't it? And it's fair to say some people will be worried about getting it wrong.
Yeah.
What is the correct response? How does someone deal with it? And it comes to language too, and we had a discussion before this panel, didn't we?
Yeah.
And you advised me against using the word overcome.
Yeah.
And you said because it's got negative connotations. Just explain for us the importance of language around disability.
Language is really, really important, and every disabled person you meet is on a different journey of understanding their condition or impairment that they live with, processing it or not. And language really reflects how we feel about ourselves and our self-worth. If you had met the 20-year-old version of me, I never used to call myself disabled, and I didn't like my disability identity. Now I'm the UK's most influential disabled person. So there's been a journey there. There's been a lot of understanding. I specifically learned about the social model, which explains that, yes, we as disabled people live with conditions and impairments, but what really disables us are the barriers and the bias that we face in society.
And that's created by society.
Yeah, because if you think about it, as humans and how we make decisions, we are very biased. And unless we find a way to disrupt that bias, our default behaviour will be quite exclusionary. So that's why I think it's really important that there are disabled people everywhere, because we are everywhere. And I don't also buy that we are underrepresented. I think we're over-excluded.
Over-excluded.
Yeah.
That's a really important point, actually. I want to come back to that in a second. Because I also you talked about the 20-year-old you.
Yeah.
And you face so many setbacks in terms of work, and that's why we're here. We're talking about jobs and employment. I'm right in saying 100 jobs that you applied for, and you faced specific setbacks. Just explain what they were and why. What was the perceived barrier to you getting those?
So, I had to learn a really harsh life lesson at the age of 16 that there's a lot of stigma, but, even entering the workforce as a visibly disabled person. But it's not only difficult for disabled people to get in work, but also stay in work.
Right.
So I, just left school, I was off at college and started to apply for part-time jobs because I wanted to be like my peers, I wanted some money and to live. And I used to have one sentence on my covering letter that explained, I've got a condition, but it doesn't affect my ability to do this role. And I didn't hear back from over 100 job applications.
Wow.
And I didn't at first relate it to the fact that I was mentioning that I had a condition. So then, more time went on and I did a bit of an experiment and I took that one sentence off and I got offered an interview straight away.
Wow.
So I had to learn a really harsh life lesson at such a young age.
And that's about not being able to be yourself.
Not being able to be myself, people judging my ability based on my appearance, people perhaps thinking disabled people aren't as productive, which is not true. But also, it just left me feeling really hopeless. I wanted to contribute to society. I could work. I wanted to work. My condition wasn't preventing me. It was other people disabling me. And I think that's the key takeaway from this conversation. Don't make assumptions and work with us. Give us the right support and we'll blow your socks off.
Well, two important points you made there I want to ask Nadia about as well, about support, because you talked about not wanting to always come to a forum like this to have to talk about your own lived experiences. You could be commentators on so many other issues, couldn't you? But Nadia, you were at the COP Summit, and you wanted to talk about climate change at the COP Summit, and you were effectively prevented from doing that because of the way that your disability was dealt with. Just explain a little bit about what went on.
About the COP, huh?
For COP.
Yeah. So, it was lack of accessibility and lack of ramps to participate on equal level as the other speakers, for example. They were missing a leg. And also, there was no direction. There was nothing really that they took into consideration beforehand. If we really want persons with disability to participate meaningfully, they should take into consideration there was no captioning, there was no sign languages, there was no hearing loop for people with hearing impairment. And so I will even not speak about the reasonable accommodation for people with intellectual disabilities.
Yeah.
But when climate impacts arrive, when there is a disaster, we are those who are the most easily infected. So if you don't include us from the beginning, from the brainstorm session, even from the conception until the realization, implementation of policy strategies, we will be left behind. And so that's why participating in such event is so important, despite the fact that we put sometimes ourselves in danger because we let people lift us, we stay whole days, we have risk to have sitting ones.
Yeah, I'm right in saying that your wheelchair was broken as well on arrival at the summit.
And that's also, people think that if one wheelchair was broken, no problem, we will give another. But no, for us, this is replacing our legs, our hands, and it's a kind of freedom of movement that's realized through it. But yeah, for them, it's just an engine, an extra accessory, while it's for big importance for us.
And some of them are relatively minor changes, aren't they?
Yeah.
That would make a world of difference.
Absolutely. But also, accessibility doesn't just benefit disabled people. Everybody benefits. There are so many products and services that exist today in society that were originally created for disabled people, but everyone uses, like an electric toothbrush, like the ability to send a WhatsApp voice note, a computer keyboard. And I think if we can get that message out there, we'll be sooner on this journey and we'll achieve inclusion for disabled people, especially at a quicker rate.
And Dr. Shani, there are other setbacks that many people won't be aware of, and I'm thinking here about financial setbacks, because it costs a lot more, doesn't it? Just explain where the additional costs come in.
Yeah, so it's very expensive to be disabled, because essentially we are constantly having to retrofit the world we live in and pay for that. So for me, I have a short stature, I'm about the height of a 4-year-old, and my reality is that there are more clothes designed for dogs than disabled people.
Wow. Wow.
I have to buy all my clothing and get it tailored, which is quite expensive in the UK. So you can quickly see how these unavoidable costs add up. And in the UK, we've estimated that cost to be just shy of £1,000 a month. Wow. But then when you factor in that disabled people are twice as likely to be unemployed, where do you find this extra £1,000 a month from to live? Because welfare support doesn't cover that.
And it's also for parents as well who may have disabled children. We know the costs there rack up straight away, don't they?
Yeah, it's 3 times more to raise a disabled child than a non-disabled child. 3 times greater.
Wow. And Nadia, the other implication of all of this, and you've talked about this before, but it's really important in this context because we're talking about the challenges. This isn't just about frustration or being excluded from certain things. Your life is on the line as well. And explain to me what happened when you went for some health tests and some medication that you were offered.
I was going to have a small surgery, and so I went to the cardiologist to be sure that the anesthetist had the right parameters to dose and to prepare the surgery. But it was not accessible. I couldn't fit into the examination room. So the doctor has something that will be too complicated, for example, to do the trim to see how my heart is going to beat. And so he said, well, we can skip that. So I was depending on the estimation of the doctor to go to the surgery. So it's putting myself and my life in danger.
Wow.
But most of the time we don't have other opportunities than accepting that because it's not accessible. A lot of mainstream services are not accessible at all. So it's on goodwill of the doctors instead of making things accessible so that everybody can get the same health insurance going through surgery.
Time is tight, but I'd love a final thought from both of you about what would be, and I know there are many on your wish list, but what would you like people to go away from this session knowing, having learned, or considering? And this isn't just about the world of work, this is about everyday life. So Nadia, what would you like people to go away from this thinking and remembering?
I'll just say invest in the capacity of persons with disabilities. For example, I broke my neck 20 years ago, and I was in the hospital during 2 years, and then I was on a waiting list to receive a personal assistant budget. So after 4 years, only I received a personal assistant budget that I could hire 24 hours support. I went back to work. I went back to the society. So they invested in me, and I'm teaching now at the university. I'm working as an engineer in development cooperation on water resourcing. So it's gaining back. Invest in human capacities. That's the most important, regardless the support need, but regardless the type of disabilities. And this, policymakers should implement this in the legislation, so that we don't depend on charity or on pity, but that we can say we have our rights, and if it doesn't go like it should, we can go to court.
Yes, it's a really important message. It is. Dr. Shani?
Don't make assumptions about disabled people. We are not a monolith, you know. We are 15% of the global population. Don't assume that disability won't ever affect you. The majority of people that experience disability were born as non-disabled people. And lastly, I want everyone to remember that every decision you make can either raise or lower barriers to participation in society.
Before you go, just introduce us very briefly, if you will, to the unicorn and explain why this is important.
Yeah, I recently wrote a children's book, which is going into schools across the UK. I myself attended a special needs primary school, but didn't read a single story or character of a disabled person.
Like
And so this is what this book is. It's a story about a unicorn, which teaches you all about acceptance, not only in yourself, but celebrating it in others as well.
No horn unicorn.
Yeah.
I love it. Thank you so much for being with us. Really great to see you. Please put your hands together for both Nadia and Dr. Shani. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have looked at accessibility and inclusion, but there are big questions about social mobility and creating better prospects for everyone, irrespective of their background. So this is something, Dr. Shani, you feel very passionately about. So I'm going to hand over to you because the next panel is all yours. So for me, thank you for now, and Dr. Shani, it's all yours.
Thank you.
Shortly.
So as I shift now from panellist to moderator, I'm really excited to welcome you to the next panel, which is entitled Closing the Gap. And we're going to be talking about how we can explore creating a more level and inclusive playing field for everybody globally. The strategies to improve social mobility and provide equal opportunities for all, regardless of background, are imperative. And it's a really complex issue, as we've discussed today already. And it requires coordinated efforts and long-term solutions. But together, we can work towards a fairer and more inclusive world. So let's dive in and discover ways to positively impact on a global scale. And I'm going to now introduce my amazing panel. I'd like to introduce Mohammed Al-Madani, founder and CEO of Clasera, Alex Grant, Chief Operating Officer of Kamali Group, and His Excellency Dr. Khalid Khalifa, Senior Advisor and Representative to the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, Alex, I'm going to start with you, if I may.
Sure.
Your background spans so many various sectors, including roles within Australian government and not-for-profit organisations, and you bring such a wealth of experience in policy development as well as community engagement, just to name a few things. So my first question is, how can we ensure the inclusion of lived experiences in decision-making when those in those decision-making positions don't always represent or fully understand the communities that they are serving?
That's a really good question. So I'll start by just stating that sharing stories and learning from each other has been a practice that has united humanity for thousands of years. And so it's a privilege to continue this tradition. But this is also how we integrate lived experience into decision-making. So we must include diverse people at the design and the decision table to inform sustainable policy and programs. So this requires co-designing approaches with, rather than doing things to people, and respecting often very different ways of living, being, knowing and doing. And we can't afford to do otherwise. So I spent a fair bit of time living and working in the remote Australian outback in quite a complex Aboriginal community. And one of the government policies at the time was the cashless debit card. And this quarantined a large percentage of people's income support payments to ensure that they spent money on necessities rather than alcohol, gambling or cigarettes. And it assumed that each person has a debit card that they keep secure and they don't share with their family or friends. But Aboriginal cultures are collectivist. And it was also treating the symptom rather than the core of the problem. So many a time I would see people open their wallet and they had 5 to 10 basics cards inside. So I saw elders get abused and outdoor card games where people would gamble their entire income support payment away. But this could have been avoided if the people who designed the policy with communities tested their Western assumptions and considered unintended consequences. Australia, like many other countries, really needs to decolonise our approach and engage in genuine partnership. And this requires a lot of listening and community-driven solutions.
Thank you, Alex. I really love the sentiment there. Do it with the community, not to them or for them. So what methods can we employ to create these accessible pathways where we combine education and employment to help foster identity and work-ready skills?
So firstly, I'd say that free, high-quality education creates opportunity, but we also need to consider women's reproductive rights to enable agency. And I think back to my own dad's experience of social mobility. My grandparents were one of 8 children. They lived in overcrowded houses and they left school at 14. But Nan was one of the first women to access birth control in Australia. And so she chose to have 2 boys. And my dad gained a free university education and won a scholarship with Jaguar, which combined study with paid work. And his first car was a 1972 MGB convertible. But my dad is not disabled. He's a Caucasian man. English is his first language, and that was 1970s Australia. It doesn't reflect the challenges of today's students who face crippling debt and an exponential rise in the cost of living. So governments must also support people to not only survive, but thrive through free, high-quality education, more progressive tax systems, and improving access to social and accessible housing. And Dad's story also doesn't reflect my local taxi driver, Sonny, who immigrated from India. He's also a mechanical engineer, but he can't use his degree because of Australia's very inflexible and complex skills recognition system. And look, even if Sonny could transfer his qualification, he'd likely face discrimination when finding a job. More than 95% of global resume studies have identified high ethnic discrimination in recruitment, receiving about half as many positive responses. And this systemic discrimination is deepened through artificial intelligence, disadvantaging people of colour, women and disabled people. Last week, I interviewed a neurodivergent Aboriginal man. His CV was automatically ranked with one of those like red sad faces with a very low percentage next to his name. Yet he's highly skilled and he starts working with us next week. But the odds have been against him from the start. He's 3 times as likely to be unemployed than a non-Indigenous Australian, and he was more likely to end up in prison than graduate university. He just needed someone to give him a fair go.
Yeah.
So we must do better to address unconscious bias and value people's skills and lived experience, rather than focusing on their name, gender, skin colour, or the way their body and brain works. As of yesterday, Australia is now publicly calling out gender discrimination in the labour force by publishing gender pay gap data at the company level. So we must actively value and target inclusion and diversity in our recruitment and workplaces, and include diverse people at the design and the decision table to inform sustainable policy and programs. To promote job-ready skills, Australia has extended the traineeship approach to grow the supply of health workers, combining on-the-job training with formal education. Regional coordinators are matching students with workplaces, and both the educational institution and the employer are subsidised, while the student actually receives a wage. And we're also focusing on foundation skills programs that are driven by community, and we're growing the number of micro-credentials and working on recognition of prior learning. The aim is to create stepping stones or stackable skill sets that can add up to a full qualification. And this is encouraging clerical workers and transport workers to move into health work and health workers to become nurses and doctors. And it's giving people purpose, identity and pride and developing really visible career pathways, because we can't be what we can't see.
Thank you. Again, I really love that sentiment there that you ended on. And whilst you've already shared some, what other strategies do you propose for supporting individual but community well-being while respecting local cultures? Because that's really important as well.
Yeah, it is. And it goes back to that idea of doing things with people rather than to them. And one way that we're doing this is through government investment in the community-controlled sector to fund an integrated, multi-pronged approach. So these organisations have a locally elected board and they're accountable to the community that they serve. So this recognises that people are experts in their own lives and they have a right to exercise agency. It promotes sustainable policy and programs as these become the culturally appropriate place-based solutions to challenges as defined by the community. And it also promotes a strengths-based approach that provides wraparound support that's building the capabilities of family and community at the same time. Because people can't function as learners or workers if they aren't healthy and well-rested. They can't reach their potential if they're hungry, fearful for their safety, or living in overcrowded conditions. So community control achieves holistic, culturally appropriate and sustainable change and significantly higher returns on investment. But it's challenging because it's about transforming the way that government does business and focusing on outcomes rather than activities and outputs. But change doesn't take time, it takes action through political will to do things differently and investment in community-driven initiatives.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Learned so much from your experience. Thank you. Dr. Khalid, I'd like to come to you now because as a professional humanitarian worker with more than 25 years experience in relief and development, you have led humanitarian operations in lots of various settings of natural disasters and complex emergencies. And the first question I'd like to ask you is, why is it important to factor in the forcibly displaced in our planning for the future?
Thank you very much, Shani, and it's a pleasure to be here. And I would like to thank the Human Capability Initiative for focusing on inclusion. Yeah. And instead of giving you one reason, I'm thinking of giving you 117 million, if your time allows. And this is the number, sadly, of people who are forcibly displaced in this world. 117 million souls, 117 million individuals. And this number last year was less than 110. So in less than 1 year, we saw a spike from less than 110 to 117. I'm sure we will close 2024 with 120 or even more. And this is a trend. It's not just a number. During the last 12 years, we are seeing a steady increase in the number of people who are forcibly displaced, and I put 117 million lines under forcibly, because they did not choose to be displaced. This figure is disproportionately distributed in the world. Where do refugees live? There are 5 countries in the world who are hosting close to 50% of all the refugees in the world. We are in situation where the bulk of the funding is coming from a very small number of donors. So there are countries in the world who neither host refugees nor fund refugee programs. We are still living in a world where more than 4.5 million people are stateless. This is not acceptable. It's not acceptable in the 21st century that we still have 117 million people who cannot go back to their homes, whose life is threatened, and they risk their lives and the lives of their loved ones if they go back. Nobody should be persecuted for what they believe in, for how they look, or how they behave. Those, for me, as a humanitarian, are enough reasons. Absolutely. That nobody in this world should be forced to leave their homes. Nobody in this world should be stateless. Nobody in this world should be in need of humanitarian assistance, and unfortunately, this number is increasing year after year.
Some really sobering stats that you shared there, but immensely important to highlight them, so thank you. So coming on to my second question, what are the benefits of refugee inclusion, social mobility, and equality in humanitarian action, development, and peace building?
That's a very important point, because we require a paradigm shift in this world. Countries, governments need to realize, and communities as well, not only governments, need to realize that refugees are not a burden. They actually bring a value. Yeah. They increase even the GDP if we look at it from an economic perspective, a pure economic perspective. I was just reading a report that was issued in the US last year. The 2.5 million refugees who now settled in the US generate per year, according to a statistic done in 21, so we're not talking past, we are talking present. They generated close to $100 billion in 1 year. And from that, they paid $25 billion in tax. So refugees bring a big value to an economy. They bring diversity, they bring skills. Take out all the medical staff from refugee-producing countries, from European countries and from the West, and complete systems might collapse. And those ideas are not, unfortunately, recognized enough, neither by the residents of countries that can host more refugees, nor by decision makers who need to empower a policy development agenda that allows for inclusivity, that allows for bringing in additional value. There are many countries that are declining in population. They do not have simply enough people. They have a very large number of elderly, and those are not bringing the tax income that is required. And at the same time, there is a big gap in the market, but still, countries are very resistant to opening their doors and allowing in a very skilled, powerful group of people who can change those communities to the better. So we are calling on governments, decision makers, the private sector. I was talking to Mohammed before the session, that technology should not be a divider. And it should be an enabler. But unfortunately, now it is a divider. We are seeing millions of people who do not have access to technologies that can empower them and put them in a better place in society.
Which is why, as you said, we need a huge paradigm shift on this whole issue. And again, thank you so much for sharing all those really important stats there. So finally, what kind of strategies and measures can be implemented to effectively include forcibly displaced populations in our development efforts?
I would start by saying the solution, again, from my personal perspective, as an academic professional, kind of, doing both things, is to stop doing lip service to the inclusion agenda.
Yeah.
A lot of companies, businesses, and even international organizations are only doing lip service to this agenda. Everybody is talking about inclusion as if they are really doing it as they should, but that is not happening.
Yeah.
That's one level. The second, we need a change in legal frameworks. How can you empower those people, the 117 million people, who are more than 1.1% of all humanity, economically, if the majority of them are not even bankable, let alone creditable? They do not have access to proper education. They're not recognized. They're not allowed to travel. They're not, in many countries, allowed to leave their own camps. They do not have IDs. So many problems. We are witnessing sometimes a phenomenon when companies and organizations tend to say that we are doing our part, we are working here, we're working there, and unfortunately, it is most of the time very symbolic. It will not create the change. The change requires economies of scale.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more. We can't just say we are inclusive and it magically happens. We have to be really intentional about it.
We wouldn't have been where we are now if we were inclusive.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Khalid. And sticking with that theme, I'd like to come to you, Mohammed. So your background is in industrial engineering, and you're a serial entrepreneur who's really committed to innovation and innovating the best technologies that have the potential to impact millions of people's lives. So my first question to you is, what do you see as one of the most pressing challenges in the education sector today? And how do you envision your innovations addressing these challenges to empower learners worldwide?
Okay, thank you very much. And thanks for the Human Capability Initiative for inviting us for this session. And such a wonderful event and summit just to even talk about how we can take the human capability to the next level by all, methods and ways. And in my part here, I would love to shed light into the maybe role of technology, and especially education technology.
Yeah.
And because, if you talk about inclusivity, if you go to the root problem, for those people who are not being, able to be inclusive, you have the problem of economical situation, where they don't have enough economical, chances. You have the problem of policies. You have the problem of racism, or, different type of racism, of not including them. And many other things that contribute to the problem. And if you look at them all, the solution, if you want to put like the common denominator for a solution to all of them, is a better education. If you can do a better education, you can give them more economical chances. You can raise more awareness so that less racism is there. You could even make more awareness to decision makers, and that would create better policies, etc., etc. So education is at the heart of developing that. But of course, it's easier said than done. Yeah. So you have marginalized societies that is very hard to get the same kind of education. We look at it that technology can be one of the tools that can bridge the gap a little bit. Again, it's easier said than done, but using our experience, we have seen, some hope at the end of the tunnel for that. In Classera, being the biggest EdTech company in the region, working in 40 countries, we have seen it all. We have worked with those countries that is developed with good economies, but also we have worked with challenging economies in the region here in Africa and South Asia. Especially in the Corona time, it was a very touching moment for us.
Yeah.
Being, the biggest company in our field, there is a lot of government that needed our services, but they couldn't do it. The infrastructure wasn't ready.
Yeah.
We wanted to include, so some people, so we did like many initiatives in the major cities, but, people were in small villages, in far remote places, weren't giving the right, equivalent, chances. So, and it ended up, as you said, it could be a divider, not, an inclusive tool. But again, we cannot say, okay, well, we cannot cover everyone, so let's add technology. I mean, of course, that's not the solution, but to do something, you know, one step at a time. And gladly, after the Corona time, we came up with an initiative that was interesting. It's called the Smarter Learning Initiative. Right. It included in the region the ELEXO, which is the UNESCO of the Arab world. It included, you know, the, you know, also Islamic organization, cooperation for the countries, and there is some global companies working with us, Microsoft, HP, etc. And we did this initiative so that we can give, you know, in advance to some countries, even in its remote areas, the technology needed, and then work with agencies to bring funding, you know, down the road. Right. And we touched amazing countries like Djibouti, Comoros, big, you know, even far away areas in Pakistan, Uzbekistan, etc., etc. And when we saw the results, that's the amazing part. The results of some of the students in some of those remote areas outside the capitals, in some of those African countries and other countries, the response were amazing. You just give them a little bit of hope, a little bit of, you know, tools, and you see a big gap. A big, you know, they bridge the gap very quickly. They bridge the gap very quickly. They impress you in a faster way than even what you see in some major cities that we work with in very developed economies. Yeah. So again, I mean, that's just, I mean, of course, a small symbolic part that we have seen and worked with in countries like I mentioned and more. But I guess, yeah, every corporate have a responsibility. Now, you know, what we have been done is not enough. Not from our side, not from the other company side. It should be a collaboration between the governments, between many of the private sector. Everyone have to play a role to enable more technologies, especially education technologies, that, you know, can, you know, spread to millions of people and give them chances so that we don't be theoretical about it. We want to be inclusive. Let's give them the chance. Let's give them the tool. Some of them cannot leave that, you know, remote area and come to the middle of the city. They cannot do it. But with a little bit less investment, we can, give them some of those chances. And I remember some of those remote areas. I remember a story for some students. You know, they were getting taught by some top teachers. That was in the border of Yemen by some top teachers in Riyadh. So, and that's the students at the border were saying, well, we like, you know, how we are now getting used to more and more top teachers from different cities, not just Riyadh. That we don't want to go back to the normal, school. It's interesting, but, you know, of course, you're going to always include the local, and you're going to include, you know, the top, you know, provider, private sector, government sector, and that's just an example. Of course, I think education is among the top, but that could include also, you know, health care initiative about awareness, so that, you know, you don't get sick in the first place, and you know, all kind of awareness, and more programs should be created, so that we can see less and less gap in the world. And if you look at the economical side of it, as you know, Doctor said, actually, if government invests in some of those remote areas and technologies, whatever is the technology, the impact of those, you know, not include people, gonna be very huge in the economy. So a little bit of investment gonna have a very big impact in the medium term, not even the long term. But, you know, we need just to raise more awareness in conferences like this. More should be done, and I'm optimistic that always there is a light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. And in the last couple of seconds, are there any final strategies or initiatives that, you know, you've implemented to reach more people, or people who are traditionally underserved? Is there any quick takeaways you can share on that?
Yeah, so that's the one I talked about. It's called the Smarter Learning Initiative. It included, you know, government organization and companies, other global companies. And we worked with many of those. Actually, we touched more than 20 countries after the Corona time. We reached more than 10 million people to give them access and give them hope and give them, you know, more chances. And we saw amazing results in the gamification, where they were competing with top students in major cities.
Wow.
But again, what is 10 million compared to the big problem in the world? Yes, there is, again, more to be done. But if we can do it, we can, you know, others can do it. And actually we can, you know, set an example that, you know, you could be even a company that is for profit. But again, have an impact. And some of it, even it could be a paid impact, like the one from funding organization. It doesn't have to be completely a CSR, but trying to put that agenda part of every company, that we have to have an impact that be inclusive to those people. Of course, not to mention any initiative that we do inside the companies to include more people from different from different backgrounds, different ethnicities, and give chances to more and more people. So I guess that is, of course, we have seen many initiatives that we have worked with in the different countries we work with, but more should be done in including more people and giving equal chances to more people.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. This has been such an insightful discussion. So there you have it. In order to close the gap and level that playing field, we need to do things with communities, not to them or for them. Inclusion isn't a magical thing. It needs to be very intentional. And we need to collaborate with everybody in the ecosystem. Thank you so much to the panel today. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Shani, thank you so much for that. Absolutely fantastic. Now, as we've heard, one of the key drivers to social mobility is education, perhaps the most important driver. But as technology and the technological revolution changes learning, access to new equipment and facilities could determine the haves and the have-nots. So, how can there be greater access to opportunity for those currently without? To examine this, please let's welcome Dr. Kevin Fry, Chief Executive of Generation Unlimited at UNICEF, and Nick Newman, General Partner at Emerge VC.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, we are at a turning point in education. The rapid pace of AI is changing education technology beyond compare. The decisions we make in the next 5 years will either close the global south and global north gap of inequality in skills, or it could widen that gap. And Kevin and I are here today to ensure that that gap is closed for 1.8 billion youth. My name is Nick. I am the general partner at Emerge, the first Czech in EdTech, a venture capital company, and I shouldn't even be here. My grandfather was one of 16 children. My father was a truck driver. The only reason I'm here is because a teacher, when I was 16, convinced my parents to allow me to go to university. And that access to opportunity has created my career and has enabled me to do the things I have. And that's why Emerge exists. Emerge is a venture capital company, 84 investments over 10 years, and our purpose is to invest in world-class founders, building EdTech and future companies that democratize access to opportunity. And Kevin.
Hello, thank you, Nick. Happy to be here. My name is Kevin Frey. I am the CEO of Generation Unlimited, a public-private youth partnership housed at UNICEF that is focused on our mission to skill the world's 1.8 billion young people and connect them to opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. Now, how we do that is that we work on ensuring that young people have the skills they need and are then connected to those opportunities for employment entrepreneurship. Now, in order to solve for what we see as a very broken feedback loop between labor markets and skilling, training, and education systems, we bring the private sector together with the public sector. You can go to the next slide. You'll see that within our partnership, we bring some of the largest companies in the world together with governments to co-create curriculums to make sure that training systems who are supplying young people to the labor market are in fact supplying them with job-relevant skills. So that unlike today, where many education systems are training young people for the jobs of yesterday, they are now being trained and certified with the help of the private sector for the jobs of today, and most importantly, for the jobs of tomorrow.
Okay, here we go. It's going to be a very rapid journey for you in a short time.
the landscape, the problem. There are 8 billion people in the world. 2 billion live on $2 a day. 1 billion live on $1 a day. But the billion poorest people are actually distributed across 100 nations. 20 in Europe and Central Asia, 11 Arab states, 18 in Latin America and the Caribbean. Then this is distributed across low-income, mid-income, and high-income countries. Across the globe, 1.8 billion young people stand at the door of adulthood, and they hold our shared future in their hands. Yet across the globe, we're not giving them access to quality education. There are education inequality. There are teacher shortages at huge scale and Wi-Fi connectivity. Let me say this. Okay. 2/3 of the world's youth do not even reach basic skills to allow them to take part in today's economy. Let me say that again. 2/3 of the 3.6 billion children and youth of today do not have the skills that will allow them to take part in the economy. The advance of AI and technology is intensifying this skills gap. The Matthew effect. It's so clear that those who have get more and those who don't get less. If you look at this from an education perspective, your literacy rate at the age of 7 determines a significant part of your life outcome. The gap between where you are at age 7 and your reading level can determine your capabilities. And if you miss them at 7, schooling doesn't cover that gap. The next opportunity is when you're 16 to be given skills and work opportunities. And that's where Generation Unlimited plays such a significant role. So the 4 changes that we have to see in the world: bringing tech to millions to help with literacy, mobile-based programs, bringing skills and employment, such as Generation Unlimited, enabling teachers to scale. There are 69 million teachers needed in the world. How on earth will we create them and allow them? And connectivity, as UNICEF and ITU are doing. And if we look at this from a role of technology in education, very quickly, it's so clear that technology has to be a complement, not an addition. Tech, it cannot be a replacement for teachers. It has to work with teachers and with practitioners to be successful. Higher outcomes are only delivered where learning is personalized, and that's where AI can make an enormous difference. And suddenly, the technology today makes personalization possible. And actually, mobile is the key. There are 8.6 billion mobiles in the world today, larger than our population, which is ironic considering there are only 4.5 billion toilets in the world. And the key thing to understand is that actually women benefit best from mobile education. They engage 4 to 5 times as much as their male counterparts in mobile literacy and mobile education. It really is a way to reach the hard-to-reach population. And then I'm going to hand to Kevin to go through some case studies.
Thank you. What we wanted to do is just very quickly bring this to life for everybody here. So what does it look like to use EdTech and JobTech to democratize access to opportunity?
The green one. The green. The big green one in the middle.
The big green. We're talking about technology, and there's 2 buttons on here, and I can't figure out which one to push. So the first organization we want to talk to you about is Fundumate. It's a portfolio company from Emerge, an extraordinary young man called Deko from the townships in South Africa. He was actually the only individual in his community that had a computer, graduated the top of his high school class, and he decided to dedicate his life to democratizing opportunity. He did that. He was a very early mover in the AI space, and he created one of the earliest AI tutors. So now he already has 1.6 million users, over 1 billion interactions of young people in townships, in South Africa, in Indonesia. He's scaling at 70% a year right now, driving quality education using the power of AI tutoring. The next solution that we'd like to talk to you about is one, as I mentioned, we love to work with private sector and public sector. So we brought Microsoft, we brought Accenture, Unilever, Capgemini, together with the government of India. And we are scaling digital learning and financial literacy courses. We, in the first 18 months, have over 2 million young people who have now completed course certifications, and we're now scaling to 6 other countries. So again, taking world-class skilling content from the private sector, working with the public sector to scale that using the power of EdTech in rural communities. In fact, the majority of those 2 million certifications happen at community centers because the young people don't even have access to devices and connectivity. Thank you. Just last week, announced with IU University, the first 2,000 scholarships. These will be degrees made available for free, 4-year degrees, all delivered online in Nigeria and again South Africa to most disadvantaged young people who will actually compete to win these scholarships and then will be getting European world recognized degrees, again, only possible because of the power of EdTech. And then finally, when people are getting educated in skills, it's ultimately to get jobs. So in Brazil, we created the Unmio platform. We brought together over 200 private sector partners. And in the first 2 years, we've placed 320,000 young people in jobs. Again, a powerful example how you can use job tech to bring together the private sector, marry skilling with the outcome, empowered young people with livelihoods. Back to you, Nick.
Thank you, Kevin. Lovely examples to me of where tech and people and end users, the students, are working together. So in this last 60 seconds, what does the future of AI in EdTech look like? We're in the 4th phase. We've come from education SaaS, like Blackboard, to content like Coursera, to tech-enabled like VIP Kid. And we're now in a completely different phase of AI-powered education technology businesses. The level of change is phenomenal. We've recently mapped 700 companies using AI in education technology. Every single sector is being covered and disrupted. Not only are large players developing their own AI, but there are so many new entrants to the marketplace, all doing some pretty amazing things. The key here is that education technology with AI is going to move technology from a high scale but low efficacy, think about your massive online courses, to high scale and high efficacy. The personalization of content, the ability to gamify, engage people, teachers to extend themselves, and AI co-pilots in the classroom. Kevin and I both think that AI with EdTech is a real way that we can close this skills gap between the global south and global north. And we must focus our policies and our dedication to doing this over the next 5 years. Join us on our mission to democratize access to opportunity. Our details are there to get in contact with both Kevin and myself. And we're very much looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really interesting to see how that is changing. Thank you to Nick and to Kevin. Now, what we've already established today, of course, is how individuals are the key to a better future. But this transformation, as we've also heard today, will not be easy. It needs collaboration among key stakeholders. It needs collective leadership. And bridging the gap between the public and private sectors are civil society organizations. But the question is, what role can they play, and how can the power of society be harnessed to its greatest advantage? So please, to help answer that, I'd like you to welcome my panel. I'll introduce you to them in just a moment. Please take a seat. It's a packed panel for this afternoon, but thank you all for being here. Please come and take a seat. Nice to see you all. Next to me, Her Highness Princess Nouf bint Mohammed Al Saud, Chief Executive of the King Khaled Foundation. Dr. Sonia Ben Jaffa, the Chief Executive of the Abdallah Al Ghurair Foundation for Education. Wendy Kopp is with us, Chief Executive and co-founder of Teach for All. Laura Frigente, who is Chief Executive of the Global Partnership for Education, and on the end, Asif Saleh, Executive Director at BRAC. Welcome to you all. And before we start, I want to just be really clear what we're talking about here, maybe a definition of what civil society is. Defined as the area outside the family, market, and state. All forms of social action carried out by individuals or groups who are neither connected to nor managed by the state. And I think it's a really important point for us just to make. And Wendy, let me start with you on this. We talk about the role that these societies and organisations can play. Let's take it back one notch, first of all, and just ask the question, are we too dependent on government? The idea that government has all the answers when it comes to harnessing human potential. We know from the discussions today that other organisations are key, but just give me your assessment of whether we're too dependent on what government can provide.
Well, I do think there's an idea that government is responsible for education, for public education. But anyone who's been in and around working to affect change in education knows that it takes more than changing policy. It takes changing policy, practice, and culture. And that means that government could use a lot of partners, really, in the effort. Because ultimately, it's going to take many people being on the same mission. I mean, I think the theme of today around human capability, I mean, one of the biggest implications is that we need to transform our education systems, right? So that they're actually developing students who are prepared to navigate today's world and shape a better future for all of us. And to transform a system, again, takes more than policy change. And so what we've seen is that civil society can bring so much innovation, talent, leadership development. There's so much that civil society can do to partner with government so that it can actually live into that responsibility.
Princess Nouv, that's an important point that Wendy makes there, isn't it, about policy design, changing the mindset, but that has to come from a change in how we perceive things, and that comes down to policy design. Where are we currently failing, and where are the opportunities to change that?
I think, well, let's not talk about real failures. Let's look at them as opportunities. And I think governments have a big opportunity in working with civil society. Civil society within their different iterations are ones that are really on the ground and understand the needs of beneficiaries on a micro level. So all of us here working with the nonprofit sector, we work with either people, the most vulnerable. So either if they're lucky, they're in the social protection system. Most of the time, they're invisible. Mm-hmm. So we really understand what their needs are, and there's a track record of successes within them. Now, the problem and the issue is that when policy, we know that the problems a lot of the times are systemic. And I think if governments bring in civil society at the forefront of policy design, I think we would, instead of resolving problems, we will be solving an issue at the beginning instead of creating problems in the future.
And that's where, as you said, there is a role for so many different organizations. And Dr. Sonia, maybe talk to me about the foundation, because you create strategic partnerships, don't you, with so many different organizations, governments, NGOs, universities. I make it sound really easy. They don't just happen, do they? Talk to me about the logistics of how you make those partnerships work, how you form those links.
I think part of our success rate has been because we know who we are and we've got some deep values. And because of that, we want to find organizations that share those values. And that's very important to me. We start there. And who we want to impact and how we want to go about that. Mm-hmm. So some organizations we choose not to work with because they don't share our value set, and our values are simple, and we need to collaborate. That's a very key piece, and it actually has helped us filter to success. The other piece of it is that I think part of the reason we're successful in these partnerships, in these multi-sector partnerships, is because I've worked in government, I've worked in academia, and I've worked in the private sector. And so I have a great sense of empathy for the person on the other side of the table, because I know that they're not saying no to something because they want to, but because they're living with their own parameters. And instead of, butting heads, it's more like I need to understand why, and they need to understand why I have my parameters. And then, more often than not, if we both have that value set of wanting to understand one another, and we have multi-sector partners, another person can come in and say, wait, this isn't a problem for me. I can cover this piece. And it sounds kind of simplistic, almost like we learned it in kindergarten, but it actually does start there, and it works. It just takes time and trust.
Yeah, I mean, this is not going to be fixed overnight, is it? Laura, you do this as well. You work with partnerships. What is the secret? What is the trick to making the partnerships work?
Well, it's hard work to begin with. And of course, I mean, in a partnership, you have organizations of different nature. Each of them has their own objectives. They have their own priority. They have their own business model and their own procedures. And everybody's persuaded that their way of doing business is the right one, and so that everybody should fit in. So the way in which we are trying to work, because this dispersion is very inefficient for government, and it's very confusing also for governments that often have little capacity. So the way that we try to do is that everybody should align against what the government business model is, what the government priorities are, what the government vision for, what they want to do for transforming the education sector, as Wendy was saying. And that takes some time and takes some effort, but I think in the end it's a very winning model.
Asif, give me some examples of what you do, because it's easy to talk about the theory and how it might work. You're doing exactly this, aren't you, with BRAC? What do those partnerships look like? Give me some examples of how they work on the ground.
Yeah, exactly. In a sense, Bangladesh is a great example of this kind of partnership, where, Bangladesh, when it got liberated in 1971, we were the second poorest country in the world. Our literacy rate was about 20%, and our poverty rate was about 75%. And women were all home. They would not work. From there now, sitting in 2024, we are the 35th largest economy, but at the same time, in all the human development indicators, Bangladesh is doing very well. How is that possible? It wasn't just the government alone, right? So from BRAC schools alone, we had about 15 million children who got primary education. We have about every single household. We went with our community healthcare workers to teach them about child mortality, maternal health. We had almost 20 million ultra-poor who graduated out of poverty. Immunization. And then there was this extensive sort of work that went on to get women out of their homes and do family planning so that they can actually focus on their own life and agency building as well. And that is basically this long-term development we all talk about, right? Development which is invests on human potential, because that's the one which actually sustains over a period of time. Whether we are there or not, it doesn't matter, but the people then carries on with that impact.
And Princess Nur, that's sort of the challenge, isn't it? Non-profits, NGOs are very good at knowing what the issue is on the ground. They're very well connected. They're embedded in those organizations or in those communities. But they don't always have the money or the funding to be able to affect change. And that's why that partnership is so important. And I wonder how we can hold business to account, to provide the funding, to allow those NGOs and civil society organizations to scale up more quickly.
I think if the effects of what businesses do is accounted for in their profit sheets, if people their bonuses, let's say, are linked to their social initiatives, so not only ESG, and let's not talk about CSR. I don't think anybody really talks about CSR anymore. But I think governments need to hold businesses accountable, especially now within the light of AI and automation, and everybody's excited about all this automation and what we can do. And we have to admit, at the end of the day, it's about cost and efficiency. And the biggest cost is the human cost. And in one of the sessions today, I think I heard somebody say that the loss is only 2%. 2% of what? Is it the 3.4 billion in employment? So that's over 60 million. 60 million, that's like double the size of Saudi Arabia. That's a huge number of people entering the social protection system. That's a huge loss to governments, revenue loss from taxation. Who is going to cover that cost? Are you going to call in foundations at the 11th hour and try to formulate or come up with new debt financing for this systemic problem. So we have to really be aware of what I like AI. I'm not against AI. I think it's fantastic with the right governance, but we have to know what the costs are, and we also have to be looking at different segments of the economy. Like we have the care economy. It's a huge economy. It's not Instagrammable, but it is one of the biggest growing sectors. So are we doing anything for that sector? I don't want my kids learning from a machine, or I don't want my nurse to be a machine. So we have to be aware, and we have to hold business. And some business people have said that, we're creating this disruption, and we need to be held accountable. So is that more taxation? What does that look like? And I think civil society is in a place to help governments design policy that will mitigate these dangers.
And is it also about holding business to account and not just businesses dropping a few crumbs and saying, look, here, I'm great at ESG. It's about saying, actually, to get praise or credit for what you're doing, it needs to be revolutionary. It's not just a few crumbs that you drop
they're
into the
accounting
table.
for their environmental footprint. It has to be taken, and the consumer is now more aware. The consumer feels more responsible for their purchases, for what they do. So I think consumers and people in general will hold, if the number is there, if we find a way to calculate it, they will hold the businesses accountable.
Dr. Sonia, one of the themes has been AI that we've talked about a lot today, and the disruption it will cause for the jobs market. We also heard too that technology can be empowering because it can allow more people access to education. I wonder though, on the flip side, is there a danger that actually it just widens that divide between the haves and the have-nots when it comes to education, upskilling, retraining, and the organizations that we're talking about today needing to play a part? Unless they have access to that same technology, that gap widens, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And currently, I think the 2022 statistic was 53% of the global population. And so certainly, I'm sure it's higher now, but over 50% globally do not have access to high-speed broadband. That's enormous. And when you're talking about AI, we're not talking about a slow band solution. We're talking about high speed. So not only are we looking at a infrastructure issue that I do think governments cannot solve alone. The private sector absolutely has to be part of this solution. But we have to make a collective decision that this counts. I think it was, at the XDGs for 45, we were having this discussion on should this be one of the next-gen SDGs, right? Should we be looking at digital access as a basic right? Because if you don't have it as you're moving forward, not only will you be missing out on future education and work opportunities, but you might be missing out on opportunities that your government is offering you that you could even have, just basic right opportunities, health opportunities. So this is something that is going to rear its ugly head more often than not if we don't just take a step back and keep on moving in lightning speed the way we are. I think it's fantastic. I don't believe in, pulling the plug, but I do believe in moving forward ethically and responsibly. And we have a lot of people who are trying to do that.
Wendy, there is no magic fix to any of this, though, is there? This will not happen overnight. And I wonder what defines or what separates the countries that are doing quite well at this and those that are lagging behind. What's your assessment?
Yes, that's such a good question, because I think we all agree we need to change systems, right? And the thing that we also probably agree is who changes systems? People change systems. And sure enough, the systems that are improving are those where the people in the system are on a collective mission. Like they share the same purpose. They're working at every level of education and policy. They have allies outside the system. There's a collective sense of purpose. People think we've got to transform the education system. That is what differentiates the Sobral Brazils of the world, the Delhis that have made such progress in recent years in foundational literacy. There was just a big educational research project, probably the biggest ever in the world. It looked at 50 years of data from all the low and low to middle income countries. And it basically showed that there's a set of technical practices in education, which is where most philanthropists and government put all of their energy, and they are necessary but not sufficient to change the system. There's an X factor that differentiates the systems that have all those things and that are improving, and the X factor is a collective sense of purpose. Right. So the question that leaves us with is, how do you develop that? And what we've seen is that, back to the panel theme, civil society can be a huge ally in that. And for example, our network of 62 national civil society organizations in 62 countries are partnering with governments, hopefully soon to be here in Saudi, to develop the collective leadership we ultimately need to improve the system, to leverage the technology and all the other technical practices to actually improve outcomes for kids.
And Laura, the other issue that needs to change in this as well is looking beyond formal qualifications. Previously, I think the education system would teach us to do technical or mechanical skills for the jobs that existed, and we've talked about it on other panels, but this is about how we train people with cognitive abilities and creative thinking, isn't it? And changing our reference points for what education looks like and what are we training people for further down the line.
Well, this is particularly acute, in like low-income countries that really at the moment are still struggling with the basic of getting children into school and giving them some education. Obviously, most of the curricula in school are still too academically oriented. They are, I want to say, old-fashioned in a sense that they want children to still memorize things and learn about things that ultimately are not necessarily what they need to be successful, in the job market. And while obviously countries that are better off, more mature economies, are thinking about the issues of how to teach soft skills and more emotional intelligence-related, skills, etc., there are other countries that are really lagging behind. And when we talk to a very important player that is often not particularly taken into account, in the education sector, which is the private sector, the one that ultimately is the beneficiary of what the school produces. They are saying the kind of skills that we need are not the skills that are taught in schools, and so there is really need to make sure that the children come out of the school and they are able to work in group, to work in team, to adjust very quickly, to be quick on their feet, and so on and so forth. And that is a big transition for many, many countries, and this is why, when we are talking about transforming education, we are really thinking about moving away from the idea that you go to school for 12 years, learn X number of things, and then you're done with it. First of all, you keep learning your entire life because everything keeps moving so fast. But second, you learn things that help you as a person, not necessarily just the kind of notions that you will apply.
Yeah, Azif, on that point, I wonder how you're able to sort of monitor what you do and what does success look like to you and the work that you do? Because we've said there it's very difficult to do it through qualifications or statistics or numbers. How do you measure success with your partnerships?
I mean, I think, it's not, we work in BRAC works in many different sectors, but the key critical thing is that we need to have that long-term development vision, right? So essentially, when you talk about human development and bringing that inner agency, you need to figure out that you're bringing everybody in together. And that means the last mile. And as we have heard today, that not only just collective purpose, but at the same time having that, how do we look at this long-term? It doesn't happen in a short-term three-year project, right? It's about self-confidence. It's about asserting your own rights. It's about having that ability and having access to the tools that all of us have utilized in the past to move our own life. When I say all of us, we say the privileged few. But why? So BRAC's mission has always been, for us, the success looks like is that the basic fundamentals look like financial services, education, healthcare, and all of these things we need. Can we deliver them at the base of the pyramid at a very low cost so that it scales? So once people have access to those tools, they themselves change their own lives. It's not an organization, and that is fundamentally the difference between the charity and long-term development. That, essentially seeing people succeed is basically the ultimate success factor.
It's a lovely note on which to end as well. The clock is against us, but thank you so much for all being on the panel with us this afternoon. Ladies and gents, the panel, thank you.
And thank you very much to Ben as well. That very cleverly gets us into our next session, looking at the role technology and digitization will play in labor markets. What role will machines play alongside humans? And how do we reap the benefits while avoiding the risks? AI, we know, is a threat and an opportunity to the world of work. And to unpack this further, I'm absolutely delighted to welcome Lawrence Moroney, the AI lead at Google, for our next session.
Hello, everybody, and good evening. Thank you for coming to this great session. We have a really great group of people here to talk today about technology, about the impact that technology is going to be having on the world. We have folks from a very diverse set of backgrounds, from academia to technology to education, human resources, and beyond. So I'm just going to get right into it with a quick introduction to the panel. First of all, we have Dr. Moody Al-Jamia, and she's the Dean of the Academy and VP of the STC. She's a global expert in cybersecurity, and I'm really interested to hear about the impact of cybersecurity on the Human Capability Initiative. We have Carmen Rando Behar, and she's the Chief People Officer at SLB, and she's particularly looking at developing talent in the energy industry. We have Matt Diallo. He's the founder of Endless, and Endless are really looking at how to use coding and digital art for education. We have Dr. Christina Yan Zhang. She's the CEO of the Metaverse Institute, and I love one of the things that was on her website. It's she wants to support a metaverse that improves the real world. And then, of course, last but not least, we have Professor Sumitra Dutta from Oxford University, and he's a global expert in innovation in the global knowledge technology, the global knowledge economy, and he's the founder of the Network Readiness Index, amongst many, many other things. So thanks, everybody, and thanks for this panel, and shall we just get right into it? So first of all, one of the things that we've been hearing a lot about today is artificial intelligence and about new technologies. But what I'm really curious about is how people can start reaping the benefits of the advancements in AI and new technologies. And how do we make sure that we distribute that as evenly as possible? So maybe start with Professor Dutta. What do you think?
Well, thank you so much. And if I just break the question in two parts, one is about people reaping the benefits. I think we are already reaping the benefits. Each time you use a mobile phone, you use any kind of mapping software, you're using AI in some form or the other. In companies too, you're using that. The second part of the question is a much more interesting and a difficult question in terms of how do you distribute the benefits of AI more equally. And unfortunately, my view is that it will not be equal. Mm-hmm. So all you can do is you can, in fact, reduce the level of inequality, but the reality is that some organizations, some countries, some people will be able to leverage technology more effectively than others. And the challenge for us is to help those who are underprivileged and who are perhaps less ready to leverage technology to use technology in some easy, effective manner. And that will be driven by largely education, but also a lot of support for infrastructure, for providing access to technology, and so on.
Okay. So I know, Matt, you're doing a lot in education, as Professor Dutta brings up. What do you think about that? I mean, can education be the key? Is it traditional education? Are there new avenues of education that we can think about?
Yeah, so I've been focused on democratizing device and internet access for about 10 years, and there's a quote that I love, which is that the future's already here, it's just unevenly distributed. And that was before AI, and the future seems to be coming much faster by the day. It's clear we need to teach these skills. If we don't teach these skills, we're going to have some people who are like the scribes of our era, and then you're going to have a lot of other people who can't keep up. and we all know what inequality leads to. It's led to revolution throughout history. I mean, really, dramatic consequences. And the question then is, how do you teach them? And so the way we look at it is we kind of stumbled upon our answer as we were focused on device and internet access when we discovered that almost all of our engineers learned to code in the same way. And the answer was games. It's the same way that Elon Musk learned to code. As a kid, Elon Musk started hacking his video games, and then he discovered it was more fun to hack his video games than to play them, and that led him to the places that he is today. And so the notion of leaning into the massive engagement of video games to teach kids to build those games, because if you can build a game, you can build software. And if you can build one kind of software when you're young, you can grow up to build all kinds of software. And so the way we think about it is, if what would it look like if your homework were like, go build games together, folks? Well, it would mean that they would learn design, art, engineering, management. They'd learn to take something to market. And so the very simple concept of leaning into the massive engagement that we see in games is something that's so counterintuitive, but if everyone knows we need to teach it and the school system isn't teaching it, well, why is that? There are many very real reasons, the first of which is there aren't enough teachers because all the teachers get jobs as engineers, getting paid multiple, what a teacher salary is, and then there's no time in the classroom, and then it's taught in boring ways. But if you flip it around and say, how did the people who actually made it to the top make it there? Well, the answer was games for literally the majority of them. Well, then let's lean into that instinct. So I think that's how you democratize it, which is why we started doing that.
That's a really interesting point. I actually learned programming with games myself, writing really bad games, but they were still games. And another part of it was also bringing narrative and story and that kind of thing to help with communication. But Carmen, I'm really interested from the people officer perspective. Where do you see education playing a role, maybe within the corporate environment?
Absolutely. And I was saying that there has been a global survey published recently. They have surveyed a significant amount of employees, and an overwhelming majority sees value in using AI and generative AI in their workplace. But at the same time, these people are telling us that they feel insecure about the impact that it's going to have in their careers. So it boils down, at the end, on trust. They say they are worried about trusting the organizations to be able to ensure benefits for all when it comes to the implementation of these technologies. So if we want everyone to reap the benefits, we need to get them to embrace and adopt the technology first. And to do that, we need to break that barrier of trust and transparency. And how do we build that? The first element, coming to education, is about developing the capabilities and the skills in the workforce, in everyone. I think that people who will not do it will become obsolete, and people who will get them will be absolutely relevant. So, as I was saying, developing the skills key, having a human-centric approach, ensure that everyone benefits from it, absolutely key as well. And thirdly, making sure that there is the governance and the systems that make sure that we do not drift from our initial objectives of making it human-centric.
I see. Very nice. Thank you. How about Moody? What do you think? How do we bring people to the center of this?
Definitely. First of all, allow me to welcome you all to Saudi Arabia. And thank you for being with us in this very exciting time. I think we spent most of our time backstage discussing Vision 2030 and how it is important to have such a program or initiative focusing on building capability, how Saudis are very excited to be part of such a vision that will help us to create an impact and contribute to the success of our country. So going back to this, definitely technologies will help organizations to grow, will help organizations to understand the challenges and the opportunities, but definitely we need to work on building our own capabilities and understanding how human capital is part of all of this. Maybe we're going to go to talk about the disruption that these technologies are causing. I think every organization needs to be proactive, acting proactively when it comes to building a digital strategy that will help them to understand what technologies will bring to them from challenges and opportunities at the same time. Understand how these technologies will, this strategy will be aligned with their business objectives and help the organization to grow. Second, companies need also to invest in technologies, understanding that Satellites will bring challenges to the telecom industries, yet we need to understand what are the opportunities that comes with it. Artificial intelligence, quantum computing will bring challenges to cybersecurity, but is this something that will stop us from investing in that technology? No, we need to look at it, we need to invest and create opportunities from these things. Finally, all of the above will not have an impact if we don't invest in our people. Building the human capital, encourage our employees to think outside the box, be innovative, and not to be feared from these technologies. Give them the space to make mistakes, to accept mistakes. That's what will make us think differently, that will make us grow, and we can adapt to these challenges.
Sounds wonderful, thanks. And Christina, I know you're working with the metaverse. Moody brought up, like, it's not just AI, there's lots of new technologies like quantum computing out there. And like your mission was to support a metaverse that improves the real world. And I'd love to know, how is it we can think about how do we improve the real world through technologies such as the metaverse or AI?
So as a Metaverse Institute, we believe that the metaverse as a concept has increasingly become a convergence of a whole new range of technologies coming together to create the next generation of the internet, which is more immersive, interactive, and intuitive. And in Saudi Arabia, we are very well established, especially with some mega projects like NEOM, Red Sea project, etc., where we need to mobilize, very major infrastructure projects at a scale which never happens before in human history. So AI as a tool can actually allow us to give the power back to the people. We all see the recent announcements from Sam Altman to have Sora, where you have text into high-resolution video. And I think maybe within 1 year or 2 years' time, OpenAI and maybe Google and other major tech companies in the space will make it mainstream to allow every single citizen in the world to use text prompts to create 3D avatars, 3D objects, 3D environments at scale. And then imagine using that kind of decentralized power, as our colleague has already mentioned here, to allow everyone to use this simple tool to contribute to an inclusive, sustainable, and vibrant city in Saudi, in Middle East, and everyone in the world to contribute to sustainable development goals by 2030. So we have not only achieved great achievements for Vision 2030, but also drop down for UN SDG. Everyone's happy, why not?
And it's interesting that you bring up like AI and generative AI and being able to empower and ennoble people to be able to build. It's one of the strategies that I have been working on for Google has been what I call the 330-300 strategy, where the idea is that today there are 30 million software developers in the world. And you think about the economy that's been built by those software developers. The largest companies in the world, the Googles, the Facebooks, the Microsofts, are all primarily built on technology, built by only 30 million people. There's roughly 3 million AI developers in the world, and we look at the advances that we've seen in the last 18 months in AI, and that has been built by only 3 million developers. The 300 is the 300 million potential future developers that are out there because of prompting technology and these type of things that you mentioned. You brought up Sora, you've brought up OpenAI, and other stuff that's out there to really empower and build people up. And it's much easier to teach, to Professor Duta's point, that if we can come up with technologies that are easier to teach, that are easier for people to learn, that are more widely available, then you could have 300 million developers by 2030. And what would the world look like? And what would the economy look like with 300 million developers out there? And that really brings us to these technological advancements, they will lead to disruptions in the labor force. And disruptions in the labor force usually ends up in the press as jobs being lost, but that's not necessarily the case. How do we balance the creation of new jobs with this type of disruption? And how, as an organization, can we prepare for this? And maybe, Carmen,
Sure.
In your wheelhouse.
So, there are some studies out there that estimate that the contribution of AI to global GDP by 2030 is going to be about 16 trillion. Historically, growth in GDP has always come with creation of jobs. And I
fundamentally believe that this is going to be the case in the next at least 5 to 10 years. So the question is, how do we get ready for those new jobs that are going to appear? And in my view, there are two key elements. One is learning, and the other one is skills. They sound similar, but they have their own importance. First of all, learning and why learning. I am one of those who believe that AI will not replace humans, but humans with AI will replace humans without AI. So we need to equip our people, leaders and employees equally, to be able to harness the power of this technology, to bring it to their day-to-day job. Leaders need to understand the flow of work in the organization, how the technology is going to impact it, what consequences it's going to have in the people. And the employees themselves, they need to have a deep understanding as well, because at the end of the day, not only to leverage the technology, but because nobody is better placed to re-architect that job than the people who are doing the job. So they need to understand how the technology is going to enable it. And as you know as well, this is moving very fast. We were talking about AI, about Gen AI, about large language models, but tomorrow we are going to be talking about integration at bigger scale of complex models. We are going to talk about artificial capable intelligence. We are going to talk about LCM. So we need to learn, and we need to learn fast at the same speed that technology is evolving. That's why learning is absolutely key. It's an imperative. Organizations and individuals need to invest in learning, because learning is not a cost. It's an investment. So that's on the element of learning. And on the element of skills, yes, there will be plenty of new jobs. How do we get ready for these jobs? A few years ago, who would have thought that there would be a field that is called prompt engineering? Who would have thought that we would have meta-human designers designing avatars for different industries? How do I get ready for jobs that I cannot even start to imagine today? I think that we need to build the capabilities, and for that, we need to create skill-based organizations. We need to understand what are the skills that we have in the workforce today, the ones that our people have developed over their careers, the ones that the current jobs are providing. And when a new job comes, we will do the same. We will decompose it in the various skills, and we will see what are the skills that we have that are transferable to the new jobs, and what are the skills that we will need to develop, and here back to the point of learning. And the beauty of this is that these skills-based models, we are able to do them today using AI. So it's like AI for future AI. The law of accelerating returns, the beauty of this technology.
It's turtles all the way down, right? So Sumitra, I know academia is generally seen as the pipeline for bringing people into the workforce. And what are you seeing in that space, like about generating new jobs and new types of jobs?
So I personally believe that there will be many new jobs in the future, but they will emerge in new areas. Could be, for example, like sustainability and climate are going to create whole new jobs. Space are going to create whole new jobs, and there'll be so many other breakthroughs in science and technology. The challenge for us is to be able to get the universities to adapt and change fast enough, which also means getting faculty ready for these new fields. Because today, for example, space. What's the business of space? Most faculty are not really aware of a lot of the issues involved out there. And second, very important, is you have to have the government and regulation, the economy is prepared for this kind of changes. If the economy and the rules of a country do not really enable the creation of new industries, you'll not enable the creation of new businesses. So I think the agility in universities, agility in government, agility in regulation is very important to enable the new creation of jobs.
And Moody, I know this is a particular passion of yours.
Yeah, definitely. Let me reflect on what we're doing at STC and the Academy from STC. STC is one of the largest telecom companies in the region, but we're not anymore a telecom company. We start talking about telecom, we switch to gaming, and then fintech, and then cybersecurity. So developing and training in the traditional way, and just expect that the world will not change and disruption is not going to happen, that will not help us. So what we did is that we shifted the mindset of how we do learning. Instead of acting as a traditional training center waiting for training needs to be received, we acted as a strategy enabler. We are closer now to the strategy people. We understand where the organization is going, what are our big bets, how can we achieve that, what do we need, what kind of capability is needed in order to achieve that. And then we build our product based on that. This kind of approach or mindset will give our employees confidence and trust that the organization is investing in you. We are preparing you for the future. We are preparing you with the needed skills that will help you to leverage these latest technologies, use AI in your day-to-day activities, and let's disrupt ourselves instead of waiting for new technologies to disrupt us. So this is the kind of things that we're adopting. Otherwise, technology will just disrupt the organization and we're going to lose our talents.
Absolutely. And we've only got a couple of minutes left, and I'd really love to address that. Like, you know, we've been talking a little bit about disruption, but there are moonshots out there, like really to help us to maybe adapt to that disruption. And I know, Matt, you know, with Endless, you're like thinking in those terms. Like, how do you feel about this? How will you address this?
Yeah, it's funny. It doesn't seem like a moonshot to get every kid to play games, because they already are. 300 million kids. You were talking about the 300 million players of Minecraft, Fortnite, and Roblox. Each one of those has 300 million. If you could get each one of those to learn how to build a game, now all of a sudden you get all of them, again, learning how to build software. I'd actually love to cede the rest of my time just to, because I think that your story as a kid of how you learned now is, you know, the end of your journey here is Google AI lead, but how you began your journey, I think, has the clues to how we teach those 300 million. Would you mind talking about that for 1 minute?
Yeah, sure. Very briefly I remember my very first PC I got when wasn't a PC at the time, I was about 10 years old, and it came with some open source programs before the term open source was coined. And one of them was a game for generating sentences. And then I realized that I could go in and hack it and change the vocabulary so that it would generate sentences about my friends and say funny things about my friends. And that's when I got bitten by the programming bug. And then from that went into programming some basic games, usually the text-based adventures, if you remember those. So.
I think the clue to teaching the 300 is to look at the people like yourself and say, how did you start?
Sure.
Yep.
I think that's the secret.
Sure.
Totally, thank you. Oh, thanks so much. And then just to wrap us up, Christina, I'm just curious about your thoughts on, you know, the trends that we were talking about, like jobs disruption and that kind of thing. What things are you seeing that might accelerate this or might help with this?
I think the first thing we all need to be absolutely clear is, like President Franklin Roosevelt said during the Great Depression, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. If we're looking back history, things are repeating itself in a very similar way. We've already been through full industrialization. Every time we said this new advancement of technological change is going to put people all out of jobs. And we already survived several hundreds of years already. So we need to be confident. And once we are confident, we need to be very focused, laser focused. Because, of course, there will be, you know, automation cause job loss. But we should focus on where are the new jobs, new industries that will take place in different parts of the world. So maybe in Saudi, we are very much focusing on the future of technology. So maybe there will be lots of startups flourish, you know, in the years to come. And maybe for other countries, it will be more based on agriculture or space industry. They will have a different focus. If we get governments, industries, investors to focusing on those jobs that are more likely to be created in the years to come and communicate that clearly with our public to ensure they know what to expect in the years ahead, and then we can really focus our energy to get things done in a very positive way.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for this amazing panel. I could talk about this for hours, but unfortunately, we're out of time, and I just want to say a great big thanks to the Human Capability Initiative in particular. For us to be able to reach the positive future that we all want, we really need people to put a stake in the ground and take leadership towards that optimistic future. That's what this event has been all about. Thank you so much for hosting it, and thank you so much for attending. But most of all, thank you for this amazing panel.
Lawrence, thank you so much. Wonderful to have you and your panel there. So as you make your way out, we will make our way over to you, but thank you. And wow, what a day. We have made it. It's so hard to pick a highlight, isn't it, from such an incredible lineup of speakers. Brilliant speakers. So many announcements of new initiatives that really will make a difference for how we all approach that world of work. Speakers from here in Saudi Arabia, but views and perspectives from all over the world. Korea, Portugal, the United States, Kenya, Australia, to name just a few. We've covered everything from EdTech to inclusivity, lifelong learning, civil society. Edie, what was your main takeaway?
You know, I have to say, I was really struck by a few speakers who spoke around education, around going back to the basics. Some phenomenal speakers, from Professor Hanada Taha, who spoke about Arabic literacy, how important it is to support the teachers to make sure that they teach well. We also heard from Professor Nuno Crato in Portugal, in Europe as well, that 20% of 15-year-olds still struggle with basic reading skills. So if we're not getting that right, how can we possibly think that we can live alongside AI, alongside computers? But amazing to hear Greg Morrow speak about Lagos, Nigeria, where the use of technology has transformed public education systems. So moments of hope as well.
There will be so many more as well tomorrow. But thank you for being here today. I really hope that the sessions that we've been able to bring you today on this stage have been profitable, but also the conversations, the networking, and all the social interaction that goes on at events like these. I hope they really were very useful.
Absolutely. Tomorrow we've got so much more for you. We have the Minister of Investment from Saudi Arabia. How does policy act as a lever for change? We have more focus on education, also on talent. How do you manage your workforces, engage your employees, and so much more.
So I hope as many as possible will be here tomorrow. 9:30, we will see you and do it all again. But have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.